Chapter 277. In the Tianhai dynasty, there was a decennial competition for the position of the chief merchant. No matter which one it was, it had a great influence. In the last decennial competition, someone defied the heavens and took one of the positions. Similarly, someone was kicked out of the top 10 positions and became nameless, and his family declined. The decennial competition was here again. Some families grew stronger while others declined. Just like the general trend of the world, it was divided and united. The competition for the top 10 positions was extremely intense. A few days ago, his family was killed and he was in a state of panic. Today, he finally calmed down a lot, and his worries were pushed to the back of his mind. The people from the one family are here. I thought they wouldn't dare to come out. They barely managed to get the 10th position last time. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep their current position this time. I heard that the one family can't find many experts, and all of them are invited from outside. I wonder how much they spent. When the people from the one family appeared, the sound of discussion rose quietly. Grand Elder Wenlei, who was walking in front, twitched his eyelids before returning to normal. Master Shuangmu, why are you wearing a mask? After walking into the arena, Zhang Yun asked casually, because when he came out of the one family, he found that Master Shuangmu beside him had an extra mask on his face, and his face was ferocious and terrifying. Lin Fei had already prepared an excuse. I have a few enemies in the capital, and I'm afraid of bringing trouble to the one family. You know what I mean? Zhang Yun hurriedly said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lin Fei shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Inside the arena, in the center there was an oval portal. Around the portal, there were 4 mystic spirit great perfection experts guarding the portal. This dreamland had been linked with the arena, and outsiders couldn't take it away. The experts guarding the door were nothing more than to prevent outsiders from breaking in. Inside the arena, at this time it was not as lively as outside. Other than the participating families, no outsiders were allowed to enter. There are so many people. Lin Fei glanced at it and subconsciously opened the sin point system. 200 sin points found. 521 sin points found. 482 sin points found. Damn, it can't be so much. Lin Fei roared in his heart. He had come to the right place. Advancing from the Mystic Adept realm to the Mystic Spirit realm required 100 million experience points. It might seem like a lot, but if one really wanted to level up, it wouldn't be a problem. If I kill all of these people, I won't even have a choice but to level up. Even if I can't level up, I should be able to earn tens of millions of experience points. Lin Fei thought to himself. The golden belt of murder and arson. Lin Fei understood. He wondered if he should make a move and wipe them all out. That way, he could earn tens of millions of experience points and millions of pure yuan pills. The more powerful a person was, the more daring he was. Right now, Lin Fei's guts were very big. It could be said that his guts were not ordinary. He would even covet the Li family's profound heavenly spiritual treasure. As for a group of leveling tools, Lin Fei simply did not have any thoughts about it. In the arena, they stood together in 2s and 3s, forming a circle. At this moment, in one corner, there were 2 people staring at the direction where the one family was standing. The one with the mask is Master Shuangmu, our target this time. One of the black-clothed men said expressionlessly. With the strength of the Mystic Adept realm, he killed Mu Kuei. His combat strength is very strong. The other black-clothed man said. It's worth it for me to personally deal with him. These 2 people came from an assassin organization. Mu Kuei was a member of this assassin organization. They came specifically for revenge. Similarly, in another direction, there were also a few people who occasionally glanced at the one family's location. That's the kid with the mask? A skinny young man full of bandit aura with a face full of disdain said. I really don't understand, how could Yu Guang and Feiying Wang die in the hands of that kid? They must have been exhausted from playing with women the night before. The rest of them also laughed out loud. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, they're dead anyway. There's no evidence. The other silver-haired man said. Our mission is to kill that kid. That's enough. The skinny young man said. I don't understand why the higher-ups want us to take action. Isn't it because we have nothing better to do? We might as well find a woman and have a good time. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. That girl from yesterday can't even get out of bed this morning. The silver-haired man said. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Our 18 clans can teach them a good lesson. Wouldn't it be better if we can divert the trouble to someone else? Haha, good idea. I'm really looking forward to it. Within an hour, the arena was filled with clans of all sizes. The competition for the position of the chief merchant was extremely intense every time. This year's competition would be even more intense and bloody. There were so many clans vying for the position. Every clan had arranged for 3 experts. With so many experts added together, there were no less than 100 people. The competition would only last for 3 days, so one could imagine the competition. No matter who it was, they could imagine what the result would be. Bloody and cruel would be the only thing left. Look, the person in charge of the Tianhai Imperial Palace, His Highness the Third Prince, is coming down, Zhang Yun said in a low voice. The arena quietened down. It was completely silent. Lin Fei followed his gaze and saw a young man dressed in a golden robe walking towards the crowd with 4 guards on his left and right. He had the aura of a royal disciple, suppressing many of the other clan's disciples. This prince is inferior to Prince Black Sky. He lacks that domineering aura. It's no wonder that Prince Black Sky can suppress all the other princes. He doesn't live up to his reputation. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. Lin Fei had never been interested in princes. The Tianhai dynasty seems to be paying attention to this matter. They even arranged for the third prince to personally supervise. Lin Fei said casually. Whether or not he was a prince, it made no difference to him. After all, he was still a monster in human form. The only thing that mattered was the amount of experience. The third prince walked up and exuded the aura of royalty. He said calmly. This prince announces the official start of the decennial chief merchant meeting. The arrival of a prince was merely a matter of formality. After the prince left, someone immediately came up and announced the rules. Everyone could hear the loophole in it. There would definitely be a massacre, and it was still unknown who would be able to come out of it. After the rules ended, a lively scene was about to begin. At the entrance of the teleportation gate, 2 mystic spirit great perfection experts stood to check if there were any prohibited items. For example, demon cores. At the same time, they were given a teleportation stone. As long as they crushed it, they would be teleported out immediately. It was specifically used to ensure everyone's safety. Of course, accidents were not ruled out. The most exciting moment had finally arrived. The clans began to wait anxiously. Young Master Li Jian, you should understand the elder's intention. Li Feng stood beside a young man in white. Li Jian, like his name, had a sharp gaze like an unsheathed sword. His background was not too good. As a collateral disciple, he was destined to receive limited resources. This disciple understands. Li Jian's eyes flashed coldly. After entering the dreamland, this disciple will personally kill them one by one. Li Feng's eyes revealed a look of approval. Your brother Li Yong has already been killed, and there is now an empty position. As the number 1 expert in this branch, as long as you can complete this mission, the clan will definitely provide you with resources to cultivate. Li Jian said proudly. Li Yong is dead. But as long as I, Li Jian, am here, this disciple will definitely let them know who is the real genius. I will use facts to tell them who is the real genius. Li Feng patted Li Jian's shoulder. Good, you must have ambition. Ever since returning from the Demon Beast Mountain range, Li Feng had been suppressed by the clan. As a collateral disciple, his days were even more difficult. He originally thought that he could rope in a direct descendant, but in the end he was killed in just a few days. Li Feng was eager to promote an expert. This time, he had obtained such a position with great difficulty. Li Feng hoped that Li Jian could complete the mission perfectly and obtain the clan's support. That way, his days would be better and he would not be suppressed. In a large clan there were all sorts of conflicts. To have the right to speak in the clan, apart from strength, one had to have the ability to do things. No matter how strong one was, if one could not do things well, he would only be a thug. Li Feng could not wait to make a comeback. So the person who chased after me is called Li Feng. Lin Fei noticed it immediately. Without needing to look, he could tell just from the aura of the other party. The current Lin Fei could already conceal his killing intent. He was no longer an impulsive person. If I have the time, I must kill Li Feng. Lin Fei was a straightforward person. If he said he would kill the other party, he would kill the other party. She never had a second thought. She was a man of her words. When Clan's eldest brother, Wen Lei, walked over. This time we will be hunting demonic beasts and obtaining demonic cores. There will be great danger. Wen Lei said honestly, if the three of you encounter any danger you cannot withstand, just crush the teleportation stone and return. Zhang Yun and Hong Xiaozi both agreed. This was a huge temptation. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Who asked them to be born in such a poor family? It was also luck that they could cultivate to this point. Hence, for the sake of resources, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. As long as they did not encounter any danger, everything would be fine. They would be able to come out alive. Unless they encountered a powerful expert, they might not even have the time to crush the teleportation stone. This was something that was destined to happen. They had to go all out. The teleportation gate opened. Every single cultivator who went up would be checked by 2 mystic spirit consummate experts to prevent cheating and whatnot from happening. As for the others, there were no taboos and there were not many restrictions. When it was Lin Fei's turn, a powerful perception swept over him as if it wanted to see through him. Fortunately, I have the system space. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to see anything. Lin Fei was not nervous at all. This is your teleportation stone. The guard at the side handed over a black teleportation stone. There were patterns carved on it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be runes. Teleportation runes. Demonic core point conversion table. Other than the teleportation stone, Lin Fei also received a comparison table of demonic cores. Low-level demonic beasts 1 point. Profound realm 2 points. This is also simple and easy to remember. Lin Fei kept the 2 items. Gentlemen, I'll be going in first. With that, Lin Fei turned and walked into the teleportation gate. What a beautiful place. As expected of the land of dreams. When Lin Fei opened his eyes, he heard the chirping of birds, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers. What entered his vision was a sky full of flowers and trees. If he had not known in advance that a large number of demonic beasts lived in the land of dreams, Lin Fei would not have been able to connect it with what he saw before. It was as if he had entered a paradise. Lin Fei took a deep breath and smelled the scent of blood. There's the smell of blood. A moment later, Lin Fei smelled the scent of blood. Meow. In a patch of bright red flowers not far away, a small cat with alternating colors of white and white suddenly appeared. Rip. The cat pounced at Lin Fei with a white flash. At the same time, a crescent moon slashed over, targeting Lin Fei's chest. Crescent moon cat. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. He did not expect a place with birds and flowers to hide danger. Smack. With a wind whip, the crescent moon cat was thrown out. Meow meow meow. A large number of crescent cats jumped out of the large patch of flowers. Rumble. In addition to the crescent moon cat, there was also a white lightning cat. Arcs of blue lightning flashed and went straight to Lin Fei's position. Damn, so many cat demons. Lin Fei once again understood that under the halo of the land of dreams, there were endless dangers everywhere. These cat demons were not strong, but this kind of attack was indeed lethal, giving people a dangerous aura. Like the wind. Swoosh. A strong wind blew, and the crescent moon cat and lightning cat fell to the ground. Lin Fei looked again and saw a large number of cat demons appeared around him. They were colorful and densely packed, and he could not tell how many there were. Damn, so many cat demons, won't I die of exhaustion? Facing so many cat demons, Lin Fei was not willing to continue. He did not want to be chased by a large group of cat demons. If there were too many lice, they could kill an elephant. More importantly, in such a large area of flowers, there were countless cat demons. There were also some cat demons with powerful auras. God knows how many cat demons there were below. It was better to leave first. This was the first time he came to the land of dreams, and Lin Fei did not want to be the first bird to stand out. He first found a place to take a look at this land of dreams. Using the flowing wind movement technique, Lin Fei's entire body turned into a gust of cool wind. The cat demons that pounced on him obviously did not notice that the stranger had left them. They rushed to the previous position without caring about anything, only to find that the person was gone. Lin Fei's body was like a breeze, moving with the wind. If it were not for the swaying flowers, outsiders would not know that someone had passed by. So many cat demons. At a glance, the densely packed cat demons were hiding under the beautiful flowers and plants, but they became dangerous killing machines. It was unknown how many people would die under the siege of these cat demons. Chapter 278. The land of dreams was vast and boundless. Arcane spiritual treasures could only be refined by mystique venerable ones and above. Naturally, they were not ordinary items. To be able to create such a huge space and be passed down for generations, it was clear that the super powerhouse who created the arcane spiritual treasure of the Dreamland was not to be underestimated. The Dreamland cultivated a large number of powerhouses, and the bloody training played a big role. An hour later, Lin Fei took off his mask and appeared on a large mountain in the Dreamland in a black robe. All he could see were steep mountains that were filled with the aura of demonic beasts. There are so many demonic beasts. Just how many demonic beasts are there in the Dreamland? Lin Fei looked at the mountains and vaguely saw the silhouettes of demonic beasts appearing from time to time. After leaving the land of the cat demons, Lin Fei lamented more than once along the way. The Dreamland was just like its name. There were life-threatening dangers in the Dreamland that were impossible to guard against. To kill demonic beasts, I need to kill powerful ones. Lin Fei's goal was to kill powerful demonic beasts. He might be able to obtain a large amount of treasures and materials by killing some powerful demonic beasts in 3 days. In the arena, Lin Fei learned from Zhang Yun that because the Dreamland had always been open to the public, martial artists were often killed by demonic beasts. Countless martial artists died in the mouths of demonic beasts every year. Some especially powerful demonic beasts would have large amounts of treasures and medicinal pills around them. Lin Fei looked at a tall mountain. I'll start from this mountain. With a thought, he released his perception power and headed straight for the mountain. His powerful perception power instantly saw the mountain clearly. He had a rough outline and knew the specific situation inside the mountain. There are no less than 1,000 demonic beasts. Most of them are low-level demonic beasts. There are also many Mystique Realm demonic beasts. There is a Mystique Realm demonic beast. It should be the king of this mountain. A Mystique Realm demonic beast. Lin Fei immediately made up his mind. I'll kill this Mystique Realm demonic beast first. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei landed and rushed into the forest, heading straight for the demonic beasts in the mountain. The low-level demonic beasts could not detect Lin Fei at all. In less than 10 minutes, he entered the interior of the mountain. The aura of demonic beasts was everywhere. Just as he had guessed, there was indeed a mountain king in the mountains that managed this area. In the mountains, demonic beasts wandered. Human-shaped demonic beast? Lin Fei used his perception power to clearly see the humanoid demonic beast. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. When the humanoid demonic beast wearing beast skin appeared, Lin Fei thought of a possibility. It should be a unique effect of the fantasy land, which could help demonic beasts transform. In the outside world, unless it was a powerful demonic beast, ordinary demonic beasts could not transform. After taking human form, the demonic beast's demonic aura soared into the sky, not concealing it at all. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your strength has improved greatly. In a huge cave abode in the mountains, a small demon was trying to flatter a burly man dressed in black leather. On the huge stone bed, the burly man opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. An aura as heavy as a mountain pressed down, causing the surrounding small demons to lie on the ground and tremble. Good, good. This king's strength has finally broken through to the cryptic spirit late phase. Just one step away from becoming a demonic beast king. Congratulations. The burly man stood up. The small demons below complimented him. This king wants to drink. Send up a few jars of good wine. The little demon answered and went down. In the blink of an eye, wine and meat were served. The burly man picked up the wine jar and gulped it down, allowing the wine to flow down his chest. The rich fragrance filled the cave abode, and the small demons beside him subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Grabbing the raw meat, he took big bites. Blood dripped down, but the burly man ate with relish, feeling extremely satisfied. What happened in the fantasy land recently? The burly man asked. In reply to your majesty, I heard that a large group of martial artists will come to hunt us demonic beasts in the next few days. It should be about time, a small demon said. This king's strength has improved greatly. It's just the right time to catch a few human martial artists and eat them, especially those delicate beauties. The burly man laughed. Humph, what bullsh*t martial artists? This king can kill them with a slap. However, human martial artists are indeed soft and tender. It's been a long time since I've eaten human meat. This time, I must eat to my heart's content. Mighty your majesty. Mighty your majesty. When your majesty appears, who dares to challenge you? The burly man laughed. When this king catches the human martial artists, you will definitely have a bite to eat. Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable scream came from outside the cave abode. Your majesty, it's not good. There's a human martial artist. A small demon rushed in. Before it could finish its words, its head flew up into the sky, and blood spurted out like a pillar. The burly man grabbed the big saber on the huge stone bed and laughed. His laughter was deafening. Human martial artists, this king loves them the most. After eating you human martial artists, this king might be able to advance to a king-level demonic beast. Lin Fei walked in from the back. It was Lin Fei who killed the small demon just now. Lin Fei confirmed that it was only a Xian-level demonic beast. Without any care, he brought King Kong to the door. This is a robbery. Hand over the item and I'll spare your life. The burly man did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. Haha, you're just a Xian master martial artist and you want to rob this king? Are you out of your mind? Boom! A golden shadow flashed by and a huge palm landed on the burly man's face. His whole body flew out and hit the wall of the cave abode. Crash! Large pieces of rubble fell. Who hit this king? The burly man crawled up. In front of him, Jingguang flashed and he was kicked out again. Bang! King Kong's foot came down, trampling the burly man to the ground. Roar! The majestic roar scared the burly man so much that his face turned pale. King Kong Divine Ape. A mutated demonic beast. Hiss! The burly man sucked in a breath of cold air. Do I have the qualifications now? The burly man shouted in his heart. Where did this kid come from? He brought a King Kong Divine Ape to rob. If you had said you had such a helper, I wouldn't have dared to say no. A slap and a kick. The burly man was beaten until he lost his temper. Facing a King Kong Divine Ape that relied on strength, choosing to admit defeat was the wisest choice. Lin Fei did not hesitate and ransacked the burly man's treasury. In his words, this was a ransom. If you don't want to die, then hand over all your belongings. Watching them leave, the burly man felt like he had a nightmare. His whole body trembled. In an instant he became a pauper. Damn it, this place's feng shui is not good. Let's move to another place. This king's collection over the years. Human martial artists are such bullies. The burly man decisively chose to move. A pauper. After leaving the mountain, Lin Fei was extremely disdainful. This was a cryptic spirit late-stage demonic beast, yet it was so poor. It didn't even have pure yuan pills, and only had a pile of scrap metal. The only thing it could take out was a large pile of demonic cores. A profound spirit late-stage demonic beast. Not counting the low-level demonic cores, there are 130 profound practitioner demonic cores, 78 mystic adept demonic cores, and 12 profound spirit demonic cores. Robbing demonic beasts is more effective than robbing others. After counting the spoils, Lin Fei squinted his eyes and was very satisfied. His gaze moved and looked at the various mountains in the distance. These demonic beasts on the mountains had become a moving treasury. Time passed by in a flash. In just a short period of time, a day had passed. On the second day, the martial artists in the land of fantasy discovered a strange thing. An unexpected thing. This matter had to be explained from a group of martial artists. This group of martial artists united and prepared to rob powerful demonic beasts in order to obtain demonic cores. This was also the most common method in the land of fantasy. The successful robbery in the past had failed for the first time. At the same time, It aroused the endless anger of the demonic beasts, and their hatred was monstrous. This group of martial artists failed to rob the demonic beasts and lost their lives instead. This daddy was robbed once, and you dare to come and rob again. Do you really think this daddy is easy to bully? The demonic beasts with monstrous hatred attacked, regardless of the consequences, to defend their dignity. A group of unlucky martial artists died tragically in the hands of the demonic beasts. Such a scene happened far more than once. Many martial artists in many places, without exception, suffered the counterattack of the demonic beasts. They realized that even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered. Almost all the martial artists found that those who were a little stronger were all robbed by a black-clothed man. There was a great uproar in the martial artists' circle. Damn, who is so shameless? Fierce man, could it be that they were robbed by the same martial artist? This is too powerful, isn't it? Many martial artists were guessing. In any case, they would never have thought that this was done by a young man with a demonic beast. Under a cliff of a high mountain, a black-robed man flew out from below, and then there was a deafening curse behind him. Bandit, my baby. The black-robed man who came out was, of course, Lin Fei. Cool, it's so cool. Throughout the day, Lin Fei did not stop, leading the gold medal fighter King Kong to rob the demonic beasts of the fantasy land. Relying on the speed that he was proud of, Lin Fei's every move was accurate. There were almost no demonic beasts that could stop the two of them working together. They had once encountered a Xian King demonic beast with abnormal strength, and they had almost failed miserably. Fortunately, they managed to escape unscathed. This demonic beast really has a lot of treasures. It even hid so many pure elemental pills, and now it's all mine. Lin Fei beamed with joy. Now with just the demon cores that I robbed, it should be easy to maintain a top 10 position, right? Xiao. After flying for 30,000 miles in the sky, 5 ferocious-looking men rushed out and surrounded Lin Fei. Kid, hand over the demon cores, hand over all your valuables, or don't blame us for being impolite. The leading man in gray threatened. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had just robbed someone, and in the blink of an eye he was robbed again. Touching his chin, he laughed. Do I look so easy to rob? Big brother, this kid is stupid. There are 5 of us, and he is alone. If we don't rob you, who else would we rob? Another man laughed. How could there be such a stupid person? Chapter 279. P.S. Thank you to Divine Emperor Hao Tian and Elvis Presley for your monthly votes. It's the end of the month. I'm asking for a monthly vote, really just one, turning it into infinite motivation. In the land of fantasy, on a lush towering tree, the sound of wailing was endless. It was sad to smell it. Damn. Who said that this kid is stupid and easy to rob? One of them was naked, hanging on the towering tree, looking at the dark blue sky with a bitter face. So his eyes were focused on someone. That person also had a sullen face. That? I was just saying, who would know? Crow Mouth. You Crow Mouth. We are doomed because of you this time. These people were the ones who had tried to rob Lin Fei on the way, only to be robbed by Lin Fei instead. They didn't need to do anything, and they became like this. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Not only were their things robbed, but they were also hung on the towering tree. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. You call me stupid, you are the stupid one. After robbing them, Lin Fei flew tens of thousands of miles away, humming a song. Robbing demon beasts was a high-risk thing. Lin Fei never carried out in the same area. Although he was very strong, there was an unparalleled danger in the land of fantasy. For safety, Lin Fei did not dare to run around. Under the gorgeous colors of the land of fantasy, endless danger was hidden. Maybe the next second danger would appear on him. Lin Fei had to be vigilant. There was nothing wrong with being careful. As for why Lin Fei didn't kill the first few people, it was because their sim points weren't high, and killing them wouldn't give him much EXP. Moreover, they had opened their mouths to rob him, not to silence him. If they had a lot of sin points, they wouldn't have ended up hanging but as corpses. There is still more than a day before the end. The demon nucleus is almost enough. Lin Fei thought. Now it is time to kill a group of people with high sin value. Now that he encountered such a good opportunity, Lin Fei did not want to miss it, not to mention that when he came in, he was wearing a mask. Outsiders would not know what happened inside. For the sake of leveling up, I'll have to trouble you. Lin Fei came up with an excuse. His sin value was so high, if he didn't kill him, who else would he kill? Pooh! In the forest, a figure let out a muffled groan and fell from the sky. Your Li clan is so ruthless. A disciple was filled with resentment. His throat was immediately pierced by a sword. Li Jian's face was cold and arrogant. When the Li family needs to show their strength, you will die even if you don't. You can only blame your poor background. After killing a family disciple and taking his demonic core and treasures, Li Jian darted back into the forest in search of the next family disciple. So far, Li Jian had killed no less than 20 disciples or loose disciples, and almost all of them were killed in one hit. But this was far from his goal. His goal was to kill more than 50. Outsiders could not find out what had happened in the land of dreams. At most they could only guess. For the big clans there was no evidence, so it was nothing. At most it was just a matter of wrangling. In the long run it would just be a war of words. As for the dead, it was just a matter of that. No one would care about it because the dead were the most worthless. Pa! 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 The same scene happened to Lin Fei. The land of dreams was huge. In order to reduce the danger, many people liked to form teams. The Black Wind team was a team that specialized in hunting martial artists. Hunting demonic beasts for demonic cores was far inferior to hunting human martial artists. As a matter of fact, they encountered Lin Fei, and he attacked him without any explanation. Unexpectedly, the martial artist that they had imagined to be a weak sheep suddenly turned into a huge tiger, scaring them into a panic and prepared to escape. One Lin Fei alone was enough to make them have nowhere to hide, not to mention that he had the help of King Kong. They could barely withstand a single blow from Lin Fei before they were killed with a single blow. 6 people, 5,100 sin points. These people sure have a lot of sin points. After collecting his spoils of war, Lin Fei rushed to the next location. With his senses of a few dozen miles, coupled with the system's guidance, Lin Fei was able to find the right place almost every time. He rarely made any mistakes, and very quickly, his sin points exceeded 50,000. If this continues, it will be easy for me to get 10 to 20 million experience points. Lin Fei thought as he flew. Suddenly, Lin Fei stopped and looked in a certain direction. He released his perception strength and his expression darkened. The Li family is so shameless. In the land of dreams there was an endless forest. Xiao xiao xiao. Zhang Yun's shoulder was injured, and his back was also injured. His white robe was already stained with blood. He desperately tried to escape, but the people behind him were catching up. What should I do? The Li family is catching up. Heaven covering palm. In midair, a huge black palm covered the sky like a black cloud. It covered a radius of a few hundred feet and slammed down on Zhang Yun. The injured Zhang Yun's earth energy barrier was shattered, and a large number of trees were smashed into pieces. Zhang Yun was smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Zhang Yun continued to run. You dare to go against our Li family, this is your fate. The 4 people behind him caught up and sneered at Zhang Yun, who was lying in the pit. Cough cough cough. Zhang Yun's face was pale, and he was lying in the pit. Li family is so ruthless. Aren't you afraid of this being spread out? The leader of the group laughed. Kill you and no one will know. You can only blame yourself for coming to the land of dreams. Kill him. Swish! 2 streaks of sword light shot towards Zhang Yun. It was clear that Zhang Yun wanted to kill him. The dignified Li family only knows this kind of method. At the critical moment, a black-robed young man appeared in front of Zhang Yun. The 2 powerful sword lights were shattered like a spring breeze. Kid, who are you? Li Tianzong frowned. He didn't know why, but a bad feeling rose in his heart. Master Shuangmu, is that you? Zhang Yun opened his eyes with difficulty, and a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. Eat this pill first, don't talk. The one who blocked the fatal attack was Lin Fei. Although they didn't know each other for long, since they ran into each other, he might as well help out. Brother Tian, that person seems to be our Li family's wanted criminal. Another person frowned. I remember, he is Lin Fei, the one who injured Li Yang. He has a mid-grade spirit treasure on him. When the first person mentioned it, the rest of the Li family finally remembered. No wonder the person in front of them looked so familiar. They had all seen his portrait before. Li Tiansong was excited. He actually ran into the Li family's wanted criminal. He couldn't help but imagine that if he brought back Lin Fei's head, he would definitely be valued by the family. Kill him, he must kill him. So you are Lin Fei. What do you mean by 3 heads and 6 arms? Since you ran into me today, it will be your unlucky day. Li Tiansong was beaming with joy. Lin Fei stood up and narrowed his eyes. I am indeed very ordinary, but I am more than enough to deal with your Li family's despicable people. Everyone, let's kill this kid together. In fact, even if Li Tiansong didn't say it, they would still benefit from killing Lin Fei and bringing his head back. Kill. These 4 people were very strong. 3 of them were at the late stage of Mystic Adept and 1 was at the peak stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forced Zhang Yun to flee and almost die. Windstorm. The strong wind howled and the wind was like knives, covering the entire sky and the wilderness. Wind blades that were like knives fell on their bodies. Even if they had the strength of a Mystic Adept late stage, when faced with a large number of wind blades, not to mention blocking them, they couldn't even protect themselves with their earth energy. Their bodies of flesh and blood couldn't withstand it at all. Screams of agony could be heard and not even their bones were left. After comprehending that there was softness within hardness, and hardness within softness, Lin Fei's wind blades were like indestructible blades. Even a Mystic Adept expert wouldn't dare to block them head-on. Hiss! Li Tiansong was in a sorry state. In just a moment he was the only one left in the surroundings. Fear rose from the bottom of his heart. How could he fight like this? We are from the Li family. If you dare to kill us, don't even think about leaving the imperial capital. Li Tiansong bitterly persisted. Lin Fei laughed. You guys only know how to talk. Even if I kill you, the Li family won't know about it. So what if they know? I will kill every single one of you. Besides, I hate being threatened the most. Condense. The wind blades turned into a huge green wind blade and slashed at Li Tiansong's body. Swish! Li Tiansong died. Zhang Yun was dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a long time. At this moment Lin Fei had become a god in his eyes. Just now he was being chased all the way and almost died in the hands of his enemies. In the end, in front of Lin Fei, they were like chickens and dogs that couldn't withstand a single blow. Brother Lin. You hit it so well. After consuming the elixir, Zhang Yun was able to speak slowly. Lin Fei collected his spoils of war and walked back. Now you understand why I have to wear a mask. After Zhang Yun recovered 10 to 20% of his combat strength, Lin Fei understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that after the Li family's disciples entered the fantasy land, they kept hunting the disciples of the other families. Zhang Yun and Hong Xiazi accidentally encountered them. As a result, Hong Xiazi died on the spot. He had barely managed to escape from the encirclement and almost died in their hands. Cough cough. The Li family is really despicable. Zhang Yun's face turned pale. He angrily said, Brother Lin, thank you for helping me take revenge. I believe Hong Xiazi will be grateful to you in the underworld. Lin Fei also didn't expect that in just a day, Hong Xiazi, whom he had only met once, would die just like that. He couldn't help but sigh. The Li family really deserves to die. Lin Fei said. They didn't just target you guys, they targeted all the disciples of the other families. If there are no accidents, the Li family will be the biggest winner this time. It's a pity that we can't kill them all. Each clan was allowed 3 slots. Lin Fei had not expected the Li clan to sneak in so many disciples. He had not expected the Li clan to sneak in so many experts. Brother Lin, I have something that belongs to them. It should be of some use to you. Zhang Yun took out something and passed it to Lin Fei. This is Chapter 280. Dreamland. Swish. 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 Several figures gathered together. In just a short while, there were already 8 people with arrogant faces. The leader was Li Jian. In order to show off their existence, the Li family had arranged for many of their experts to personally go to the Dreamland to show off their strength. Especially when the news of the Li family's law enforcement elder's death spread. King-level experts had their eyes on the Li family. Enemies of the Li family had come to seek revenge. It didn't matter if the king-level experts were real or fake. It was undoubtedly a chance for many people. Many people came to watch the show. That was why the Li family had taken the risk and arranged for their disciples to come and kill some of their experts. They knew that they were in the land of dreams and couldn't find any clues. Even if there were rumors, they didn't have any evidence, so they didn't dare to do anything. They could only suffer in silence. We killed 17, 20, 11. They formed groups of 2 or 3 and reported the situation. Where are Li Tianzong and the others? Li Jian frowned and asked. They should be on a mission? A Li family disciple took out a round plate with red dots on it. It was the low-grade spirit treasure made by the Li family. Then let's ignore them. Li Jian's brows relaxed. We will use the last day to kill some more people. This time we will make their goal fail and give them a heavy blow. Understood. Swish. 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 The group came quickly and left quickly, disappearing into the forest. Li Jian licked his lips. 38. Just the harvest alone is enough for me to cultivate for a year or 2. However, this is far from enough. I need to kill more to get more resources. We have killed so many martial artists this time. The family should give us a lot of rewards when we go back, right? 2 Li family disciples flew one after the other. That's for sure. Maybe we can become inner disciples of the family. There will be more resources and it will be easier for us to cultivate. The other disciple fantasized. While it is not over yet, let's go and kill a few more people. Otherwise, we will fall behind them and the benefits will be taken by others. The 2 of them spoke one after another excitedly. Why is there wind? One of the Li family disciples frowned and asked. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple's head flew off and his body fell to the ground. As for the other Li family disciple, it was obvious that he was hesitating. Soon after, a black shadow fell from the sky, and his body fell down uncontrollably. Falling from such a height, it was impossible for him not to die. 2 more dead. A black shadow flew out. The person who attacked was Lin Fei, who had been chasing them all the way here. After obtaining this auxiliary spirit treasure from Zhang Yun, Lin Fei no longer had to worry about the whereabouts of the Li family's disciples. He could find them by following the red dots on the map. Humph, it's your Li family's bad luck this time. With the auxiliary spirit treasure, it was like adding wings to a tiger, the best helper. As long as it was within range, there was no need to worry about not being able to catch up. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei stopped what he was doing and looked in one direction. He raised his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. Such a strong murderous aura, this guy's sin value must be very high, maybe even higher than the previous ones. He's definitely not a good person. Judging from the distance, it shouldn't be far. Why don't we kill them first? Lin Fei quickly made up his mind and turned into a breeze. Damn, that Master Shuangmu runs really fast. In a forest, there were several corpses on the ground, as well as many corpses of demonic beasts. Except for the neck, there was no second wound on each of the corpses. From the horrified expression on their faces, they should have been killed instantly. The skinny young man was playing with a black knife in his hand. He was playing with the knife. He had a name in the 18 families. Death Knife. Others usually called him Knife. Hey, it seems that he is here. The silver-haired man in a black robe said with surprise. On the palm-sized compass in his hand, a red dot appeared in their range. Boom! Knife moved his hand, and the black knife flashed like a black light. A fist-sized hole appeared in a towering tree. How is it possible? We have been chasing for a day and a night, but there is no trace of this Master Shuangmu. How could he appear now? Knife seemed very surprised. The silver-haired man in a black robe nodded. It shouldn't be wrong. The things that our 18 families make rarely go wrong. It should be that Master Shuangmu was going somewhere, and we happened to meet him. Knife revealed a devilish smile. Then we can kill him so that we don't have to look for him everywhere. Let's get ready. Lin Fei moved fast. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky above the forest. Good hiding. He flew down from the sky and stood in the forest. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. How could they die here? Lin Fei moved with a surprised expression on his face. People couldn't help but wonder if this man knew them. At least, Knife and the silver-haired man in a black robe had such a thought. This Master Shuangmu came for the corpses on the ground. He didn't know that they had been exposed. However, he didn't know that the mantis had become the prey of the Oriole. Storm. The Cyan Wind Blade mercilessly attacked Knife, who was hiding not far behind him. Dense Cyan Wind Blades suddenly shot out. Except for the area where Lin Fei was, the rest of the area suddenly became a death zone. Oh no, we've been discovered. Both of them were shocked. They all had auxiliary spirit treasures on them that could hide their aura. Even a cryptic spirit expert would not be able to find their location. They had planned to secretly take down Master Shuang Mu, but they were attacked first. One blade cut. Knife shouted, and the black knife turned into a big black knife. The 30-feet-long knife aura smashed down. The Cyan Wind Blades were shattered. However, they were blocked by the Cyan Wind Blades in the blink of an eye. The black knife aura was also disintegrated. With just one move, Knife was suddenly in danger. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades that were as hard as Knife aura kept smashing down. Knife was a cryptic spirit middle stage expert. Among the 18 families, he was famous for his ruthlessness. Today he had kicked an iron plate. The ferocious azure wind blades were no weaker than saber lights. This was especially so for Lin Fei's dense quintessence. In terms of might, the azure wind blades he executed were many times stronger. There was simply no way to block them. Boom! The Cyan Wind Blades smashed down. Knife was blown away like a kite with a broken string. His body was badly mutilated. Knife! The silver-haired black-robed man hesitated for a moment. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect Knife to be defeated so thoroughly and so quickly. Fire Dragon Wild Dance. 100-feet-long red dragon exuded a majestic true essence aura. It opened its mouth and bit down at Lin Fei. Knife was defeated in a few rounds. Naturally, he did not dare to hold back. Strong enemy. The blazing aura was like the waves of the sea, continuously spreading out. Crackling sounds could be heard in midair, as if something was being burned. Just this wave alone was unbearable for a martial artist. Wind Tornado. The originally ferocious Cyan Wind Blade transformed into a giant Cyan Tornado. It whizzed over and engulfed the hundreds of feet-long fire dragon. Sparks flew everywhere from the powerful fire dragon. It was a tragic sight to behold as it was directly annihilated in the tornado. Concept of wind. The silver-haired black-robed man was shocked. He opened his mouth and spat out a fiery red bead. It exuded a violent aura. Even from afar one could feel the heat. Let's see how you block the explosion of the fire thunder bead. At the same time, he flew towards Knife and grabbed it with one hand. Wind Beam. The explosive fire elemental energy was like an avalanche, its might extraordinary. The silver-haired black-robed man felt his heart ache after using a fire thunder bead. He had no choice. The opponent's concept was too strong. It seemed to have reached the greater mastery level. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Roar! The silver-haired black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. The silver-haired black-robed man was sent flying. As for Knife, it did not even have time to react. It was smashed into pieces. Diamond Godly Ape. The silver-haired black-robed man was shocked. His back was drenched in cold sweat. One Lin Fei was scary enough. Now that there was a mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast, what was there to fight? It was definitely courting death. One man and one beast were going to die. As soon as this thought appeared, he was sent flying again. While he was lost in thought, the diamond godly ape came again and sent the silver-haired black-robed man flying with a rod. The first time could be considered as blocking part of it, but he would not be so lucky the second time. The silver-haired black-robed man was defeated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several golden suns shone brightly. Wherever the light passed, a destructive aura swept through. This was Lin Fei's metal intent. It was extremely terrifying. Kacha, kacha. The silver-haired black-robed man's arms and legs were smashed. Even his chin was half broken, revealing his white bones. He looked extremely pitiful. This was a mystic spirit late-stage expert. We're done for. The silver-haired black-robed man spat out this sentence. He was dead. 2 consecutive attacks. The silver-haired black-robed man could not block it. Facing Lin Fei's destruction sword art, he had no choice but to die. Damn it, the sword art is too strong. I can't control it. Lin Fei landed. That explosion just now only delayed him for a moment. To Lin Fei, it was really not that powerful because he could already use the windshield. It seems like the two of them know me. Lin Fei was puzzled. If he regretted killing them, he might as well capture them first. After checking the corpses and the items on the ground, Lin Fei found something as he wished. It was a black plate with 3 words carved on it, 18 families. On the back there was a name, Wang Quan. Lin Fei came to a realization. So they're from the 18 families. No wonder they recognized me and wanted to ambush me. The appearance of the 18 families had angered Lin Fei. However, the 18 families sent people to kill him just because he killed 2 of them? They really don't know what's good for them. If Lin Fei had only been interested and curious before, he was now furious at the 18 great clans. After settling this matter, I will definitely cause a huge commotion for the 18 families. Lin Fan collected the spoils of war on the ground. He had gained quite a lot, especially the pure essence pills, which amounted to about 200,000 to 300,000. At the same time, he also obtained 2 fiery red beads. Fire lightning bead? The power of the explosion just now was comparable to a mystic great perfection stage explosion. It was comparable to his compressed water fire lotus. This item is not bad. I will give it to the 18 families to try. After keeping the items, Lin Fei found another item. It was a compass-like item just like what the Li family used. After checking it, he understood its use. He finally understood how they knew he was coming. Turned out to be like this. After killing 2 people from the 18 families, Lin Fei didn't stop and ran towards the Li family's disciples. What's going on? Why did our disciples leave the area? A Li family's disciple asked Li Jian. Ever since they reunited, Li Jian had been with the Li family's disciples. The dreamland was huge. Other than them, no one else came in. After killing so many people, there were only a few left. Li Jian took the plate and couldn't help but frown. As expected, something was wrong. What's going on? Where did they go? The Li family's disciple shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Look, it looks like our clansmen are coming. The Li family's disciple pointed at the red dot. Li Jian said, when we get here, we'll ask them where they went. This time, there were a total of 23 Li family's disciples. Most of them were mystic great perfection stage experts. It was more than enough to deal with the people inside. The red dot got closer and closer. When they saw a black figure coming over, Li Jian and the rest stopped. It doesn't look like one of us. A Li family's disciples' eyes lit up. Sky supporting pillar. One of the Li family's disciples snorted. Boundless true essence gathered into a giant rod and smashed it down. Obviously, he wanted to probe the other party's background. Walala! Cyan wind blades came out one after another, cutting the Zhanyuan stick into pieces. However, the cyan wind blades did not stop there. They continued to sweep over, and the wind was filled with killing intent. The Li family's disciple didn't expect the other party to attack so quickly. Especially when the wind blades were tens of feet away, they appeared in front of them in a breath's time. Apart from a few who reacted quickly, many of the Li family's disciples were injured or killed. Who are you? Li Jian's expression was solemn. Flames appeared around him and moved back and forth. Isn't your Li family looking for me? Now that I'm here, you can't recognize me. Haha. Lin Fei appeared not far from them. Li Jian gritted his teeth. So it's you, Lin Fei. Lin Fei ignored the other party's anger. So many Li family's disciples. You are one of the strongest. Unfortunately, you will die here today. Oh, I forgot to tell you that out of all the Li family's disciples, only you are left. Li Jian's heart sank. His eyes were like lightning, filled with killing intent. Seems like you want to fight with our Li family. Lin Fei shook his head. I don't want to fight with Li family. I just want to kill some disciples to vent my anger. What do you think? Damn it. Die. A Li family's disciple jumped out from behind Li Jian. With a long cry, a lifelike eagle soared through the sky and grabbed at Lin Fei. Bang! Chapter 281. In the gladiatorial arena of the Tianhai dynasty. It was the last day of the competition for the position of the chief merchant, and the outcome was about to be decided. In the next 10 years, the outcome would be decided today. Those who managed to enter the top 10 would continue to develop, their families would continue to grow stronger, and their influence would continue to expand. As for those who dropped out of the position, their growth would continue to slow down. There shouldn't be any big changes to the top 10 families this year. The last one, the One family, has a high chance of losing their position. The One family? They were lucky last time, but they won't be so lucky this time. In the gladiatorial arena, the families were discussing among themselves. In the area where the One family was, there weren't many people around, and they seemed to know that the One family would lose their position. The position of the top 10 chief merchant in the Tianhai dynasty could be said to have the right to develop, and the redistribution of interests was very important to a family. If they lost their position, they would naturally not be valued. Great elder, let's leave it to fate. An elder of the One family did not look good, and he lowered his voice as if he was afraid that others would hear. After Zhang Yun came out, the One family was in a bad mood. The land of illusion was more dangerous than they had imagined. Zhang Yun's strength was not weak, and it was indeed beyond their imagination that he was thrown out so quickly. Great elder Wen Lei squinted his eyes. He indeed, let's leave it to fate. The elders and deacons did not notice that their great elder's tone was not pessimistic, but there was a hint of joy in it. Elder Wen Lei, this elder thought you wouldn't come this time. Not far away, a middle-aged man walked over with a few guards. The people of the One family immediately looked bad, as if there was some conflict and hatred between them. Of course, I have to come personally, Wen Lei said with a smile, but you guys seem to be very confident this time. With Elder Lei's help, if our Jin family doesn't make any mistakes this time, we should be able to get one of the positions. The middle-aged man's face was full of joy, as if it was written on his face that he was in a good mood. Those who did not know what was going on would mistakenly think that the two were friends, chatting so happily. Little did they know that the One family and the Jin family had always been enemies. The reason was simple. The position of the Jin clan was now occupied by the One clan. It could be said that the Jin clan's loss of qualifications was largely due to the One clan. This time, the Jin family had arranged for 3 experts. If there were no accidents, they would be able to take one of the positions. After knowing that the One clan had lost 2 warriors, the elder of the Jin clan naturally wanted to mock the One clan in order to improve his position. If the Jin clan lost their position as the chief merchant, there would be a lot of restrictions on their development in the next 10 years. The One clan would definitely not be able to afford it. The faces of the elders and deacons of the One clan darkened. Their eyes were practically spitting fire. If it wasn't for the presence of First Elder Wen Lei, they would have already started fighting. This elder congratulates you. Grand Elder Wen Lei was calm, and no anger could be seen on his face. Thank you for your kind words. Elder Jin Zhong had brought his guards here to trample on the One family's face, but Wen Lei hadn't said a word or refuted him. This time he immediately lost interest, feeling that it was extremely boring. He left with his guards feeling extremely depressed. That's strange. Since when did Wen Lei become so good-tempered? Could it be that the One clan has some secret trump card? They were always in a hurry in the past. Elder Jin Zhong, who had returned, was filled with questions. He could not understand them no matter how he thought about them. Elder, the Jin clan has gone too far. The elders were furious. Grand Elder Wen Lei looked at them and reprimanded them. You're all elders and deacons. You've seen all kinds of storms. Why do you have to make things difficult for a villain? When the results are out, it will be clear who won and who lost. The elders looked at one another in dismay. Was this possible? It's about to end. An hour later, the once-in-a-decade fight for the chief merchant position had ended just like that. Some were excited and some were crying. The teleportation portal opened and everyone began to wait. After a few breaths, the teleportation portal was still empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. Everyone was confused. Could it be that all the disciples of their clan were dead? A huge rock hung in their hearts. He's out. When the first person came out, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, more people came out one after another. They immediately realized that there was something wrong with the dreamland. Only a few of the hundreds of participants had come out. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong. How could this be? Where are they? Where did they go? Many people from the clans began to lose their composure. Their eyes wandered, staring at the teleportation portal. Li Feng was in a good mood. Li Jian has made a great contribution this time. It seems that I was right to judge him. It had been a while since the teleportation portal opened, but no one came out. Li Feng understood that the Li clan's operation this time was perfect. Half an hour later, everyone's mood was in a mess. Over 100 martial artists had entered, but less than 20 had come out. There was an 80% chance that they were trapped in the dreamland. Grand Elder Wen Lei's face was filled with worry. The situation seemed to be more complicated than they had imagined. Elder Lei, will that master Shuangmu? The elders began to worry. Zhang Yuan had lost the qualification and did not have many demon cores. Hong Xiazi had died in the dreamland. Now, only Master Shuangmu was left, which indeed worried them. Wait. One word. Half an hour later. There were less than 20 martial artists. This time they were really panicking. Especially Li Feng. His heart was covered with a layer of shadow. Where is he? Where is Li Jian? Where did he go? Why isn't he out yet? The person in charge of the Li clan this time was not Li Feng, but an elder of the Li clan. Li Feng, you are the one who arranged this. What do you say? A cold and dignified voice was directed at Li Feng. Li Feng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He explained, Elder Bing, let's wait for a while. Maybe Li Jian and the others will come out. Li Feng did not know why, but he was not confident in this reason. Humph, if Li Jian and the others still don't come out, how are you going to explain it when you return? Elder Li Bing sneered, cursing in his heart. Li Feng scolded Elder Li Bing for being shameless. Li Jian hadn't come out yet, but he was ready to make him the scapegoat. Who asked him to be more powerful than him? Li Jian, you mustn't die. Otherwise we're really done for this time. The incident in the demonic beast mountain range had already caused him to be scolded by the clan. If something like this were to happen again today, Li Feng would be afraid. Someone else came out. An hour later. It was close to the limit of the teleportation gate. Normally, if someone couldn't come out, it meant that something had happened to them in the dreamland. If something had happened, it meant that they were dead. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to come out. A black-robed man wearing a mask came out, causing a lot of discussion. Which clan is he from? He seems to be from the One clan. I remember clearly that he's wearing a mask. I remember it too. He's from the One clan. After the black-robed man came out, he walked to the One clan. However, halfway through the journey, a voice suddenly rang out. A person stood in front of the black-robed man. Why do you have such a strong killing intent? Did you kill them? In an hour, nearly 100 people had died in the dreamland. Some clans were already on the verge of erupting. When they saw that the person who came out was not from their clan, they couldn't control their emotions. The person who came out was Lin Fei. Uncle, your people didn't come out, so you're blaming me for killing them? What kind of logic is that? The person who jumped out was Elder Jin Zhong, who had a grudge against the One clan. He was originally confident that he would succeed, but the disciples of the Jin clan still hadn't come out. Elder Jin Zhong was restless. When he saw the people of the One clan coming out, he could clearly see the mockery from the One clan. It was like a slap to his face, stinging and painful. Elder Jin Zhong's face was like coal. I highly suspect that you killed them. Also, no one is wearing a mask. Why are you the only one wearing a mask? Is there something shameful? Elder Jin, who do you think you are? Who are you to stop the people of the One clan? Grand Elder Wen Lei, who hadn't lost his temper, glared at him. He actually cursed in front of everyone. As his name suggested, his temper flared up. Jin Zhong said angrily, do you think what I said makes sense? There's still a murderous aura on this person. Perhaps our people were killed by him. If he didn't do something shameful, why would he wear a mask? Originally, the elders of the clan were all guessing why their disciples didn't come out and who killed them. Hearing Elder Jin Zhong's words, they subconsciously thought about it. Especially since the person was wearing a mask, they couldn't help but think along the lines of his words. Our Wang clan's disciples still haven't come out. This person has a strong murderous aura, and he's wearing a mask. If it's not a guilty conscience, then what is it? Take off the mask. That's right, take off the mask. Jin Zhong was secretly pleased. Let's see how your Wen clan will solve this. Successfully attracting everyone's attention, Jin Zhong didn't believe that they would continue fighting with the others. Wen Lei was the grand elder of the Wen clan. Facing so many families, it was impossible for him to continue being domineering. He couldn't help but hate Jin Zhong for coming up with such an idea. The people of the Wen clan wouldn't do such things. Our Wen clan guarantees this. Grand Elder Wen Lei said in a low voice. What's the use of a guarantee? Take off the mask. None of them were convinced. Elder Wen Lei, since they're willing to watch, let them watch. It's not a big deal. Lin Fei suddenly said. Grand Elder Wen Lei had once heard that Grandmaster Shuangmu had an enemy in the capital, which was why he wore a mask. He didn't expect someone as despicable as Jin Zhong to jump out. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. It's fine. Chapter 282. What should you do? His loud voice was directed at the other party. Lin Fei was the kind of person who wouldn't do anything unless provoked. But once provoked, he wouldn't rest until he'd pluck a hair off of you. What are you doing, Insang? Do you think you have the right to talk to an elder of the Jin family? A disciple behind Elder Jinzhong shouted unhappily. Get out of my way. With a loud roar, the Jin family disciple who'd spoken turned into a black streak as he was kicked away. He fell flat on his face. Elder Jin, what should you do? Lin Fei pressed again, his sharp eyes blasting at Elder Jinzhong as if he'd just done something insignificant. Thud. Elder Jinzhong actually felt a thick murderous intent under that sharp gaze. For some reason he felt a chill and took a step back. I'm an elder of the Jin family. What right do you have to demand anything from me? This time Elder Golden Bell found a suitable sentence. I'm an elder of the Jin family. Who are you? You think you're worthy to talk to me? Elder Jin Zhong comforted himself with that. At the same time he was shocked. He was a cryptic spirit late-stage cultivator, but he couldn't see how Yi Futian had done it. Seeing his own disciple sent flying, he was filled with rage. The others were just as shocked. The disciple wasn't strong, only at the mid-mystic master level. He couldn't even take a single blow from the other party and was sent flying right in front of Elder Jinzhong. Who on earth was this person? Arrogant. Truly arrogant. Li Feng of the Li family couldn't help but frown. Why did that action just now give me a familiar feeling? Could it be that I've seen this person before? But why don't I remember? Li Feng was conflicted. Lin Fei laughed with disdain. So this is an elder of the Jin family. You only know how to bully ordinary people. Even I dared to take off my mask and you didn't dare do anything. What right do you have to accuse me of killing someone? Of your status? Some who were dissatisfied with the Jin family cheered inwardly. Great Elder Wen Lei also saw this and nodded to himself. It's normal for a man of character to be a little arrogant. Jin Zhong was so embarrassed by a young man. How dare you? This elder thinks that you are the culprit who killed our Jin family's disciple. Jin Zhong shouted angrily, grabbing out with a single hand. When you fall into this elder's hands, I won't be afraid that you won't speak the truth. Elder Jin Zhong was so angry that he became muddle-headed. He found an extremely reluctant excuse. No matter what, he had to take down the other party first. As for everything else was negotiable. Many shook their heads. Since when would the elders of the Jin clan cause trouble for no reason? Why would they make things difficult for a cultivator? It was all because this person was invited by the Wen clan. Humph, you dare to make a move in the martial arena? In the air there was a muffled groan. Elder Jin Zhong, who had attacked, took 3 steps back, fear on his face. Unknowingly, a gray-robed old man had appeared in front of them. He had the strength of mystic spirit Great Circle. At this moment, his face was expressionless, and the scene was silent. The arena was overseen by experts. In the fighting arena, as long as the overseeing expert made a move, no one would dare to continue, unless they wanted to die in the fighting arena. Take off your mask, the gray-robed old man said to Lin Fei expressionlessly. Lin Fei did not want to cause any trouble. He nodded to show that he understood and took off his mask. The moment the mask was removed, a commotion broke out. Elder Jinzhong, you've really wronged him this time. He's clearly disfigured. That's why he's wearing a mask. He doesn't want to scare others. After Lin Fei took off his mask, the scars on his face were revealed. It was a hideous and horrifying sight. Everyone could not help but wonder what kind of person had done this to him. Everyone understood what was going on when he attacked out of rage. How could this be? Jin Zhong's face was full of disappointment. The other party's face was full of scars. With his strength, he could see clearly that the scars on the other party's face were left a long time ago and not recently. Moreover, who would leave scars on their face because they wanted to make things difficult for themselves? Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei put on his mask. He hated Elder Jinzhong to the core. He had wasted 500 points for nothing. No matter what, he had to get back at the other party. Then where did your killing intent come from? And the smell of blood? Jinzhong knew that he had lost face today. He had to continue and try to find out the problem from Zhang Xian. Lin Fei said, "Of course it's from hunting demon beasts. Do I have to report all of this to you? I really don't understand how you cultivate it to this realm. You should really go back to the furnace and reform yourself." Jinzhong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Zhang Xian was too eloquent. "You said that I killed demon beasts, so I killed them. If you have the ability, hand over the points." Jinzhong knew that his words could not withstand the test. For the sake of his face, he still had to give it a try. Maybe he would gain something and save some face. Lin Fei smiled. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll show you." He turned around and strode to the place where the points were tabulated. The highest score of the less than 20 martial artists before was only 1,000 points. Most of them were low-ranked demon beasts with profound realm demon cores. As for the ones above, the number was much smaller. Lin Fei waved his hand. Clatter, clatter. A large pile of demon cores fell on the big table and rolled. So many demon cores. I see a mystic master demon core. That's nothing. Do you see that red one? It's clearly a mystic spirit demon core. There were no less than 300 or 400 demon cores. Everyone gasped. As for the one with the highest score of more than 1,000 points, he was also dumbfounded at this time. Especially among these demon cores, many of them were profound realm and mystic master realm demon cores. There were also a few mystic spirit demon cores. Jinzhong was stunned. His face was burning with pain. He felt that he had been slapped on the left side of his face. Now he stretched out his right face and the other party slapped him. He regretted it. He began to regret it. If he knew this would happen, Jinzhong would not stand up. This was simply lifting a stone to smash his own foot. In the end, he was the one who suffered. The elders of the One family all smiled. They understood that this time, their One family had a big turnaround. 5,632 points. After the number came out, it was a mess. The highest score was more than 1,000 points. Now it suddenly rushed to more than 5,000 points, a position that they needed to look up to. Such an unexpected scene made everyone look at the One family began to become friendly. If there was no accident, the biggest winner this time would be the One family. Lin Fei muttered in his heart. It's a loss. It's really a loss. If I knew earlier, I would have come out a little less. Now I'm high profile again. Elder Jin, what do you say now? Lin Fei looked at Elder Jinzhong and said in a tone that was not polite at all. Jinzhong could already feel the dissatisfaction of the old man in gray on him. He knew that if he did not express it, he might be the one who would be unlucky when he returned to the Jin family. I'm sorry, sir. I was impulsive just now. After saying such a sentence, Jinzhong's whole body was weak. He was a dignified elder. To say such a sentence to a mystic master martial artist, he didn't know where his face was lost. How could he face others in the future? He couldn't wait to open a hole in the ground, jump down directly, and not come out to see people. Lin Fei said with a smile. Some people are self-righteous and like to put everything on others. In the end, they are still the unlucky ones. Elder Jin, you have to remember this. Jinzhong's face darkened even more. How could you point out names like this? The veins on his forehead bulged and his anger continued to rise. Lin Fei would trample on people to the end. As for revenge, what a joke. If he really wanted revenge, he did not mind killing them directly. There was no difference between killing one more person and one less person. In the end, Jinzhong could not say a word. This matter was not right. Half an hour later, no more martial artists came out of the land of dreams. Everyone's expression was different. This year there was a huge change in the situation of the imperial capital. If this result was spread outside, it would probably cause a great uproar. Among them, the biggest dark horse, the One family, actually took the first position. It made people wonder if the sun rose from the west. What was a salted fish turning over and reversing the situation? Similarly, the person called Master Shuangmu was also remembered. After the announcement, Lin Fei said a few words to Elder Wen Lei and was ready to leave. At the gate, a figure stood in front of him. Master Shuangmu, do we know each other? Li Feng stood in front of Lin Fei and asked in a questioning tone. This is my first time in the imperial capital. I don't understand why you said that, sir. Lin Fei said seriously. I think you must have recognized the wrong person. Li Feng still had doubts, but he did not continue to ask. Then it seems that there is a mistake. Looking at the other person's back, Li Feng still frowned. Did I really recognize the wrong person? After leaving the martial arena, the sun was bright and it was very comfortable. Fortunately, I have the system's help. Otherwise, I would have been exposed today. Lin Fei's heart sank. Li Feng of the Li family must be paying attention to me. I can't stay in the imperial capital for long. In the land of dreams, Lin Fei killed all the disciples of the Li family. He believed that with the huge resources of the Li family, they would soon react and target him. Tonight, I will visit the Li family. Then, I will leave the imperial capital and the One family. Lin Fei had not forgotten about the mysterious sky spiritual treasure. Especially from their mouths, he learned more about the situation. In particular, he obtained the map of the Li family's residence, which clearly marked the Li family's location. It could be said that with this map, Lin Fei had the idea of visiting the Li family at night. With the map, he had a better understanding of the Li family's territory and did not need to worry about anything. Especially with his speed, even King Kong could not catch up with him. Unless it was a king-level expert, there was really nothing to worry about. Chapter 283. As soon as the position of the head merchant was confirmed, the entire capital went crazy. The result was beyond everyone's imagination. The first position of the head merchant usually belonged to the few families in the past. No one would have thought that the One family would get it this time. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Among them, the Li family was a dark horse. The Li family, which had a king-level warrior, surprisingly lost the position this time. None of the 3 warriors they had sent had returned, which was shocking. For the Li family, which had a king-level warrior, the head merchant position was not affected too much because they had a king-level warrior. As for the other families, they were not as lucky as the Li family. You said that the Master Shuangmu invited by the One family might be the same Lin Fei who injured Li Yang and stole the metal intent realm? Outside the arena, Li Bing said word by word, looking at Li Feng. Facing Elder Li Bing's doubtful face, Li Feng had to continue. If he could, he wouldn't mind slapping Elder Li Bing's face. Unfortunately, Li Feng didn't dare. Elder Li Bing was stronger than him in terms of status, strength, and influence. At the same time, he had a large network of connections. No matter what, he couldn't beat him unless he became a king-level warrior one day. Was that possible? Impossible, unless the sun rose from the west. I do doubt it. The Lin family has 2 intent realms. One is the metal intent realm, and the other is the wind intent realm. Elder Jinzhong was at the cryptic spirit realm, but he couldn't react in time. The opponent is only at the dark master realm. How many people like him can you find? Li Feng continued to speculate. Li Bing looked at him coldly. Do you think I will believe you? Don't try to fool a 3-year-old. Lin Fei is being hunted down in the demonic beast mountain range. Even if he's still alive, do you think he'll come to the imperial capital? Provoke the Li family? Only someone like you would dare to say such nonsense. Li Feng's face turned red. Elder Bing, as long as you check where this Grandmaster Shuangmu appeared from, you will definitely find some clues. I can guarantee that. Li Bing didn't believe Li Feng's words at all. Between the 2 of them, one was a direct descendant and the other was a branched descendant. They had always been fighting each other. Now that something big had happened, of course, he wouldn't give Li Feng a chance to redeem himself. Not to mention Lin Fei had stolen the concept of metal. Unless he had eaten a leopard's gall, he wouldn't dare to take even half a step into the imperial capital. Humph, I'm in charge here. It's not your turn to tell me what to do and what not to do. You'd better think about how to explain this matter. After saying that, Li Bing left with a dark face. The Li family had lost the position of one of the top 10 general merchants. Li Bing had a headache and didn't know how to explain it. Especially since so many disciples of the Li family had died. It was no different than suffering in silence. Looking at Li Bing's back, Li Feng cursed inwardly. You bastard! It's obvious that you want me to be the scapegoat. How can you say it in such a dignified way? You're a jerk. When we find out that Grandmaster Shuangmu is Lin Fei, I'll see how you face the anger of the patriarch. Coming out of the arena, Lin Fei walked along the street and returned to the One family. After a short rest, he personally visited the Li family in the evening. Not long after he came out, walking on the street, Lin Fei was stopped by two men in black. Your Excellency is Grandmaster Shuangmu, right? One of the men in black said expressionlessly. Lin Fei was vigilant. I am Grandmaster Shuangmu. And you are? From the moment the two of them appeared, Lin Fei could tell that they were not simple. They were not people that ordinary people could possess. Their gazes were filled with disdain. Our master wants to see you. Lin Fei refused without hesitation. I'm not going. I don't know your master. From the bottom of his heart, Lin Fei didn't like this kind of people who wanted to see him. Did they really think they were the king? If they had the ability, they could come out by themselves. Disbelief flashed in the eyes of the two men in black. Did this Grandmaster Shuangmu know the power of their master? Countless people wanted to be favored by their master and become his dog. In the end, this kid actually rejected it flatly. They almost doubted whether they had heard it wrong. How could there be such a person? Didn't he know that if he was valued by his master, even if he couldn't soar to the sky, his value would double in the future? Even if he was a dog, it was better than a mediocre life. Boy, do you know what you're doing? Lin Fei said with a smile. Of course I know. Isn't it just that your bullshit master wants to see me? If he really wants to see me, then come in person. Don't hide behind him. Do you really think you're the king? The two men were furious. Insulting the master, you're courting death. The two men in black were furious. One of them turned his palm into a fist and punched at Lin Fei's chest like a black shadow. Obviously, he wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Crack! Lin Fei didn't move at all. He grabbed the two fists with his left and right hands and exerted force downward. Suddenly there was a sound of bones breaking. Then he threw them out. Get lost! The two men flew into the air and were thrown out by Lin Fei as if they were sandbags. Despicable people are everywhere. After the two men in black flew out, they fell on the ground and rolled on the ground. They got up and looked over with hatred. Their eyes were filled with fear. They looked at each other and left with hatred. In the luxurious golden carriage, the third prince, Ing Xiaotian, was sitting in front of a tea set, sipping fragrant tea. Your Highness, it's a mess. The two men in black knelt in the carriage, not daring to make a sound. You did it. His calm voice caused their hearts to beat faster, and a wave of fear spread out from their hearts. We did it. Master Shuangmu is suspected to be a body-refining martial artist. Ing Xiaotian took a sip of fragrant tea. His every movement was elegant and profound. This Grandmaster Shuangmu is quite interesting. He actually dared to refuse this prince. Who knows how many people have used all sorts of methods just to meet him, but he actually gave up. The foreheads of the two men in black were full of cold sweat, because they knew that when the third prince was quiet, it meant that he was angry. You did something wrong, but you still dare to come back. You're just trash. What's the use of keeping you? Ing Xiaotian raised his fair fingers and made a grabbing motion in the air. The two of them groaned and fell to the ground. No one has ever been able to refuse this prince's recruitment. Those who refuse this prince will die. Make the arrangements. This prince doesn't want to see this person again. In the One family, when Lin Fei came back, the people of the One clan looked at him with friendly gazes. There was no need to say how polite they were. As soon as the result of the arena came out, they immediately came back to report. As soon as Lin Fei came back, the One family already knew the result. At this time, they all looked at Lin Fei with admiration. Because of Master Shuangmu's help, their family could keep their position, turn over a new leaf and reverse the situation. In the next 10 years they didn't need to worry about anything. I knew that Master Shuangmu could do it. He walked into the small yard. Lin Fei saw Wen Wuxia and Zhang Yun waiting for him in the yard. Your Wen family is too enthusiastic. Along the way, Lin Fei felt that he had become a national protected animal. People kept paying attention to him, and even many girls kept sending him radio waves. Wen Wuxia burst into laughter, which was extraordinarily beautiful. That's because Master Shuangmu helped the Wen family a lot. Zhang Yun's face recovered a lot, and he gave a thumbs up. Master Shuangmu is really amazing. This wine was specially prepared for you, Master Shuangmu. Wen Wuxia knew about the situation, and her face was full of disbelief. When an elder came back and confirmed that everything was true, Wen Wuxia felt like she was dreaming. Good wine, I like it. Good wine was indeed good wine. Lin Fei drank a lot, and a thick true essence was in his body, so he wasn't too drunk. Zhang Yun left very early. In the yard, Wen Wuxia was left alone. Master Shuangmu, can I ask you a question? Wen Wuxia's pretty face was red, and she was exceptionally attractive, especially her eyes, which were extremely charming. She looked at Lin Fei and kissed his red lips. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of wine. Miss Wen, you are so smart. Is there anything that you can't guess? I am very curious, why did you help our Wen family? This question had been in Wen Wuxia's heart for a long time. Lin Fei smiled. Can I not say it? No. Then how about I tell you tomorrow? Let's drink today. Then it's a deal. Drinking like this with a beautiful woman was a different experience. At night, Lin Fei rejected the Wen family's banquet, and came up with an excuse that he needed to recover from his injuries. As for the 1,000,000 pure yuan pills, he accepted it without hesitation. 1,000,000 pure yuan pills was a huge sum. Including the pure yuan pills that he got from killing people, Lin Fei now had no less than 8,000,000 pure yuan pills on him. Other than the big families and sects, no martial artist of this level would have such wealth. Midnight. A black shadow came out of the Wen family, and disappeared into the night. Finally I can relax. After completing Zhang Wen's request, Lin Fei felt relaxed. He had never felt so relaxed before. Previously, when he was under pressure, he felt like he couldn't think straight. Now that the stone in his heart had been lifted, everything was fine. Right now his thoughts were all clear. When he came out of the Wen family, he was surrounded by darkness. He looked at a place and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If I do good deeds, I will be watched. I really can't be a good person. Near the Wen family, there were people watching the main gate of the Wen family, and even the back gate. If not for his excellent movement technique, he might have been discovered. Facing these spies, Lin Fei twitched his mouth. He would not do anything and let them continue to watch. However, just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei sensed something infuriating. In a loft near the main street of the Wen family. What are you 18 families doing? Why is Master Shuangmu not dead yet? Lei Wei was in a bad mood in the loft, and he roared. When he saw someone return and heard that the Wen family had taken first place, Lei Wei almost fainted from anger. Is this the 18 families? Guaranteed to be safe? Bullshit, bullshit. Opposite Lei Wei sat two middle-aged men, and they did not look too good. Young Master Lei, are you sure that Master Shuangmu is as weak as you said? Du Shan asked with a sullen face. In order to avenge King Feiying and Yu Guang, they did not expect to suffer such a big setback. Lei Wei was guilty. In order to save the damsel in distress, he had won Wen Wuxia's favor. But when he heard the 18 families, he was frightened and embarrassed. Later, he was not satisfied, and especially after seeing Wen Wuxia's actions, he was even more unhappy. So he secretly found the 18 families and sold the information. He should not be strong, just a little bit stronger than King Feiying and the others. Humph. What do you mean by a little bit stronger? Du Shan sneered. If not for the inaccurate information you provided, how could the experts we arranged not return? Lei Wei was also angry. You 18 families keep saying that you want to kill Master Shuangmu, and boast about how strong you are. Look at you now, he is happy in the Wen family. Is this the strength you are talking about? Dushan, young Master Lei, we should think about this at length. Xiao Dao and Wang Quan are both dead. We need to go back to the headquarters of the 18 families and report the situation. At that time, Master Shuangmu will definitely die. The other middle-aged man who had been silent finally spoke. His voice was very heavy, and it made people's hearts tremble. No wonder the people of the 18 families came to kill me. So that's what happened. Hearing such an outrageous thing, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would think that the scene in front of him was real. When he was in the land of dreams, Lin Fei had doubts in his heart about who had betrayed him. After hearing Lei Wei's words, all his doubts were cleared. There was a traitor. Lin Fei remembered clearly what had happened on the official road. Except for the people of the one family, it seemed like no one else knew about that scene. Unless someone saw it occasionally, but the chances were not high. Lin Fei had always thought that someone in the one family had leaked the secret, which led to the 18 families coming to kill him. He did not expect that it was Lei Wei who had leaked the secret. The headquarters of the 18 families? Lin Fei took note of it. Originally, he was going to kill his way in. After hearing about the headquarters of the 18 families, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind, casting a long line to catch a big fish. As for the 18 families, Lin Fei was quite angry. He had always wanted to find trouble with the 18 families. After hearing about it, he changed his mind at the last minute. He could go to the Li family again, but the headquarters of the 18 families might not be that easy to find. In the Imperial City, there were countless news about the 18 families. The only thing he did not know was where the headquarters of the 18 families were. There were even people who offered a high price for it. Unfortunately, he had not found anything until now. In the attic, it was soon quiet. Lei Wei sneaked out from the back door and quickly flashed into a small alley. It seemed that he was very clear about the situation in this area. Chapter 284. Damn Master Shuangmu, even this can't kill him. In the alley, Lei Wei was cursing and cursing. His temper was extremely bad. No, this young master must kill that brat. If the 18 clans can't do it, I can find someone else. There must be someone who can kill him. No matter what, this brat must die. Why is he stronger than this young master? Why did he win over Miss One? Why? Because I am stronger than you. A sudden sound appeared in the alley. Who? A black shadow flashed past. Thud. Lei Wei's protective aura rippled and was kicked to pieces. He crashed heavily against the hard wall, causing rubble to fall. Bang! Kacha kacha! Before Lei Wei could understand what was happening, a mountain appeared on his body, causing him to be unable to breathe. Intense pain spread throughout his body. It's you? A look of fear flashed across Lei Wei's face. What, didn't you just say you want to kill me? A cold smile hung on Lin Fei's face as he stepped on Lei Wei's body, crushing countless bones. Why are you here? What do you want? This young master is the young master of the Lei family. If you dare to touch this young master, the Lei family will not let you off. A sense of fear spread from his heart. Lei Wei did not expect that such a secretive matter would be discovered by the opponent, especially when he followed him all the way to the alley without knowing. Lin Fei curled his lips. You young masters love to say such things. Unfortunately, this old man does not like it. I saved your life out of kindness, but you repaid my kindness with enmity and wanted to find the 18 families to kill me. Now I will kill you first, then find the 18 families to settle the score. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am the young master of the Lei family. You cannot kill me. Lei Wei was terrified. His body trembled and struggled. How could Lin Fei let such a despicable person go? Even if it was the emperor, he would kill him without hesitation. Bang! Lin Fei stepped on Lei Wei's body. The force of 10,000 jin was like a mountain. Lei Wei screamed and exploded like a watermelon. This is the result of being a despicable person. Lin Fei's thoughts cleared up. After collecting the spoils of war, Lin Fei left the alleyway and burned the corpses. In the attic. Are we really going to the headquarters? Dushan asked. I have no choice but to go. Since such a big thing has happened, I have to give the higher-ups an explanation. Master Shuangmu must have something to do with the changes in the land of dreams. The middle-aged man said word by word. When are we leaving? The middle-aged man stood up. Let's go. All right. The two of them quietly left the attic and followed the alleys of the imperial capital. They quickly left the imperial capital and appeared outside the outer city. Unbeknownst to him, there was someone tailing him. The movement skills of these two are pretty good. Lin Fei transformed into a breeze and leisurely followed behind. Other than king-class experts, no one else could sense that someone was following them. After traveling a few hundred li, the middle-aged man who had been flying stopped. His sharp eyes looked behind him, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Uncle Chung, what happened? I don't know why, but I feel that something is wrong. Li Chung stopped. Du Shan was shocked. It can't be? The two of us are late cryptic class experts. Why would anyone follow us? Our base in the imperial capital has never been exposed. Li Chung said. Maybe I'm overthinking. The two of them paused for a moment, and then flew out again. This time they were more careful than before, and they would turn around from time to time. A day later, the two of them confirmed that no one was following them. They appeared in a desert. This was the desert of death of the Tianhai dynasty. Strong winds blew all year round, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Few creatures could survive in the desert. The two of them entered the desert. Not long after, Lin Fei flew up, and he had a look of realization. Damn, are the people of the 18 families underground rats hiding in the desert? No wonder the people in the imperial capital could not find their headquarters even after searching the entire Tianhai dynasty. The desert of death was huge. Apart from the deathly stillness, there were no living creatures in sight. Half a day later, deep in the desert of death, in front of a barren mountain, the two of them stopped in front of it, and went down through an underground tunnel, and then disappeared without a trace. So it's here. Lin Fei did not dare to use his perception power to probe. The 18 families must have many experts to be able to last until now. It would be bad if he was discovered. An hour later, in front of the mountain, two figures appeared again. Uncle Chung, I told you that no one would come. Think about it, the headquarters of the 18 families is not that easy to find. Du Shan said disapprovingly. Be careful, you can't be wrong. The two of them made a sudden move, and after confirming that no one was following them, they left for real. What a smart person. Lin Fei emerged from the desert. He was going to go in but then decided to wait. Because a martial artist's perception was sometimes very accurate. That was why the scene before him happened. After confirming that they had left, Lin Fei landed in front of the mountain and found the dark tunnel. It turned out to be a rune's camouflage. With the power of the yellow sand, no one could see through it. Below the tunnel it was pitch black, and at the end there was a fire. Lin Fei did not act rashly. His eyes turned and he suddenly had an idea. A doppelganger appeared behind him, wearing the same black robe with a cold expression. In this kind of place it's better not to take risks. Losing a doppelganger is nothing. Lin Fei learned to be smart. Darkness sneak. The doppelganger immediately merged into the darkness. Lin Fei's main body left the tunnel and hid not far away. His entire mind was focused on the doppelganger. At the end of the fire, in the darkness, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that under the desert there was a natural cave. Inside there was a fire and people came and went. These people were dressed differently, and there were actually 18 different outfits. Obviously, this was the division of the 18 families. At the same time, when family small courtyard. He left. When Wuxia said disappointedly, Guan Mingchang stood next to her and said, people like Master Shuangmu won't stay in one place all the time. This kind of people's stage is outside. Miss, this is left by Master Shuangmu. The maid handed a piece of paper to her. When Wuxia took the paper, and a moment later, there was a touch of shock in her eyes. So he is from the Divine Force sect. What, from the Divine Force sect? In addition to the two of them, there were two elders standing behind them. One of them quickly grabbed the paper, and the two looked at each other. So this is it. Immediately, the two showed a regretful expression, and turned to report the situation. They would never have thought that the person who helped them was not a rogue cultivator, but a disciple of the Divine Force sect. I knew that our one family would not have such good luck. When Wuxia murmured to herself, in the hall of the one family, Hearing the news, everyone was stunned and couldn't react for a while. The Divine Force Sect. The Bu Luo dynasty, one of the 3 sections. The rapid development of the One family was due to the old patriarch of the previous generation, who gave up his talent to develop the One family to this level. The patriarch was a registered disciple of the Divine Force Sect. Generations of patriarchs and some core figures knew that. I didn't expect this. The patriarch of the One family let out a long sigh. We missed a chance to make friends. His tone was full of annoyance and regret. In the Death Desert, the headquarters of the 18 families. The overall strength of the 18 families is really terrifying. Fortunately, I came in with a doppelganger and used the dark stealth and was almost discovered several times. In just a short half an hour, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the 18 families. The members of the 18 families in the Tianhai dynasty were indeed worthy of the reward. If the 18 families formed a family, it would definitely be a giant in the Tianhai dynasty. I have gone to 3 areas and now there is only 1 area left. And at this time a group of people came in the passage. Hurry up, everyone hurry up. These things have to be sent to the warehouse. If you are late, you will have to bear the consequences. A martial artist in a red robe berated the people behind him with an expressionless face. Lin Fei happened to see this scene, and the word warehouse fell into his ears. He could not help but have a thought. Could this warehouse be the main warehouse of the 18 families? Barging into the headquarters of the 18 families. Other than checking, Lin Fei actually had the idea of making a fortune. After knowing the strength of the 18 families, he was more interested in making a fortune. The natural underground cave was huge, and people who were not familiar with it would easily get lost. It was like walking in a huge maze. In front of the huge stone door, the martial artist in a red robe stopped. Token. The martial artist in a red robe took out a red token. Beside the stone door stood 4 martial artists with a steady aura. They were all in the late cryptic spirit realm. Go in. Creak, 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 creak. The huge stone door opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. In the passage, there was a martial artist in a black robe every few steps apart. Their strength was in the cryptic spirit realm, which shocked someone. There were quite a lot of experts in the 18 families. At the end of the passage there was another stone door. Just like the previous time, apart from checking the token, everyone was also checked. This time it was much stricter. When they came to the 3rd stone door, there was a martial artist in a black robe standing in front of them. He was in the peak cryptic spirit realm. A powerful perception swept over. Lin Fei hid in the darkness and was shocked. This person is the strongest cryptic spirit realm I have ever seen. In his memory, other than King Kong, who was stronger than him, there was no other martial artist like him. Fortunately, it was a clone and he had mastered darkness stealth. When the perception swept over, the martial artist in a black robe did not sense anything wrong and opened the stone door, letting them in. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the stone door. The warehouse of the 18 families is huge. When Lin Fei entered through the stone door, he saw a huge storeroom. This allowed him to see what a real storeroom looked like. Rows and rows of neatly arranged wooden shelves were filled with items. Chapter 285. Calm down, calm down. Lin Fei almost fainted at the sight of such a huge warehouse. No, he fainted because of the immense happiness he felt. The spoils of war from the previous battles paled in comparison to this. They were too weak. Thankfully, Lin Fei's mental fortitude was good. He realized that once there was any movement, the black-clothed martial artist outside the stone door would sense it immediately. I've struck it rich this time. It feels so much better than robbing demonic beasts. Lin Fei was the typical type of person who did not worry about the situation when faced with a huge temptation. If anyone else knew that there was a mystic spirit great perfection martial artist guarding outside the stone door, they would definitely be extremely nervous and unable to remain calm. Lin Fei was considered an exception. In Lin Fei's eyes, a mystic spirit great circle expert was nothing much. With a golden thug like King Kong by his side, he would definitely be able to buy himself some time. It would only be a matter of time before he could leave. Nervous? Afraid? That was completely unnecessary. 10 minutes later, the red-robed martial artist led his men out of the warehouse. The stone door closed with a bang, and the warehouse was silent. Damn it, they actually set up a runes array. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Be it the wooden shelves or the huge pile of materials, they were all shrouded in a layer of gentle white light. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Now Lin Fei understood why there was only a mystic spirit great perfection martial artist guarding outside. It turned out that there was a runes array in the warehouse. It seemed that the runes array was of a high level. Lin Fei snuck into the depths of the warehouse. After confirming that there was no danger, he came out. What a loss. I should have let my main body in. Looking at the densely packed runes array, Lin Fei could only stare. Was he going to watch the treasure mountain return empty-handed? Come here for nothing? His main body in? He did not know when he would encounter such a good opportunity again. At such a close distance, even Lin Fei had no confidence in his martial arts. The black-clothed man's senses were very strong. He seemed to have cultivated this before. It's a must to take things, and the more the better. Lin Fei made up his mind. After pondering for a while, an idea popped up in his mind. In the warehouse. The little thing was lying on Lin Fei's shoulder excitedly. Fortunately, little thing is here. Otherwise, I would have worked for nothing today. The little thing was a spatial beast that could travel through the void. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't miss this opportunity. He brought the fire thunder bead and the bag over, intending to plunder everything. He was originally worried that the stone door would block the little thing, but in the end, it passed through without any mishap. This once again proved how powerful a beast that could travel through the void was. It's a pity that the system space can't bring them over, so I can only focus on selecting items. Lin Fei's clone showed a hint of regret. The storeroom was huge. Lin Fei started with the wooden frame. On the wooden shelves, there were some medicinal herbs packed in wooden boxes. Lin Fei temporarily did not know how to refine pills, so he gave up for now. The little thing became the best thief. The runes formation couldn't stop the little thing from traveling through the void. Lin Fei was shocked. Spatial beasts were indeed powerful. Especially the void travel, it was too awesome. If the 18 families knew that there was a beast that could travel through the void and ignore the existence of the runes formation, they would probably vomit blood. Lin Fei thought naughtily. Mystic technique manuals? When he saw the manuals, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Yellow upper grade, Dragon Catcher Hand. Yellow middle grade, Wind Cloud Divine Kick. Yellow upper grade, Poison Dragon Whip. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with points as he looked at the manuals one by one. I'll take it. Lin Fei didn't want low-grade and middle-grade martial arts, but high-grade yellow-class martial arts. High-grade yellow-class martial arts, no matter if he brought it back or left it to the family, with the power of high-grade yellow-class martial arts, he could definitely build a powerful family. This was the only thing Lin Fei could do at the moment. Lin Fei didn't want his family to be suppressed by others after he left. As long as he had enough resources, he believed that his family would rise quickly. In the future, when he returned, he wouldn't have to worry about being destroyed. This could be considered as compensation to the previous Lin Fei. Along the way, he had collected no less than 100 yellow-class martial arts. It's a pity that there aren't any mystic martial arts. Lin Fei did not have any extravagant hopes of finding a profound ranked martial art in the storeroom. In such a large empire, there were probably only one or two profound ranked martial arts. After all, there were only a few king-level experts, and they could be counted on one hand. After collecting the mystic martial arts, Lin Fei stared at everything. So many pure elemental pills, how long will it take to refine them all? When he saw the mountain of pure elemental pills, Lin Fei almost drooled. The mountain of pure elemental pills was definitely a huge number. Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Lin Fei couldn't figure it out. There were quite a few pure elemental pills. Looking over, it was like a white mountain, attracting people's attention. Anyone who saw this scene, even a king-class expert, would be tempted, even if the pure elemental pills were low-grade and not high-grade ones. With so many pure elemental pills, Lin Fei started to worry. Because the bags he brought in couldn't even contain them. If the system space was still there, Lin Fei wouldn't have to worry. He could take as many as he wanted. Let's look around first. There should be some space bags similar to Qiankuan bags in the storeroom. Done. In the storeroom, Lin Fei found 3 high-level Qiankuan bags. The space in the Qiankuan bags was huge, almost the size of a basketball court. They were all sealed by the rune's formation. Fortunately, with the help of the little guy, he could travel through the void and the rune's formation without any pressure. This guy was now a glutton, traveling through the rune's formation, swallowing pure elemental pills without worrying about his stomach exploding. It was like a bottomless pit. When the first Qianquan bag was filled, Lin Fei was shocked to find that it could actually contain 20 million pure elemental pills. 20 million. Lin Fei couldn't believe it. He had fought so hard to obtain a few 100,000 pure elemental pills, and he only had about 8 million. Yet, a Qianquan bag could contain 20 million pure elemental pills. Killing and robbing is indeed the best choice. Keep pretending, keep pretending. After storing 60 million pure elemental pills, Lin Fei couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. Looking at the empty mountain of pure elemental pills, then looking at the other mountains, Lin Fei felt helpless. If his main body was here, he could refine them all. Seems like I was too greedy. It's a pity that if I could refine all these pure elemental pills, it would be easy for me to reach king class, right? Leaving the mountain of pure elemental pills, the little guy suddenly wrinkled its nose and traveled through the void. Spiritual liquid. Inside the rune's formation, there was a spiritual pool, sparkling and giving off a comfortable aura. F*ck, so much spiritual liquid? Spiritual liquid was specially used to strengthen the soul and the physical body. Just looking at this pool, there were at least 500 kilograms of spiritual liquid, and there were more than 10 pools at least 5,000 kilograms of spiritual liquid. Unbeknownst to him, these spiritual liquids were obtained by the 18 families after much effort, and they only amounted to 5,000 kilograms, losing a lot of manpower. Lin Fei was just worrying about how to strengthen his soul, and when he wanted to take a nap, someone sent him a pillow. There were Qianquan bags and pristine jade bottles in the storeroom. Just 60 million pure elemental pills and 5,000 kilograms of spiritual liquid alone are enough for this trip. Looking at the spiritual liquid in the pond, Lin Fei felt a wave of regret. The pristine jade bottle had been used up, and it contained almost 2,500 kilograms of spiritual liquid. His spatial ring was also almost full. Does this little guy want to drink the spiritual liquid too? Lin Fei thought to himself. The little thing squatted at the edge of the pool, opened its mouth and sucked. Like a rainbow playing with water, it absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the pool, leaving Lin Fei dumbfounded. The remaining few pools were quickly finished by the little guy. It burped and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder, squinting its eyes in satisfaction. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? The little guy waved its claws, revealing a dissatisfied expression, like a child. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's continue looking. The storeroom was divided into a large area, and it was dazzling to look at. Lin Fei walked and stopped, and there were many things that he couldn't use. When he walked into a place where weapons were placed, Lin Fei smiled. Pure elemental pills increased quintessential essence, spiritual liquid strengthened the soul, and improved the physical body, so weapons were what Lin Fei cared about the most. The 72 flying swords would obviously be less useful in the future. Lin Fei was just worrying about where to find flying swords, and now he finally found one. Long sabers, long spears, flying swords and the like were all here. Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything but flying swords. His 72 flying swords weren't weak, but it was a pity that total annihilation was only on the first level. One had to know that total annihilation had 10 levels, and the further one went the more powerful it became. Mortal superior grade flying swords. After searching for a while, he indeed found the shadow of a flying sword. Lin Fei only had a handful of flying swords that were numinous treasures. If he used the sword formation, he could only rely on his superior grade mortal weapon flying swords. It was completely unrealistic to use a flying sword that was a numinous treasure. The flying swords in front of him just happened to help Lin Fei. After counting, Lin Fei beamed. Wow, there are so many flying swords from the 18 families. There are actually more than 700 flying swords. 72 flying swords were already powerful enough. More than 700 flying swords could form 10 sword formations, and the power would be more than 10 times or even more than now. Little thing, take all of them out. The little thing that had eaten and drunk its fill once again became a laborer. It shuttled through the void, going in and out, and took out the flying swords with ease. 790 flying swords. Lin Fei could already imagine how strong he would be after refining the pure essence pill and absorbing the spirit liquid. A small dynasty would no longer be a threat to him. For some reason, Lin Fei thought of the woman in the Tenjin temple. Soon, sooner or later, I will step into the Tenjin temple and crush you under me. Damn it, I hate being pushed down the most. Lin Fei was excited, his imagination running wild. He was very happy. After putting away more than 700 flying swords. As for the other weapons, Lin Fei wasn't interested. The important thing was that he couldn't carry them anymore. What else could he do? With a Qingquan bag hanging on his body, he couldn't carry anything else. Lin Fei could only stare. Chapter 286. The storehouses of the 18 families were huge, crisscrossing horizontally and vertically. Whether it was pure yuan pills, spirit liquid, or flying swords, they were all good stuff. To outsiders, they could increase their strength and strengthen their soul. To Lin Fei, the things in front of him could help him become a super expert. Lin Fei had been looking forward to what good stuff was in the depths of the storehouse. Little thing, don't run around. The little thing on his shoulder kept shuttling through the void at an extraordinary speed. Lin Fei could only stare. But he had to say, if not for the little thing's help, his harvest today would not be so rich. How many people could ignore the rune's array and shuttling through the void? Shuttling through the void was something even Lin Fei could not do. Unless it was a mystic venerable or mystic sage. Lin Fei did not know and let the little thing do as it pleased. After all, it was a great hero. The little thing appeared and disappeared from time to time, having a lot of fun. I wonder if the divine martial sect's storehouse has so many treasures? Lin Fei could not help but guess. It should be possible? Walala walala. The sound of a mirror breaking. Not good. Lin Fei's heart sank as he hurriedly flew in the direction of the little thing. In the depths of the storehouse, there was a teleportation door. At this moment, Little Thing was fighting against a phantom of a demonic beast. Don't look at how weak Little Thing looked. It didn't seem like it could stand up to a gust of wind. In fact, it wasn't weak at all. Shuttling through the void, sometimes appearing behind and quickly taking a bite. Sometimes shuttling through the void, its sharp claws scratched the body of the phantom demonic beast, causing it to howl in pain. Destroy! Lin Fei did not dare to hesitate. He shot out several golden suns at the phantom demonic beast, trying to get rid of this demonic beast in a short period of time. Little did he know that after the shocking change in the storehouse, the stone door opened with a rumble. The mystic spirit great perfection expert guarding the place rushed in immediately. When he saw that the pure yuan pills had been emptied and the spirit liquid had disappeared, this expert's face darkened. Someone snuck into the storehouse. Close all the passageways. The voice of the mystic spirit great perfection expert spread out like a sound wave, instantly spreading throughout the headquarters of the 18 families. Du Shan and Li Cheng. The two of them were currently reporting on the situation in the imperial capital. At the same time, they brought up the matter of Grandmaster Shuangmu, hoping that the headquarters would send experts to kill him. Hearing the voice, Du Shan and Li Cheng immediately stood up. Du Shan and Li Cheng looked at each other and said in unison, "Why did someone come in?" The questions they had on the way immediately appeared in their hearts. Could it be that someone had followed them all the way? Sneaking into the headquarters of the 18 families? How could they not know? Their faces instantly darkened. Something big had happened. At the same time, experts appeared from all the passages in the headquarters of the 18 families. Some of them rushed to the storeroom. The entire headquarters of the 18 families was in an uproar. How did this person sneak in? Who arranged this? Oh no, we've been discovered. Lin Fei's heart tightened. He had been careless and had allowed the little thing to cause trouble for him. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing he could do about it. His sword aura sped up, coordinating with the little thing to kill the demonic beasts. A massive destructive aura swept out, destroying countless materials. Who knew how many people would feel heartache because of this? Little thing, you go out first. Lin Fei hurriedly reminded. He pulled down his black robe to avoid being recognized. As for the little thing, it didn't dare to stay behind, afraid that it would be recognized. That would be big trouble. Hiss hiss. The little thing was obviously very unhappy, But it also knew that this place was dangerous. With a flash, it shuttled through the void and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei looked at the portal. He knew that the little thing had accidentally made it. He sighed at his bad luck. However, after plundering so many things, it was more than enough. Since you have intruded into the storeroom of the 18 families, there is no need for you to leave. The black-clothed martial artist chased very quickly. He blocked in front of Lin Fei and grabbed the air. A giant black hand containing surging true essence appeared in the air. It was planning to capture him alive. How could Lin Fei exchange blows with the other party? He was purely stalling for time. He quietly slipped into the darkness and directly used darkness stealth. Rumble. The black-clothed martial artist's attack missed. He was greatly shocked as he watched Lin Fei disappear. Not good, this person knows the stealth ability. When this person discovered him, Lin Fei sneaked out of the stone door and directly went outside. Boom! As soon as he came out of the stone door, a giant black shadow came crashing down. It actually forced the stealthy Lin Fei out, and the passage kept shaking. This person must have a treasure that can break stealth. Lin Fei's heart sank. This was not good. His darkness stealth was broken. That was very bad. Sir, your stealth ability is completely useless in front of this old man's golden eye. Just surrender. The old man stood in the void. Damn you! Lin Fei took out a fire thunder pearl and threw it over without any care. He wanted to have a taste of the fire thunder pearl's power. Rumble. A huge explosion and a wave of air rose up. The entire passage was buried. Lin Fei also took the opportunity to use darkness stealth again and escaped. In terms of speed, there were not many people who could catch up to him. Everyone be careful. This person has a fire thunder pearl. A fire thunder pearl came down, and many people were blown away by the wave of air. Those who were weaker were injured. Damn! The headquarters of the 18 families are really full of experts. In a short period of time, Lin Fei encountered countless experts. He used darkness stealth to avoid them one by one. After a while, he was not far from the passage. As long as he escaped outside, they could only eat the dust behind him. At the same time, in front of the passage there were experts. At this moment, all of them had ugly expressions. The heavily guarded headquarters was actually infiltrated by someone, and he even hid in the warehouse and stole things. All the experts had cold expressions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That thief is here. Outsiders did not know about darkness stealth, but it was very powerful. Once it was known, especially the headquarters of the 18 families, they would immediately find the corresponding method to break it. Lin Fei had indeed appeared. Charge! Lin Fei sneaked in the darkness and rushed forward. In the passageway, no one cared about the consequences. All sorts of attacks rained down. Berserk quintessence auras gathered in the passageway. Fire Thunder Pearl. When the red Fire Thunder Pearl was thrown out, it immediately exploded. A huge wave of air rushed in that direction, and the oncoming attacks were instantly blasted into nothingness. They were caught unprepared. Storm. The doppelganger was proficient in wind mentality and metal mentality. Although it was not powerful, it had an advantage in close range. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The unexpected attack gave Lin Fei an opportunity. The leading warriors were caught unprepared again. Injuries piled on injuries. Lin Fei sneaked in the darkness again and rushed toward the passage door. Rumble. The tightly locked stone door of the passageway exploded with a boom, revealing the pure white moonlight outside. Not good, that thief escaped. Quick chase. We can't let him escape. That person must die. He must not leave the Death Desert. The headquarters of the 18 families was in the Death Desert. If this news spread, it would definitely attract countless enemies. The strength of the 18 families would definitely suffer a huge blow until their vitality was greatly damaged. In particular, this person had secretly infiltrated the headquarters of the 18 families and stolen the treasures in the treasury. Just this point alone made it impossible for them to let him go. Apart from that, they were more worried about how much top-secret information this person had heard from the headquarters. Lin Fei did not expect that after a while, it was already dark outside. The yellow sand covered the sky and covered the earth. Finally out. After reuniting, Lin Fei put the cosmos bags in the system space and finally let out a sigh of relief. There are too many experts in the headquarters of the 18 families. I will hide first and make them chaotic. Then I will leave quietly. Lin Fei thought to himself. Rumble. As soon as he thought of this, a violent power blasted at the place where Lin Fei was. Damn, you even know this. Walala. Lin Fei rushed to the sky and found that he had underestimated them. There was actually a group of people outside. Storm. A huge killing intent locked on him. Lin Fei knew that he had met a real expert. Of course he was ready to escape first. The Cyan Wind Blade turned into 2 super wind blades, one in front and one behind. The void seemed to be torn open at this moment. The strength of the real body was far greater than that of the doppelganger, so the power was naturally extraordinary. The surrounding warriors of the 18 families obviously did not expect that the opponent's strength would be so tyrannical. Pa, facing the Cyan Wind Blade with 10% of the true essence power. It was as fierce as a knife light. Cut them into pieces. Except for a few lucky ones, the rest of the warriors died on the spot. Go! Lin Fei broke open a gap and went straight to the depths of the death desert. He raised his speed to the limit, but there was still a killing intent locked on him. It seems that I really met a master this time. Lin Fei activated his quintessential essence. Regardless of the consequences, he had to increase the distance between them. As for anything else, he would just have to fight it out when the time came. Furthermore, he had the Vajra by his side and the killing sword. A supreme-grade spiritual treasure. He was temporarily confident. Hundreds of miles. Thousands of miles. Under full force, Lin Fei's body was like a cool breeze, almost undetectable. Unfortunately, the killing intent was still locked on, and the distance between them was closing. 2,000 miles later. With 90% of his true essence, Lin Fei used 30% to shake off the majority of the enemies, except for the killing intent that had been locked on him. This person must be a mysterious king. Lin Fei was confident in his speed. Even a mysterious spirit peak warrior might not be able to catch up to him, not to mention that he was running at full speed. The opponent must be a king-level expert. Other than a king-level expert, Lin Fei could not think of anyone else. Damn it, it doesn't matter if this person is a king-level expert or not. I have to fight him. He grabbed a pure essence pill and swallowed it, recovering his true essence. Bastard, why are you not running anymore? In the air above the desert, the black-clothed man strolled leisurely. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred feet. The short distance of several thousand feet was crossed in just a few breaths of time. Clearly, this was a powerful movement technique. Tornado. Without any explanation, Lin Fei chose to attack first, using his full power as soon as he attacked, treating the opponent as a powerful enemy. 2 blue sword lights, one left and one right, shot towards the incoming man, not giving him a chance to breathe. The black-robed man revealed a mocking expression. An intent attack, not bad but too weak. He made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a massive black vortex appeared at the center of his palm. The force of the vortex's rotation crushed outward, and the 2 streaks of azure sword chi were instantly torn apart. However, the vortex didn't stop there, and it continued on toward Lin Fei. The storm was broken in a single move. It was coming at him ferociously. King-level expert. That attack just now was nothing more than a probe. Ordinary cryptic Great Circle cultivators would have to expend a great deal of effort to block it. Yet, the person who had blocked it so easily was definitely not a cryptic Great Circle cultivator. He was definitely a king-level cultivator. Only a king-level cultivator would be able to do it so easily. Tornado destroys clouds. A violent gust of wind rushed over like a surging sea wave, sweeping away the majority of the attack's power and completely disintegrating it. Mystic Master Realm with cryptic-level expert battle power. You are the strongest person this elder has ever seen. The man's tone changed. But no matter how strong you are still a lowly existence. In front of a king-level expert, you are as weak as an ant. This elder can kill you with one slap. I forgot to tell you, this elder only used 10% of my power. Lin Fei already had this idea. Hearing the man admit it, he had no choice but to pay attention to the 18 families. So the 18 families had king-level experts, and it seemed like there was more than one. Moreover, a king-level expert's attack was more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder it was said that once a king-level expert became a king-level expert, he could ignore anyone below the king level. 10% of your power is only SOSO. And here I thought king-level experts were powerful. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I also used 10% of my strength just now. We are about the same. It seems that neither of us can do anything to the other. Why don't we just forget about it and go our separate ways? This elder sees that your strength is not bad. As long as you hand over the things from the treasury and become a servant of the 18 families for 100 years, I can spare your life. The man in black said lightly. Lin Fei also laughed. I see that your strength is not bad. Why don't you follow me? I guarantee that you will live a good life and never have to worry for the rest of your life. You can have any woman you want. It's so much better than being a stupid elder. The man in black didn't get angry but laughed instead. Ignorant Junior. It's rare for this elder to be in a good mood. Since you are so stubborn and arrogant, then I will let you taste the true battle power of a king-level expert. Boom! An unparalleled aura surged out, and the flying sand and pebbles were instantly crushed into powder. The surroundings became a vacuum zone, like a god in the yellow sand, giving people the feeling that they were unable to resist. Chapter 287. P.S. Thank you for the monthly votes cast by Ruffian and Flying in the Universe, as well as the tips from Zero Fengyuan Zero. Thank you for your continued support. It's the last 2 days of the month, please get a monthly vote. The headquarters of the 18 families were in a mess. Ever since the 18 families had moved their base to the Death Desert, they had never been in such a sorry state. Someone had actually infiltrated their base and stolen a large number of pure yuan pills. If not for this accident, they would not have known that such a thing had happened. Anger. Anger. The 18 representatives of the 18 families were all enraged at this moment. They had allowed people to infiltrate their heavily guarded lair. If news of this got out, they would be laughed at by everyone. If they were to be killed, what kind of scene would it be? Would they be killed? Or would they be attacked by the other families? They didn't know, but they knew that this person couldn't escape the Death Desert. Once he did, it would affect the situation of the 18 families. With the current situation of the 18 families, once they were discovered by the families of the imperial capital, they wouldn't be able to benefit from being attacked. What happened just now? Why did someone sneak in? One of the leaders of the 18 families said angrily. It should be that person who followed Dushan in. Another big shot said. That person is very fast. We lost more than half of our men and couldn't catch up to him. His stealth ability is very powerful. He also has the fire thunder bead that we refined. We were caught off guard. Everyone was furious at the mention of this person. That person definitely can't escape the Death Desert. Elder Fei has already made his move and will be back soon. Don't worry. No matter how strong that person is, he might not be Elder Fei's match. After all, Elder Fei is an early-stage king-class expert. Hearing that Elder Fei had already made his move, everyone was relieved. With Elder Fei here, as long as it's not a king-class expert, no one can escape. That person might not be a king-class expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snuck in alone. He should be a mystic-level expert. Elder Fei will probably be back soon. Little did they know that the mystic-level expert they were talking about was only at the mystic adept level. Rumble. Amidst the yellow sand that filled the sky, the two figures would occasionally exchange blows and occasionally dodge. The surrounding space had turned into a vacuum. When the yellow sand flew in, it would instantly turn to dust. Bang! A silhouette was sent flying, and a huge hole was smashed open on the yellow sand. Cough cough. A king stage expert is indeed difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the opponent is only at the early stage of king stage. Lin Fei jumped up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with excitement. He hadn't felt anything when he had fought against the mystic spirit experts, but it was different when he was fighting against an early stage king. Brat, you can't even receive 30% of my strength. How are you going to fight against me? Elder Fei laughed heartily. He was also shocked in his heart. Just what was the background of this person? He was actually able to block 30% of his strength and still have the strength to fight. If he was a little stronger, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? It's just 30% of my strength. That was just a warm-up exercise. I will let you understand what a real battle is. Whoosh! Sand and pebbles flew around Lin Fei again. Wind sword as one. The sky was filled with flying swords. All of them formed from quintessential essence. They turned into two green sword rivers, one above and one below, sweeping over. It was as if the void was going to be cut open. This sword was fast and urgent. The fierce sword will rush towards the opponent. Elder Fei was immediately submerged by the two sword rivers. Then, a wave of true yuan was released from the center of the sword rivers. The green sword rivers were shattered, and a man in red armor walked out. Unfortunately, this sword of yours can't kill me. If you were at the mystic spirit level, you might be able to injure me. Unfortunately, you are not. You can't even break through this elder's profound armor. How are you going to fight against me? A red profound armor. It was the profound armor that could be formed at the mystic spirit level. A king stage expert could truly form a profound armor. This man had formed all the important parts of his body. Apart from his head, his entire body had formed a suit of armor. No wonder he could block my tyrannical sword. Lin Fei thought. I shouldn't be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. Plus, the opponent has formed a profound armor. It's not that easy to deal with. It's time to use my trump card. Lin Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. After a simple exchange, he already knew his true strength. It was between Mystic Spirit Peak and Mystic King Stage. Compared to a real Mystic King Stage expert, his battle power was still lacking. If he refined a large amount of pure yuan pills, he would definitely have the battle power of a Mystic King Stage expert. Storm. The green wind blades once again attacked Elder Fei. Elder Fei had already tested his opponent's strength. He was shocked. Fortunately, he had tested his opponent's strength and calmed down. It was enough to take him down. Break. Elder Fei, who was wearing a profound armor, rushed over like a beam of light. His huge true yuan crushed all the green wind blades, and the profound armor on his body flickered. Your strength is only SOSO. Now lie down for this elder. The true yuan palm slapped down from the sky. His aura instantly increased. The king stage's aura crushed down. Under the pressure of the true yuan, the desert below him turned into dust. Vajrago. Elder Fei was shocked. He immediately dodged to the left, but it was still too late. His whole body was sent flying, and a huge pit appeared in the desert. As soon as his opponent appeared, Lin Fei was already prepared. Just when his opponent let down his guard, he gave a fatal blow. Good job. Walala. Lin Fei soared into the sky. The long sword in his hand shook. It was the killing sword that he hadn't used yet. His killing intent sword. Wind sword as one. After switching to a supreme grade spirit treasure, Elder Fei's face changed. He said in shock. Supreme grade spirit treasure Vajra Divine Ape. If it was before, Elder Fei didn't think much of it and had the confidence to suppress his opponent. But after seeing the supreme grade spirit treasure, Vajra Divine Ape, his heart was no longer calm. He was a king stage expert, and his spirit treasure was only a high-grade spirit treasure. His opponent was only a mystic adept, and he had a supreme grade spirit treasure. Wasn't this bullying? The important thing was that he had a Vajra Divine Ape. Elder Fei was indeed frightened. If it was a mystic level expert, he would have died under the Vajra Divine Ape's attack. Elder Fei was only injured, and his battle strength didn't decrease. Roar! Vajra didn't care what his opponent thought. After the successful attack, he rushed down again. The weapon in his hand had long been changed to a high-grade mortal weapon, and his battle strength had greatly increased. Rumble! Rumble! The battle in the desert of death didn't stop. As a king stage expert, Elder Fei was in a state of panic at the beginning, but he quickly recovered and barely managed to block the two's attacks. Holy Emperor Fist! Elder Fei had a pair of black gloves on his hands, and they emitted the terrifying power of a spirit treasure. It was a pair of high-grade spirit treasures, and his whole body emitted a holy aura. And this Holy Emperor Fist was a high-grade yellow-level martial art. When used by a king stage expert, its power was almost comparable to a low-grade mystic-level martial art. Bang bang bang! The fierce fist technique landed on Vajra first. Vajra's defense was strong, but it was still forced out of a certain range. But it couldn't kill. After that, Elder Fei's target was Lin Fei, a mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast. Even if it was him, he would need time to kill it. And now, there was a person beside him who had comprehended sword intent. Sword intent and a high-grade spirit treasure. Elder Fei was very wary. Destroy! The golden sun turned into a huge golden millstone, and with the force of thunder, it crushed Elder Fei's fist into pieces. It didn't stop there and it continued to crush. Holy fist! A golden giant appeared in the air and walked over. Everywhere it passed, the golden sun turned into a huge millstone, and it shattered one by one in front of the holy fist. Elder Fei finally seized the opportunity. The giant in the air punched out again, and a punch of true essence was thrown at Lin Fei's position. Lin Fei's true essence was greatly depleted, and he only had about 40% of it left. And the opponent's fist technique was really fierce, and it carried a vast holy aura. Water Fire Lotus. The huge lotus opened its leaves, and it blocked the huge fist. Lin Fei himself moved with the wind. Swish, swish, swish. Water Fire Lotus was crushed mercilessly. Lin Fei had already won the opportunity, and he appeared behind Elder Fei. The sword box vibrated, and 72 flying swords flew out, forming a sword wheel, and smashed down mercilessly. Soul Shock. A two-pronged attack. Lin Fei rarely used Soul Shock. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he rarely had the chance to use it. Today he finally had one. Soul Shock was a secret skill of the soul. Elder Fei was about to attack, but his whole body was in mid-air. His head felt like it was pricked by a needle, and he felt a momentary dizziness. His whole body stopped and he fell down. 72 flying swords hit him like missiles. Even though it was only a moment, Elder Fei could no longer block the attack. Ripples appeared on his armor, and there was a hole, and he vomited blood. Not dead yet. The defense of a king-class expert was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Total annihilation. Lin Fei used total annihilation again, and under the activation he attacked Elder Fei again. After the first attack, Elder Fei was already injured. Once any expert was injured, their strength would be affected, and Elder Fei was no exception. Soul Attack. You actually know Soul Attack. The soul was the most mysterious place and also the weakest. Even Elder Fei, who had the strength of a king class, had to be cautious when facing Soul Attack. Don't think that it only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths, but this 1 or 2 breaths could take one's life. Although Elder Fei could react to the soul shock just now, he was heavily injured. Now that he was attacked again, it was already very painful. Pung! Vajra attacked from behind and hit Elder Fei's back. He staggered, and 72 flying swords landed on his body. After suffering 2 heavy injuries, Elder Fei's strength was 80 to 90% gone. This person is too scary. He actually used all his skills and he even knows Soul Shock. How can I continue fighting? Elder Fei panicked and he turned to leave. This panic gave Lin Fei a chance. Lin Fei's divine soul power was severely depleted. Seeing that his opponent wanted to escape, he who had used all his skills naturally wouldn't let him leave. Gritting his teeth, he used Soul Shock again, and the third total annihilation was launched. Boom! Chapter 288. In the desert of death under the moonlight, yellow sand danced in the air. Why is Elder Fei 1,000 miles away? 2 figures flew over in the night sky. These 2 were the king-level experts of the 18 families, responsible for Elder Fei's rescue. The thief's speed is very fast. Luckily, Elder Fei caught up immediately, or else the thief would have found an opening. With Elder Fei's help, the thief can't escape. Let's catch up quickly and not let the thief escape. Otherwise, our 18 families will become a joke. This bullsh *T profound armor has finally been broken. Lin Fei panted. After 3 total annihilation, Elder Fei was heavily injured and his body was a bloody mess. After using 3 total annihilation and 2 soul shock, Lin Fei's Yuan Qi was greatly injured. Only now did he realize that king-level experts were not easy to deal with. It was better to kill mystic-level experts. If it was a mystic-level expert, it would not be easy. Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. Elder Fei unleashed 3 tyrannical attacks consecutively, and the left half of his body shattered, revealing a large patch of white bones. It was a horrible sight to behold. I won, you lost. Lin Fei said to Elder Fei on the ground. Elder Fei coughed out blood and was heavily injured. You are very strong, but you have offended the 18 families, and I am only one of the kings. Just wait for all the kings of the 18 families to hunt you down. Elder Fei knew that he had lost, and he had lost completely in the hands of a young man. Lin Fei's expression did not change. Hunt me down? Then they will have to find me first. You can go down now. Waterfire Lotus. The huge, lifelike lotus enveloped Elder Fei's body. Then it mercilessly tore the other party into pieces. A king-level expert had fallen in the desert of death. Cough cough. Lin Fei coughed out blood. King-level experts are indeed strong. This person is only at the primary stage of the king level, but he is already so strong. It seems that the 18 family's strength is not limited to this. He took out a spiritual medicine and swallowed it. After a while, his injuries recovered a lot, especially his soul. It was not as weak as before, but he could not use soul shock for now. He collected all the spoils of war on the ground. Lin Fei put away Vajra, and was about to leave when he frowned. Oh no, they are so fast. He had just managed to kill one king-level expert. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, 2 figures appeared above the death desert. Their auras were similar to the king-level expert that had just been killed. Early-stage king. If he wasn't injured, Lin Fei could still try to shake them off. However, if he turned around and tried to escape, he would definitely be caught. Facing 2 king-tier experts, his battle prowess was obviously insufficient. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and said in his heart, I can only go all out and gamble. A moment later, 2 figures appeared at the same time. Not good, Elder Fei is dead. When the 2 of them landed and saw the corpse on the ground, their expressions sank. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Elder Fei, a king-class expert, had died just like that. King-class experts were the strongest fighting force of the 18 families. Losing one in the death desert was a heavy loss. He didn't know when he could make up for it. Who killed Elder Fei? Rumble. The violent attack blasted a huge crater in the surrounding area, and all the yellow sand was turned into powder. The thief is injured. He can't run far. One of the king stage experts glanced over and immediately made a judgment. Search the heavens and plunge the earth. A divine ability appeared. He's in the north. He must have just left. Let's go after him. One of the king-level experts had a cold glint in his eyes as he rushed out at the same time, seemingly to chase after the thief. He's finally gone. Looks like king-class experts are pretty easy to trick. 1,000 feet below their feet, Lin Fei clenched his teeth. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, but he did not dare to relax. It was the injury from the shock just now. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. I'm back. Come out, I know you're hiding nearby. A loud rumbling sound spread throughout the area. Under the yellow sand, Lin Fei spat out blood again, but he didn't dare to spit it out, afraid that his aura would be detected. Damn, why did he come back? Luckily I didn't go out rashly. Otherwise I would have seen a ghost. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. King-level experts were not so easy to trick. Rumble. Rumble. After the king-level expert vented his anger, he forcefully blasted everything within 100 feet into nothingness. He then used his perception to search, as if he was digging 3 feet into the ground. After finding nothing, he left unwillingly. Below, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that person to be so fast. My clone was killed so quickly. The king-level expert had caught up to him in less than 200 miles. I can't move. These 2 king-level experts should be stronger than that Elder Fei from before, especially with divine abilities. I have to be careful. Lin Fei was worried. Who asked him to be injured? Search. We must find the person. After the 2 met, their faces were as gloomy as the dark clouds in July. The thief must still be in this desert. The one we just killed was just a clone. We must find the person even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. One of their king-class experts had been killed, and this caused them to be filled with resentment. Even Elder Fei had died, let alone them. Swish, swish. The 2 quickly left and began to search with their powerful perception. Under the desert, Lin Fei only put down a huge rock after they had completely left. His entire body sank down once more, this time by 150 feet. The pressure from the yellow sand increased Lin Fei's pressure. He couldn't use the waterfire lotus down there, so he could only rely on his physical body. At a distance of 100 feet, his aura would leak and he would be discovered. I've robbed so much and killed a king-level expert. It's all worth it. It seems that I can't leave the Death Desert in a short time. I can enter seclusion here. They probably won't think that I'm hiding here. Elder Fei was dead. When the news spread, the 18 families were shocked. A mystic spirit master was easy to raise, but a king-level master was not. Both resources and talent were important. Even in the 18 families, the number of king-level masters could be counted on one hand, not more than 10. One could imagine how important they were. Dig 3 feet into the ground. The king-level experts of the 18 families were all sent out to search the Death Desert. Although there weren't many people in the Death Desert, there were still some martial artists that appeared and died tragically. The 18 families sent out all their experts and this search lasted for half a month. They almost searched the entire Death Desert, but they didn't see anyone leave. This infuriated them to the point of death. How could someone disappear? Even so, they didn't give up and listed the Death Desert as a forbidden area. Their powerful perception kept scanning the Death Desert. Even with such a lineup, there was still no trace of the thief. If this continued for a month or so, it would completely stop. The 18 families couldn't withstand this search. If they couldn't find the person and the information was leaked, it would definitely be a huge blow. After searching high and low, the 18 families finally gave up. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. It had been almost 2 months since the 18 families started their search. The Death Desert was calm and peaceful. On this day, the yellow sand rolled and the sun was scorching. On the hot sand, a sand-like lizard appeared out of thin air and looked around. In the next second, it appeared somewhere else and kept moving back and forth. Hiss! On the desert, the yellow sand flew up and a figure suddenly rushed out. His upper body was bare and his skin was bronze. He was filled with an explosive power. 2 months. Lin Fei subconsciously raised his hand to block the light, obviously not used to it. After a while, he adjusted to it and took out a set of clothes from the system space. The one that came out from the desert was Lin Fei, who was hiding under the sand. In the past 2 months, Lin Fei's body had become much sturdier. His bronze skin was very different from before. This bastard, why did he take so long to find a person? In the past 2 months, Lin Fei had been hiding under the sand, not daring to come out. The strong perception that appeared from time to time was clearly that of a late-stage profound king. Every time his perception swept out, Lin Fei would be very careful. He was nearly discovered a few times, but he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, he would not be standing here now. After risking his life in closed-door cultivation in the Death Desert for 2 months, Lin Fei's harvest was huge. First was his core lake. It kept expanding and became a sizable lake. After cultivating the first layer of the Azure Dragon True Body, he managed to refine close to 70 million pure essence pills. It could be said that in the past 2 months, Lin Fei had been constantly refining pure essence pills. If it were before, 5 million pure essence pills would have been the limit. Now that he had consumed 70 million pure essence pills, there was no limit at all. This shocked Lin Fei. In the end, he determined that his body could withstand such a huge amount of quintessence. It should be due to cultivating the 4-star Azure Dragon True Body. This made Lin Fei even more concerned about the later layers of the Azure Dragon True Body. After consuming 70 million pure essence pills, in just 2 months, Lin Fei felt that with a casual move, his body would be filled with dense quintessential essence. It was inexhaustible. How many people could refine 70 million pure essence pills in 2 months? Of course, this did not include those super experts like the profound sages or the profound emperors. Probably only Lin Fei could achieve this. If he dared to say he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. Chapter 289. 2 months of secluded cultivation. The speed at which Lin Fei's strength increased had reached a terrifying level. Who knew how many people would be scared out of their wits if word got out? In terms of the purity of his inner yuan, few Mystic King experts could compare to him. After absorbing 70 million pure yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength had reached a terrifying level. Terrifying inner yuan combined with sword techniques of conception could be said to be the best combination. How many people could achieve this, especially when they had two conceptions at the same time? If he were to encounter those two early-stage king-stage powerhouses again, Lin Fei would be able to easily kill them. In terms of inner yuan, Lin Fei was already ahead of everyone else. After all, 70 million pure yuan pills would take anyone a few years to absorb. It might even take more than 10 years. In 2 months, Lin Fei had refined 70 million pure yuan pills. It could be said that he was a one-of-a-kind freak. Apart from this, in terms of his spirit, after refining 2,000 kilograms of spirit liquid, it could be said that his spirit had grown countless times stronger. At the same time, his physical body had also become stronger. With 720 flying swords, Lin Fei could now control them at will. This was a quantitative transition. In terms of power, it was much stronger than before. If he could deal with that Elder Fei again, he would not have to work so hard. It's been 2 months. Including the 2 months before, 4 months have passed. There's still one more thing I need to do. Lin Fei looked into the depths of the desert, his eyes flashing with sharpness. In half a year's time, Lin Fei had to go to the dynasty war. How could Lin Fei miss such a huge treasure trove before him? No matter what, he had to make a fortune, especially the remaining pure yuan pills. He had to bring some back for his family's disciples to cultivate. He had to go to the headquarters of the 18 clans. This was the desert of death. Whether he left or it would be easy, there was no need to choose a path of retreat. As for the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty, he could not go there for the time being. The desert of death. The headquarters of the 18 clans. After 2 months, the nest had become even more tightly guarded. The decorations on the outside had become even more lifelike. If Lin Fei had not been there once, he would not have been able to recognize the location of the nest. 18 families. I wonder how many king-tier experts there are. Lin Fei appeared outside. This time we'll just kill our way in. When the time comes, we'll just grab one and leave. No matter what, we'll still be able to make a fortune. Under the desert, in the lair of the 18 families. Damn it, we're exhausted. It's all that guy's fault. In the passageway, 2 men in black were patrolling, and one of them was complaining. The other person looked around and said in a low voice, "Sure, don't talk nonsense. If they hear you, we'll be in trouble. If it's tough, it'll be tough. It'll be over soon. I really don't know how that guy got in." Before the man could finish his words, he fell to the ground, his blood staining the ground. Sure enough, the security is tight. Lin Fei appeared. Lin Fei had already expected the 18 families to strengthen their defenses. It would have been abnormal if they hadn't done so. Do you think this will work? Lin Fei went straight to the passageway of the storehouse. Relying on his previous memories and his improved movement skills, he was like a light breeze blowing past. Outsiders didn't feel anything at all. The storehouse from 2 months ago now had quite a few Mystic Spirit Great Circle experts. At the same time, there was a Mystic King tier expert standing guard at the door. It seemed that after the previous incident, they were worried that someone would sneak into the treasury. With such a lineup, they really didn't have to worry that someone would dare to rob them. In fact, ever since the previous incident, the 18 families had been restless. Not only had they lost a large amount of pure yuan pills and spirit liquid, they had even lost a king stage expert. It could be said that they had suffered a great deal of damage. That was why this scene was happening. Seeing this, Lin Fei's brows furrowed as he thought to himself, a few Mystic Spirit Great Circle powerhouses and a king-level powerhouse, do they really think they can stop me? This is too laughable. It's a good chance to test out my full strength. This time, Lin Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to rob the treasury of the 18 families and kill a bunch of people at the same time. In just 2 months, Lin Fei relied on the resources of the 18 families to improve his strength by leaps and bounds. This kind of cultivation speed was all due to the large amount of resources. Now that he had the strength, Lin Fei naturally wanted to come back and plunder a large sum. Kill. Darkness stealth activated. At the stone door, there were experts standing guard on both sides. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. Wang. Soul shock was used in an instant. Ever since his spirit had strengthened, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about getting injured when using soul shock. This was all thanks to the spirit liquid. The people in front of the stone door subconsciously felt their vision darken. Then they really fell into true darkness. Soul shock combined with concept of wind was simply a deadly weapon. Instant kill in one move. What a terrifying attack. Lin Fei was also shocked to see his own attack. 70 million pure yuan pills had raised his strength to this level. Coupled with soul shock, he could instantly kill such a group of experts. Open. The stone door was opened and Lin Fei rushed in. Indeed, they added runes arrays. Do they think they can stop me like this? Looking at the huge pile of items from before, they either strengthen runes arrays or use stronger runes arrays. If it was someone else, they might feel pressured. However, Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. To him, dealing with the runes arrays was a piece of cake. Lin Fei didn't want anything else. He went straight for the pure yuan pills. Lin Fei's main goal was to snatch the pure yuan pills. He didn't care about anything else. Apart from the pure yuan pills, they were useless to him. When he arrived in front of the mountain of pure yuan pills, Lin Fei could tell that there was a runes array set up on the mountain. From the looks of it, it was a very powerful one. It was as if they were worried that someone would snatch the pure yuan pills, which was why they didn't set up the runes array. Lin Fei smiled. Destroy. Facing the runes array, Lin Fei directly used the metal concept. Rings of golden suns bombarded the runes array. It exploded forcefully. Rumble, rumble. The power of destruction was used on the runes array. With just one attack, the runes array shattered. After refining the pure yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Facing a runes array, there was nothing to worry about. Collect. Opening the system space, Lin Fei began to search for the pure yuan pills. Previously, he had lost a big opportunity. This time, Lin Fei didn't intend to give it up. What? Someone broke into the treasury again? After the runes array was broken, the big shots of the 18 families were shocked again. The scene from 2 months ago was still fresh in their memory. After someone broke in and stole a large amount of pure New Year's Day and a large amount of spirit liquid, everyone from the 18 clans carried a bellyful of resentment until now. After 2 months of searching, they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the thief. They thought that he had left the death desert. Who would have thought that he would return again and enter the treasury? Rage. He was enraged. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Everyone was furious. The first time they broke into the treasury, it was because their defenses were weak. This time they strengthened their defenses. How did that person get in? In the blink of an eye, they received the news. What? Another King Class expert died? Even the Mystic Spirit Great Perfection experts are dead. Uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. There were only so many King Class experts in the 18 families. Now that another one had died, they felt as if they were dreaming. How could a King Class expert be killed? Everyone rushed to the treasury. They wanted to see how strong that person was to dare to break into the treasury again. Did he really think that he was a peerless expert? In the treasury. Rumble. Another mountain of pure yuan pills was stolen. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Last time I gave you pure yuan pills. This time I won't leave any for you. I will take all the pure yuan pills in one go. In the treasury there was a mountain of pure yuan pills. Roughly speaking, there were at least tens of millions of pure yuan pills. Added together, there were at least hundreds of millions of pure yuan pills. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't forget the last time, Lin Fei wouldn't have broken into the treasury again. He didn't know when he would get such a good opportunity again. Therefore, he had to take as many pure yuan pills as he could. King Kong, come out. He summoned King Kong, who had been asleep for 2 months. Roar. This guy had been suppressing his anger for a long time. The King Kong godly ape was a mutated beast. Naturally, it had a temper. After staying in the pet space for 2 months, King Kong was full of anger. Let's vent our anger. Roar. King Kong swallowed a large amount of pure yuan pills and rushed forward, slapping the martial artists. The weaker ones were sent flying, and by the time they landed on the ground, they were already dead. Their internal organs, muscles, and bones were all shattered. It was impossible for them to survive. Brutal. Damn it, a mystic great circle beast, King Kong godly ape. King Kong couldn't be bothered. His furry claws slashed down at them. It was indescribably terrifying. Mystic Adept Realm cultivators were killed with a single claw. Mystic Adept Realm cultivators were sent flying with a single slap. In the treasury, no one was a match for King Kong. If they were to encounter him, they would either be slapped to death or clawed to death. There was almost no other choice. In the treasury there were countless casualties. King Kong Godly Ape die. Finally there was an expert, a King Stage expert. Roar, King Kong roared. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, his fighting spirit increased, and he directly charged at the King Stage expert. Keep the mortal weapons. Mystic Arts Secret Manuals. This time Lin Fei was practically sweeping through the treasury. When he saw something decent he didn't care if it was useful or not. He just kept it first. Roar, although King Kong was strong, he was still sent flying dozens of feet away by the combined attacks of the King Stage experts. If not for the fact that he was a mystic Great Circle beast, he would definitely have been heavily injured. But now he was just injured. The King Stage experts of the 18 clans made their move, especially after knowing that another King Stage expert had been killed. All the King Stage experts could not control themselves. Arrogance, too arrogant. The 18 clans were their lair, and someone had not only killed them but also robbed them. No matter what, they couldn't swallow this anger. Therefore, the remaining 6 King Stage experts all rushed over, ready to kill the other party. When they saw a mystic spirit Great Circle beast, they were all shocked. They finally understood why Elder Fei had been killed. It was most likely due to the help of this mutated beast. King Kong's intelligence had been activated. He knew that these people were powerful when they joined forces. If he were to be attacked for a while longer, he would definitely die here. Time to go. When Lin Fei saw the injured King Kong, he hurriedly kept it. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Which one of you injured my pet? Lin Fei flew up, glaring at them angrily. With confidence, Lin Fei did not care how strong they were. As long as it wasn't a profound emperor, he was very calm. The King Stage experts of the 18 clans were stunned when they heard this. They almost wondered if they had said the wrong thing. What did he mean by injured his pet? This person was way too arrogant. Sir, how dare you? You were the one who did that 2 months ago, weren't you? A gray-robed elder said angrily. Did I? Why don't I remember? Lin Fei shook his head, looking serious. Sophistry. How dare you? That person said angrily. Do you really think this is your home? That you can come and go as you please? Sir, you are too arrogant. Is that so? This is a place where I can come and go as I please. Whoosh, Lin Fei left behind an afterimage as he dashed towards the stone door. Windstorm. With just one move, the martial artists in front of him were almost killed by Lin Fei. Awesome, this is too awesome. With just one move, countless martial artists died, killing people in front of their King Stage experts. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Chase. They gritted their teeth. What mystic master? Mystic Spirit Realm? Facing a sword art with intent realm, they could not block a single attack. They were either killed or heavily injured. Lin Fei's true essence seemed to be endless. The sword art with intent realm was increasing in power, especially the wind sword art. When he used it, these martial artists could not block a single attack. Rumble, rumble. Under the desert, a huge skylight was blasted open again. Lin Fei flew in front. Behind him, 6 King Stage experts chased after him. Among these 6 King Stage experts, the strongest was a late-stage King Stage expert, and the weakest was an early-stage King Stage expert. When they worked together, it was a huge formation. Total annihilation. After stopping in mid-air, Lin Fei's 720 flying swords transformed into a super flying sword. He took the lead and attacked them like a white stream of light. Total annihilation, 2nd level. Be careful. No one expected it. The other party actually dared to attack them in the middle of the road. More importantly, the attack was too fierce, catching them off guard. Under normal circumstances, when facing the joint pursuit of 6 King Stage experts, they would definitely flee. It was impossible for them to counterattack. But someone actually did it. Boom! 720 flying swords were not 72 flying swords. In terms of power, the difference between the two was too great. 18 clans are only SOSO. I will take the things away. Chapter 290. P.S. Thanks to LDY 1980 for his monthly votes. It was the last day. Robbing the monthly votes. Hand them all over. Hand them over and you won't be killed. In the desert of death. The king-level experts looked at each other. The yellow sand howled and the wind raged. The king-level experts were indeed unsettled. It was like a raging storm that could not be calmed down for a long time. Swish, swish, swish behind him. Many experts followed up. When they saw the wretched state of the king-level experts, they were all dumbfounded. What had happened? Where's the thief? The atmosphere was very tense. Finally, someone could not help but ask. 6 king-level experts had attacked. Even if the thief was a late Xian king, he could not escape from them. But now where was he? Where did he go? Could he have been killed? He's gone. One of the king-level experts' voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. One could imagine his current state of mind. Couldn't you stop him? The crowd could not help but be shocked. How could this be possible? Could the thief be a late king-level expert? Another person asked with a strange expression. The 18 families had always had a smooth life in the Tianhai dynasty. Even the families of the Tianhai dynasty could not do anything to them. They could only vent their anger through bounty missions. Among them, there was no lack of king-level powerhouses. Under the hands of the 18 families, several king-level powerhouses were killed. This was a show of power for the 18 families. The name 18 families was taboo in the Tianhai dynasty. Otherwise, why would a dignified young master of a family tremble in fear after hearing the name 18 families? A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The 18 families were like that. The patriarch is here. Just as the crowd was about to understand the situation, a ray of light came. It was the leader of the 18 families. Greetings, patriarch. The group hurriedly said. Where is he? The words were neither light nor heavy. It was like an alarm bell had rung in their hearts. He's gone. The 2 simple words carried a tone of helplessness. 6 king-level experts had worked together to deal with a person who was not even a king-level expert, but they had watched him escape. No one would believe such a thing. They had truly experienced this feeling of helplessness. How could there be such a monstrous genius in the world? Is that so? Tell me quickly. After hearing the details, a rare look of shock finally appeared on the expressionless face of the newcomer. The 18 great clans were the real big shots. When had they ever heard of such an unimaginable thing? If they hadn't spoken up and narrated it personally, it would have been difficult for them to connect the dots. With such strength, this family head would like to experience it for myself. Why did Lin Fei leave? This was because the king's aura that soared into the sky was rushing towards him. Even though it was several hundred li away, the killing intent still soared into the sky. Looking at the time, it should be arriving soon. After his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, Lin Fei appeared several hundred li away in the blink of an eye, stopping in a desert. It had only taken him a short while. The flying sand and pebbles around him did not affect Lin Fei's position. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the murderous aura that soared into the sky rushed over. After seeing the person who had stopped in the desert, a trace of shock flashed across the person's face, and he stopped in midair. Sir, you're quite bold to barge into the 18 great clans again and again. Do you think the 18 great clans are easy to bully? Song Yan, the real leader of the 18 great clans, stared at the black-clothed man in front of him, and a towering aura crushed over. It was clearly the strength of a consummate profound king. Lin Fei was unmoved. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura that he had retracted rushed out like a flood from a broken dam. Boom! The 2 powerful auras collided, and a huge black vortex suddenly rose between them, actually tearing a hole in the void. Who asked me to just happen to be passing by, and I happened to see that the 18 great clans have a lot of things, so I conveniently took some. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for having treasures but no experts to guard them. Aren't you opening the door for others to take? Lin Fei did not take the other party seriously at all, and his tone carried a ridiculing tone. Damn it! Song Yan suppressed the anger in his heart. This person is too arrogant to the extreme. The 18 great clans had a reputation outside, and even though it was a bad reputation in the Tianhai dynasty, their strength was second to none, if not second to none. However, Song Yan could not find a way to refute this statement. He could not say that the strength of the 18 great clans was already strong enough, but they met a freak like him. In the exchange of auras just now, both sides had a test. This person is very strong. Song Yin originally wanted to rely on the strength of a consummate profound king to suppress the other party, using his aura to blast away the other party's mental collapse. Unexpectedly, the other party's aura was as strong as his, and the outcome could not be determined. Just based on this, Song Yin knew that he could not take down this person, and it would be even more difficult to kill him. Humph, since you say so, then let me see how strong you are to dare to say such big words. Song Yin snorted coldly, and with one hand he grabbed at the void and a golden rod appeared. The Jingguang shone, and it emitted the power of a spirit treasure. It turned out to be a superior grade spirit treasure. Who's afraid of who? Shatter. Lin Fei took out the killing sword and directly used the concept of metal. The giant golden millstone was hundreds of meters wide, and the aura of destruction filled the air. Wherever it went, large swathes of yellow sand were instantly blasted into nothingness by the destructive sword qi. Good. Song Yan's face was solemn. He knew that the other party would be difficult to deal with, especially the strongest concept of metal. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. The golden rod smashed forward. Roar! A whistling sound rang out, and a golden dragon that was also several hundred meters long appeared. It brought with it an unparalleled domineering aura as it charged towards the golden millstone. When it was several hundred meters long, its huge dragon tail smashed into the millstone, causing it to shake. Following this, the millstone smashed downwards, smashing into the golden dragon, causing countless dragon scales to fly off. They were evenly matched and both were about the same. In just one move, both of them knew what to expect. Lin Fei was shocked. This should be the strongest of the 18 great clans. He's really not simple. His Zhen Yuan is so strong that he can use such a domineering attack. If it was this king-level expert, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had a chance to escape. On the other side, Song Yin was also shocked. Abnormal, too monstrous. He's only at the Mystic Master realm, but his combat strength has reached the Mystic King realm. Which family has cultivated him? An ordinary family can't cultivate such a powerful disciple, so he must have a powerful family behind him. Could it be that he's from a mid-level dynasty? Clatter. Song Yin didn't believe that a small dynasty could produce such a monstrous genius. He must be from a mid-level dynasty, whether it was a family or a sect, he must be the most powerful one. Song Yin almost vomited blood. How could he take revenge? His heart sank. He could only use his strongest means to see if there was a chance. Song Yin was already sure that this person was from a mid-level dynasty, and he had a deep fear in his heart. What did a mid-level dynasty represent? It represented absolute strength. Tianhai dynasty was considered powerful, right? Among all the dynasties, it was an inconspicuous existence. A mid-level dynasty could casually send an expert to make a small dynasty restless, and 3 or 4 experts could wipe out a small dynasty. The person in front of him came from a mid-level dynasty, and Song Yin had no intention of seeking justice. He could do nothing about losing a large number of pure essence pills and spirit liquid. Fatal 13 staves. Song Yan's staff technique changed, and the domineering staff technique turned into killing. Behind him, 13 phantoms drilled out, and a large area was filled with killing intent. Total annihilation. The 720 flying swords were divided into 2 white sword rivers, one in front and one behind, rushing towards the 18 phantoms. These phantoms were just evolved from the staff technique. In the face of the great increase in strength, the 2 white sword rivers converged into a pair of scissors, which cut in the air. Wherever the scissors passed, the phantoms immediately dissipated. Boom! The 720 flying swords cut again. Song Yin was under great pressure. This person's dark armor has already transitioned to battle armor. That blow just now didn't kill that guy. It will be difficult to deal with him in the future, Lin Fei said regretfully. Under the attack of the 720 flying swords, at the critical moment, Song Yin used a high-grade spirit treasure to delay time and offset some of the attack power. Even so, he was still blasted away, and then immediately fled under the yellow sand. In the Xintian continent, everything depends on strength, Lin Fei said in his heart. This person has already refined the dark armor and turned it into battle armor. It is still quite difficult to kill him in one blow. His strength is still not strong enough. If Lin Fei's thoughts were to spread to the outside world, it was unknown how many people would be dumbfounded. That person just now had the strength of a consummate stage profound King Realm expert, a genuine King Realm expert. Yet, Lin Fei had beaten his opponent to the point of fleeing. That person wasn't a cabbage, but a profound King Realm expert. After plundering a large number of pure essence pills and other things from the treasury of the 18 families, Lin Fei left contentedly. Dozens of miles away, Song Yan, the leader of the 18 families, emerged in a sorry state. Freak! At this time a huge hole had been blasted in the Zhenyuan armor, and he almost couldn't return. Facing the domineering blow just now, he still felt shocked. Song Yan had recently mastered the 18 deadly staves, but this was the first time he had used it. He was beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back and almost died in this desert. This person is too evil. I can't offend him again. I hope he will leave the Tianhai dynasty after robbing this batch of things and never come back again. Otherwise there's nothing I can do. Song Yan already had a plan. This person must not be offended again. The 18 families could not afford to offend him. If the opponent arranged a few experts, the 18 families would all disappear. Eat the bitter pill in silence, swallow it yourself. Song Yan couldn't find any other way. He couldn't continue to take revenge. Even if the other king-level experts attacked him, they might not be a match for him, and they might even end up dead. A medium-sized dynasty. Chapter 291. On a wide official road. A black whirlwind horse was leisurely galloping on the official road. A young man was lying on its back leisurely. He did not look like he was in a hurry. Instead, he looked like he was resting. It was midday, and the sunlight was very comfortable. Awesome, this is awesome. The young man sat up lazily. With a casual grab, a pile of pure yuan pills appeared in his hand. He threw them into his mouth from time to time as if he was eating jelly beans. He looked very relaxed. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had left the Tianhai dynasty. Half a month had passed since he left the Desert of Death. He was now in the territory of the Unfalling dynasty, and was preparing to return to his family. As for why he only appeared in the Unfalling dynasty after half a month, the reason was actually very simple. Lin Fei had gone to the Demonic Beast mountain range to hunt all kinds of demonic beasts, in exchange for experience points to level up. In half a month, countless demonic beasts had died at his hands. This rare whirlwind horse was also caught from the Demonic Beast mountain range, and used as a means of transportation. Crunch crunch. When the pure yuan pills entered his stomach, they immediately turned into a stream of heat. On the head of the whirlwind horse was a little thing. Ever since it had eaten a large amount of pure yuan pills and demonic cores, it had been lazing around all day. Those who did not know what was going on would think that something had happened. Lin Fei did not know what was going on either, but he had already made up his mind. After returning to the family and leaving behind some resources, I will go settle the matters in Shanha City. When that time comes, I will be able to sleep peacefully. Even if I do not return in the future, nothing will happen to me. After that, I can go out and explore. Lin Fei had made up his mind. This was probably the last time he would return to the family. As for when the next time would be, even Lin Fei himself did not know. The Xinjiang continent was simply too big. There were countless small and medium-sized empires. There were also many super empires and empires. The Unfalling dynasty was just a small place. If he wanted to explore, he had to go outside. 3 days later, Lin Fei entered the territory of Shanha City. It had been almost 5 months since the last time he left and returned. The last time he left, he wasn't strong enough and even needed the help of the Rune Guild. After 5 months, Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly, and he no longer cared about Tianxia. The strongest person in Tianxia was only at the cryptic spirit realm. They didn't even have a single king-level warrior. They could only show off their power in Shanha County. Lin Fei didn't plan to go to Mountain River City. He planned to return to his family first. When he passed by Mountain River City, he would deal with the aftermath. Somehow, he thought of the Golden Phoenix and the ambiguous behavior that night. Another day later, Lin Fei entered the vicinity of Guiyuan City. This was already the result of Xiao Hei slowing down. Even so, its speed was still astonishing. That was because the whirlwind horse was a special kind of demonic beast. Its strength was not strong, but in terms of speed it was the best mount. It could travel 1,000 miles in a day without a problem. However, the speed of the whirlwind horse was too fast. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to catch it. Once there was the slightest sign of trouble, it would escape immediately. One could well imagine how slow Lin Fei's speed was along the way. After entering the main road of Guiyuan City, there were more people on the road, and it became more lively. Did you know? The Lin family of Guiyuan City is in big trouble this time. On the main road, a convoy was moving slowly. In front of the carriage there were two people chatting to kill time. What trouble? Didn't the Lin family have a genius disciple, Lin Fei? Who would go looking for trouble? The other person was obviously surprised and had some doubts. What's the use of a genius disciple? Do you know who they offended? The person driving the carriage was teasing them. Who? You know about Tianxia? The Black Tortoise sect? The genius disciple of the Lin family killed the fourth son of the leader of Tianxia, Qian Xian, and also killed a disciple of the Black Tortoise sect. Originally, no one knew about this, but for some reason they finally found out about it. Now they are going to kill their way here. I heard that they are going to destroy the Lin family. That person said proudly. The person in the carriage was also surprised. Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect really dare to destroy the Lin family? I heard that the Lin family is protected by the Rune Guild. Oh. Lin Fei, who had been lazing around, didn't pay attention to the movements around him. However, those words still fell into his ears. Someone wants to touch the Lin family? Walla Lin Fei sat up. With his current strength, no matter what he wanted to know within the radius of the official road could escape his ears. When he heard it again, Lin Fei's face sank. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he flew out. Just when the coachman was about to continue, his throat tightened and he almost couldn't breathe. He only heard a cold voice in his ears. Is what you said true? Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect are going to destroy the Lin family? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes this morning. The people of Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect brought a large group of people and rushed to Guiyuan City. Senior, I was just saying it casually. Please don't kill me. I don't know anything. Immediately the coachman felt his throat loosened. He felt a black wind flashing past and he could no longer see the figure of the person. The three people present were scared and broke out in cold sweat. They couldn't even see how the person appeared and how he left. This person was too terrifying. Just the aura that he emitted was enough to make them breathless. Guiyuan City. The originally lively Guiyuan City was in a depressing atmosphere today. 5 months had passed. The Lin family's position had been expanding, and they had become the #1 family in Guiyuan City. In addition to the disciples that joined the Rune Guild, the Lin family was already in existence that could stomp their feet. In these 5 months, the overall strength of the Lin family had been increasing and no one dared to look down on them. But today, everyone realized that the powerful Lin family was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of a true expert. They were overestimating their own strength. The Lin family is finished this time. Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect are going to attack together. They brought experts with them and they are all profound experts. The one leading them is even a mystic adept. The Lin family has a genius disciple, Lin Fei. I didn't expect that he would cause such a big trouble. I'm afraid that the Rune Guild won't be able to protect him this time. They are coming in menacingly. Once the formation of the Lin family's runes is broken, Lin Fei will really be slaughtered. Outside the Lin family, everyone was talking about it. Rumble, rumble, ripples appeared in the sky above the Lin family, blocking the violent attacks. Following the appearance of the ripples, the energy could no longer be replenished, and the formation of the runes outside was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Zhentian, the formation of your Lin family's runes is about to be broken. Let's see how long you can be a coward inside. Don't think that the president of the Rune Guild will come to help you. He has already been invited out by us. Your son killed my fourth brother. Today, I will exterminate your Lin family, leaving no one alive as a sacrifice to my fourth brother. The deafening voice resounded in the sky above the Lin family, lingering for a long time. Outside the Lin family, Two groups of people were gathered together. One group was from Tianxia, and the leader was Qian Xian's third brother, Qian Sheng. As for the other group, they were the disciples of Xian Qi from the Black Tortoise sect. One Tianxia was already enough for them to look up to. With the addition of the Black Tortoise sect, anyone would feel that there was no hope. Young master, the formation of the runes is about to be broken. Qian Sheng sat on his demonic beast, waving the fan in his hand leisurely. Once the formation is broken, all the men of the Lin family will die. As for the women, bring them back and let them be prostitutes for the rest of their lives. Let everyone know that this is the consequence of offending Tianxia. Qian Sheng said indifferently. He turned to the young man beside him and said respectfully, Brother Feng, what do you think of this little brother's arrangement? The young man smiled. Master's order is to exterminate the Lin family and avenge eldest senior. As for other matters, Master doesn't have any requirements. He just wants us to witness it with our own eyes. Chen Sheng laughed. That's not a problem at all. When the formation of the runes is broken, my subordinates will kill their way in and kill them all. How can a late-stage profound practitioner like the Lin family be worthy of being a family? The young man also smiled. Once we're done with the Lin family, we can go back earlier. The Lin family. At this time it was already a mess. However, after Lin Zhentian killed a few disciples that were causing trouble, the situation was completely calmed down. Father, let's fight them to the death. There are no cowards in our Lin family who are afraid of death. Lin Feng's strength had improved very quickly during this period of almost half a year, and he was already at the 9th level of the martial Tao. He was only a step away from the profounder realm, and under Lin Zhentian's fostering, he already possessed the might of a patriarch. As he spoke, Lin Feng's icy cold gaze swept past all the elders and deacons present here, causing them to not dare look him in the eye. Lin Zhentian sat at the seat of the host with an expressionless face, and it was impossible to discern his emotions. This was the greatest deterrent to the elders of the Lin family. Big brother is right. I, Lin Xiao, will be the first to kill anyone who dares to be a coward in the Lin family. Lin Xiao had a bad temper, and he wasn't as reserved as his big brother Lin Feng had said. Everyone in the meeting hall didn't dare speak, and they were waiting for someone to speak. Since Lin Zhentian advanced into the advanced stage of the profounder realm, no one dared to go against him, especially after the two elders were demoted. All of them knew that the patriarch wasn't someone they could go against in the past. Although Tianxia and the Black Tortoise Gate are strong, don't forget that our Lin family has produced a genius. In 50 years, he will definitely become a true expert on the continent. Our Lin family will still be able to spread our branches on the continent and become a true family. Lin Zhentian stood up and said, Since Tianxia and the Black Tortoise Gate want to fight, we will fight to the end, even if we don't have the help of the Rune Guild. Even though everyone knew the final outcome. However, the last sentence shocked them. Yes, their Lin family still had a genius disciple, Lin Fei. As long as he didn't die prematurely, the Lin family would become even stronger and more famous in the future. Fight, fight. There was a rumble outside. The formation of the runes had been broken, and the Lin family had lost their greatest help. Charge in and kill them all. Leave no one alive. Kill the men and bring the women back. Chapter 292. The runes array has been destroyed. Without the runes array, Lin Fei no longer has the ability to resist. Lin Fei is really finished this time. With the runes array destroyed, the remaining fighting strength of the Lin family no longer had the ability to resist. Facing the ferocious experts and the experts of the Black Tortoise sect, it would be a piece of cake to annihilate the other families in Guiyuan City. Lin Zhentian, your son killed my fourth brother. I'm afraid you never thought that such a day would come, right? Chen Shang stood up. Lin Zhentian appeared in the sky above the Lin family. Indeed I didn't. Lin Zhentian said. However, I will always be proud of my son. I'm afraid that in the near future, your Tianxia will experience the same fate as my Lin family. I believe that day will not be far away. Chen Sheng laughed. Lin Fei? We will not give him any chance to grow. I forgot to tell you, your Lin family's Lin Fei overestimated himself and wanted to snatch the profound emperor's inheritance. I'm afraid that he would have been killed by a profound spirit expert. Guiyuan City was located in a remote area. so he did not know the situation outside. A trace of shock flashed across Lin Jintian's eyes before he calmed down. You keep saying that. It looks like you're afraid of my Lin Fei. That's why you can only use such a method to take revenge. Your world gang is indeed very disappointing. No, I should say extremely disappointing. Old thing, this young master will personally send you down. Chen Sheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. What he said just now had indeed hit the nail on the head. Ever since the incident in the Demon Beast Mountain Range, Chen Sheng had been panicking even though he did not know what would happen next. That was why he brought his men over to exterminate the Lin family. When the time came, he would let Lin Fei go to Mountain River City to take revenge. Soul-breaking palm. Chen Sheng clapped his hands, and his entire body soared into the sky. True Yuan surged out, blasting towards Lin Jintian's position. Lin Jintian showed no fear and took a deep breath. Azure Dragon Capture. Roar. When Xiao Chen executed his consummate technique, the Azure Dragon image in the air gave off a dragon might and turned into a huge palm, clashing with the Azure Palm. Hong. One was at the advanced stage of the Profounder Realm while the other was at the Profounder Realm. The gap between the two was too great. Even though the Great Azure Dragon capturing technique was very strong, if one lacked strength, one would not be able to bring out its might. After displaying this unique skill, Zhou Bao's eyes widened. Chen Sheng's expression immediately changed. Something seemed to be amiss. However, in the blink of an eye, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Since he had already made his move, he would go all the way to the end. Lin Jintian, you only have this much strength. With just one move, Lin Jintian was blasted flying and crashed into a house. Rumble. The area where Lin Jintian landed immediately turned into ruins. Even the houses could not withstand the huge impact and were directly turned into ruins. Everyone could imagine this scene. How could the Lin family withstand the attack of a mystic adept? Chen Sheng, who was in mid-air, was also secretly shocked. I did not expect this Lin family to be related to the Upper Lin family. It seems like they are branches of the Upper Lin family. Since you have already made your move, kill them all. I believe that the Upper Lin family will not know. Soul-breaking palm. Chen Sheng moved again. He rushed to the sky above the ruins and slammed his palm down, preparing to kill Lin Jintian. Lin Jintian, who was in the ruins, was seriously injured in just one move. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. His biggest regret was that he could not see his son's name spread across the continent. He subconsciously closed his eyes. Get lost. Just when everyone thought that Lin Jintian was dead for sure, an angry roar came from the horizon. Immediately, countless rays of light attacked. The terrifying aura shocked everyone present. Ooh, who is it? Why does he have such a terrifying aura? Chen Sheng was shocked and quickly retreated. Rumble. As the sword light fell, the people of Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect, who were slaughtering, fell to the ground without a sound. All of them had a wound on their throats. A one-hit kill. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned on the spot. They could not believe the scene in front of them. The mystic adepts were all dead. Other than them, there was no one else on the ruins. Apart from the corpses on the ground, this happened in just a short period of time. The one who attacked in anger was Lin Fei. He had finally rushed back at the crucial moment. Father, quickly eat the elixir. So, Lin Fei appeared beside Lin Jintian and fed him a healing elixir. At the same time, he injected a stream of true yuan into Lin Jintian's body, effectively healing his injuries. Xiao Fei, is it really you? Lin Jintian asked excitedly. It was as if he was dreaming. Yes, I am back. Lin Fei handed Lin Jintian over to the people who came up. Now, I will help you vent your anger. Seeing the look in his son's eyes, Lin Jintian knew that his son had become stronger than before. He was like a tall mountain that everyone had to look up to. Third brother. Xiao Fei. Lin Xiao and Lin Feng rushed up, their faces filled with disbelief. Big brother, second brother. Lin Fei said with a smile. Take these healing elixirs and let them eat them. When they saw that the genius from the Lin family had returned, everyone in the Lin family felt as if they had been hit by a huge pie. The fear in their hearts disappeared completely. The people outside were also dumbfounded. There were at least 20 to 30 mystic adepts and experts at the ninth heaven of the martial path who rushed in. In the blink of an eye they were all dead? If not for the corpses lying on the ground, they would not dare to believe that all of this was real. Even if it was a mystic adept, it would be extremely difficult to kill all of them in one move. Have you all thought about how you want to die? Lin Fei stepped on the void and looked at the group of people opposite him. If he had not decided to come back first, the Lin family might have been annihilated. It would also affect his future cultivation. It's you, Lin Fei. Chen Sheng clenched his teeth. He did not believe that it was Lin Fei who had returned and killed all of his subordinates. Other than the few behind him, there was no one else. For some reason, after hearing this, fear rose in Chen Sheng's heart. He kept saying to himself in his heart, "He is only at the mystic adept realm. What is there to be afraid of?" He desperately tried to calm himself down. Have you thought about how you want to die? Lin Fei calmly said the same thing. My young master is not someone you can yell about killing. A mystic adept realm martial artist behind Chen Sheng said angrily. Bang, bang. There was no movement at all, but the experts behind Chen Sheng collapsed to the ground in an instant, lifeless. Shocked. Everyone was horrified. 5 months ago, Lin Fei was only at the 9th heavenly layer of martial Dao. 5 months later, he was already at the mystic adept realm and killed a mystic adept realm expert. They could not think about it. Chen Sheng was shocked. Brother Feng beside him was shocked. Oh, no one thought that Lin Fei would be so fierce as soon as he came back. Lin Fei, I am from the Black Tortoise sect. Do you dare to kill me? The young man from the Black Tortoise sect said angrily. Idiot. Lin Fei appeared in front of the young man and slapped him. The young man at the mystic adept realm flew out directly. His jaw was also broken, revealing his pale bones. He hit the ruins. It seems that you have not thought about it. I will make the decision for you. Chen Sheng was shocked. How dare you? Pa! A slap came and Chen Sheng flew out. You dare to destroy my Lin family. I will cut off one of your arms. Rip! Chen Sheng's left arm was torn off. You dare to touch my father. I will cut off one of your arms. Chen Sheng's right arm was also torn off. You dare to kill my Lin family. I will cut off one of your legs. You dare to destroy my Lin family. I will cut off one of your legs. In the air, everyone saw the most brutal scene. It turned out that a mystic adept realm expert could also fight like this. At the same time, it left an unforgettable scene in everyone's heart. Chen Sheng was like a sandbag. He fell in Lin Fei's hands without any ability to fight back. After losing his limbs, Chen Sheng did not die. The powerful blood and chi of a martial artist allowed him to live temporarily. My father will definitely avenge me. Lin Fei lifted Chen Sheng and said indifferently, Then I will wait for your father's revenge. Boom! Chen Sheng turned into a mist of blood. He could not be more dead. Whether it was inside or outside, everyone was scared stiff. Just now, they thought that the Lin family was finished. Who would have thought that in just a few breaths Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sex people would die one by one? A mystic adept realm expert should be strong enough. In the end, in the hands of Lin Fei, he was like a child. He killed them whenever he wanted. He was simply a monstrous genius. Oh. Big brother, we are not dreaming, right? Lin Xiao forgot about the wounds on his body. He stared at Lin Fei's figure in the sky with a look of worship. Lin Feng muttered to himself, I don't think I'm dreaming. Third brother's strength? Lin Xiao was already stunned and asked stupidly. It should be very, very powerful. As for the rest of the people, their current mood was not much different from Lin Xiao and the others. Their faces were filled with horror and shock. At the same time, there was something called surprise. The elders and the rest of the people present had never thought that the third young master Lin, who was useless in their eyes, would one day appear in front of them in such a manner. When he attacked, he killed his enemies one by one. They could not even see how he attacked. Until now, their Lin family had never had a mystic adept realm expert. Moreover, his strength was so abnormal. Just now, they saw clearly that there were no less than 5 or 6 mystic adept realm experts, and all of them were killed in one move. Father, I came late. I have let you suffer. Lin Fei landed. Lin Zhentian's injuries had recovered quite a bit. After all, the healing pill was bought from the system. Its effect was naturally first class. It was far from what ordinary healing pills could compare to. Not late, not late. Lin Jintian smiled proudly. The Lin family was shocked. Everyone seemed to have watched a big show. From the overbearing manner of Tianxia and Xuanwu sect, to wanting to destroy the Lin family in the hands of others, the genius disciple of the Lin family, Lin Fei, rushed back from outside and killed everyone on the spot. Even the mystic adept realm experts in their eyes were killed one by one. Felt like a comical farce. It was very noisy, but at the crucial moment there was immediately silence. This kind of thing that could only be imagined usually appeared in front of them. It was indeed like a dream. The news of the return of the genius disciple of the Lin family immediately spread to all the big and small families in Guiyuan City. Other than shock, there was still shock. Everyone understood that this time the Lin family really stood up. After 5 months, the Lin family's third young master Lin once again shocked everyone. From the 9th level of the martial path, he suddenly rushed to the mystic adept realm. It was a total of 2 big leaps. Especially after becoming a mystic adept realm expert, his combat power was even more terrifying and unimaginable. What kind of monster did the Lin family have? Everyone was thinking about what to do in the future. The Lin family had such a monster young master. Did they need to rely on the Lin family? Lin family. Lin Fei returned. The haze of the Lin family was swept away. In just a day, the Lin family returned to normal. Other than some ruins that had not been cleared, there were no other problems in the rest of the place. The dead and injured disciples of the Lin family had already been properly taken care of. The atmosphere of the Lin family was also not as anxious as before. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits. After all, no matter how strong Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect were, they probably would not offend such a monster genius, especially with the strength to kill a mystic adept realm expert in one move. Third brother, this time it's really all thanks to you. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Fei. In the meeting hall, other than the elders, there was no one else. Lin Fei smiled and said, "We're family. You're treating me like an outsider." Lin Feng also said, "Just now, third brother was really impressive. What mystic adept realm expert, you killed them so easily. I think Tianxia will not dare to come again." Lin Fei and the other 2 brothers got along very well. Seeing Lin Fei show his power, they were naturally happy. This was the supreme honor of the Lin family. The rest of the elders also nodded their heads. However, today we killed the people of Tianxia and the Black Tortoise sect, will they? One of the elders said worriedly. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. In a few days I will personally go to Mountain River City and settle all the troubles. In the future there will be no more Tianxia." Swoosh, the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was in the past, they would definitely scoff. Tianxia claimed to have 100,000 disciples. Was it really so easy to deal with them? Now that these words came out of Lin Fei's mouth, they did not dare to doubt it. Lin Zhentian said, "If it doesn't work, we will think of another way." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry." At night, in Lin Zhentian's study room, Lin Fei first set up the runes formation. Of course, it was the simplest. "Father, this time I am back. I think it will be a long time before I come back again. So, before I leave, I want to leave something behind." Lin Fei said and waved his hand. A mountain of pure elemental pills appeared in front of them. Pure elemental pills. The Lin family also had pure elemental pills, but there were very few of them. When they saw the huge amount of pure elemental pills, Lin Zhentian, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao were all dumbstruck. Lin Fei waved his hand again and ordinary weapons flew out. Apart from these, there were also soul treasures. However, they were just low-grade soul treasures and soul liquids. These are just a few of my gains outside. With these things, the family should be able to quickly raise their strength. This was just a few of his gains? As the family leader, Lin Zhentian was dazzled by the sight of millions of pure elemental pills. As for Lin Fei's 2 elder brothers, they were practically drooling. Chapter 293. P.S. Thanks to Kugei, 5-star Army General, Super Mew Mew, for his monthly vote. Thanks to Doling for his evaluation vote. April 1st. Begging for a guaranteed monthly vote. Lin Fei took out a large number of treasures in one go, causing Lin Zhentian and the rest to gasp. Any one of them would be highly sought after. Such a large amount of resources could only appear in a dream. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. "I'm not dreaming, am I? Pure yuan pills were one of the cultivation resources for the disciples of the big families. Lin Feng had never used more than 100 pure yuan pills in his life. He had never used the spiritual liquid, but he had heard of its miraculous effects. As for the spiritual treasure, it was something that could only be found in a dream. In reality, no matter which treasure it was, the Lin family could only look at it and think about it. They had never thought of owning it. After all, it was another level of cultivation. Lin Fei laughed. Of course it's not a dream. You will become experts soon. There are a total of 10 million pure yuan pills, 500 kilograms of spiritual liquid, and some ordinary weapons and spiritual treasures. I believe that the family will rise again soon. Hiss, the three of them inhaled a breath of cold air. 10 million pure yuan pills, it was an unimaginable number. Lin Feng and Lin Xiao were stunned. Only Lin Jintian remained calm. Even so, his breathing was rapid and his heartbeat accelerated. He could not remain calm. Lin Fei waved his hand and stored all the pure yuan pills in order to prevent their aura from leaking out and attracting the attention of outsiders. He handed it to his father solemnly. Father, these resources will be under your control from now on. Choose a few loyal members of the Lin family and nurture them. It will be enough to nurture a group of experts. Lin Zhentian looked at his son, not knowing what to say. 5 months ago, Lin Fei gave him a huge shock. Who would have thought that 5 months later, he would bring another shock? Especially the resources that he brought back, Lin Zhentian did not even think about it. Soon Lin Zhentian felt relieved. His son was so proud he should be happy. Little Fei, your father can't do anything else, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate a group of experts who are loyal to the Lin family. Lin Zhentian was very confident. Lin Fei said, after I leave, I will set up the runes array in the secret room. When the time comes, you can cultivate in the secret room. Also, while I am at home, help you improve your strength. If one were to say that they had taken out such a generous amount of resources, it would already be shocking enough. At this moment, it felt like a dream to talk about improving his strength. Is that okay? Lin Xiao could not help but ask. If Lin Fei wasn't confident before, then he was completely relieved now. Lin Fei's control over quintessential essence had already reached a level where he could control it at will. It shouldn't be a problem for him to help them increase their strength appropriately. Before reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the martial Tao, one would cultivate true qi. After consuming the spirit liquid, one would be able to improve immediately. His father, on the other hand, had the strength of a late-stage profound practitioner. As long as he had enough true qi, his strength would be able to improve. The Lin family had a profound adept expert overseeing it, so there wouldn't be any big problems for the time being. Of course. That night, Lin Fei was in the secret room, helping them to improve their strength. It took a total of 3 days for their strength to improve. His father, Lin Zhentian's strength, had been forcefully raised by Lin Fei to the late-stage mystic adept. It was already impossible for him to go any further and reach the late-stage mystic adept realm. However, with the spirit treasure that Lin Fei had left behind, he would be able to fight against a mystic adept expert without being at a disadvantage. He might even be able to kill them. He didn't have to worry about being unable to deal with a mystic adept expert. As for his 2 brothers, Lin Fei didn't forcefully raise their strength by much. He only helped them to break through to the profound practitioner realm. Fortunately, their foundations were very good. After advancing to the profound practitioner realm, Lin Fei helped them advance 3 small realms to the late-stage profound practitioner realm. Anyone below the profound practitioner realm was killed without mercy. It was already 3 days later when he finished raising his strength. With the strength of a late-stage mystic adept, Lin Zhentian once again intimidated everyone in the Lin family, especially the elders. Fortunately, this news was suppressed by Lin Zhentian and was not allowed to leak out. As for whether it would be leaked out, it was no longer important. What was important was that the Lin family's strength had increased once again, and had truly taken a step forward. After raising his strength, Lin Fei went out to see his old friends. After all, he didn't know when he would return again. During this period, the Rune Guild's Mu Chongkong personally came to explain what happened that day. Regarding the matter that day, Lin Fei wasn't really angry. He knew the cause and effect, and there was nothing he could do about it. Mu Chongkong was also shocked by the rapid improvement of Lin Fei's strength. This kind of cultivation speed was like sitting on a rocket. How many people could reach this step? For the Rune Guild, it was very useful at the moment. It was not wrong to have a good relationship with them. As the leader of a guild, Mu Chongkong no longer looked at him as a disciple. Instead, he looked at him as the same person. If Mu Chongkong knew that Lin Fei could already contend against a king stage expert, he would probably be scared half to death. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't the kind of person who liked to flaunt his strength everywhere. Mu Chongkong left with a satisfied harvest. Actually, the thing that Mu Chongkong was most worried about when he brought his men here was that Lin Fei would leave a bad impression on the Rune Guild. Lin Fei had returned from outside and killed a mystic adept expert on the spot. He had killed all the disciples of the Black Tortoise sect in Tianxia like slaughtering chickens and sheep. This news fell into Mu Chongkong's ears immediately, which was why he took the initiative to pay a visit today. Originally, he thought that he could rest for a few days after settling the matter. Only then did he know that being famous wasn't a good thing. First of all the big shots in Guiyuan City came to pay a visit. The Lin family didn't have any free time. Other than that, the city lord Suwen also took the initiative to pay a visit. 5 days later, after returning from outside, Lin Fei stayed for 5 days. On the morning of the 5th day, Lin Fei left quietly. He didn't like the sadness of parting. In addition to the things that he had left behind, it was inevitable that the Lin family would develop rapidly in the future. After leaving Guiyuan City, Lin Fei became lazy again and rode Xiaohe to Mountain River City. This time, Lin Fei wanted to completely settle the remaining troubles. When that time comes, he could really be at ease. Damn, the mission given by the system is really a pain in the ass. Lying on Xiaohe ran as if it was flying. It was so fast that one couldn't see its shadow. It ran on the official road like a ghost. At this moment, Lin Fei was very resentful. Last night, Lin Fei initiated a promotion mission. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a big mission. Annihilate Tianxia. The promotion mission of a mystic master was actually to annihilate Tianxia. Lin Fei himself was surprised. Fortunately, with my current strength, I don't need to be afraid of Tianxia. At most, it will be a little troublesome to deal with it. However, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building should intervene in this matter, right? Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. Unconsciously, he thought of Jin Feng, the rich lady who had a little temperament of a queen. A day later, Lin Fei appeared in the vicinity of Mountain River City. Previously, when he returned to Yuan City, Lin Fei was leisurely. This time he didn't control his speed and let Xiaohe run to his heart's content. When he was about to reach Mountain River City, he then stopped. Xiaohe, you can go now. Lin Fei took out a small bag of pure elemental pills and hung it on Xiaohe's neck. He let Xiaohe go. When he reached Mountain River City, he wouldn't need Xiaohe anymore. Ayo! Xiaohe let out a long howl and then left reluctantly. Any demonic beast would be happy to be a mount for a few days and receive a good income, especially for Xiaohe, who wasn't very strong. With this income of pure elemental pills, he might even be able to advance a realm. Mountain River City, Lin Fei am back. Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a long howl and flew towards Mountain River City, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lin Fei pulled the black robe on his body and walked into Mountain River City. It had been 5 months since the last time. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. I wonder how Jin Feng is doing. Walking on the streets, people came and went. It was as lively as the last time. Mountain River City was still the same Mountain River City. When a group of people in black swaggered through the streets, they were even more arrogant than before. Lin Fei couldn't help but have a bad feeling. In less than an hour, Lin Fei saw a few groups of people in black passing through the streets. What happened in Mountain River City in the last 5 months? The people of Tianxia seemed to be more arrogant than before. Lin Fei looked at the disciples of Tianxia who had just walked past him. After his strength had increased, Lin Fei had a strong perception of subtle changes. Usually, things would not be too far from the truth and would not be too far off. It seems that I have to find someone to ask, Lin Fei thought. Mountain River City had no shortage of people. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei walked out of the alley, leaving behind an unconscious person. So that's how it is. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Just now, he had found a random person and asked about the specific situation. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. No wonder Tianxia has been so arrogant recently. It turns out that such a big change has happened in Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. He was still thinking about what that martial artist had said just now. The building master of Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was ambushed and killed by an expert of Tianxia. Now they are in a mess internally. They are fighting for power. If they don't handle it well, they will fall apart. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building that was originally on par with the World Gang had lost the control of the building master and was in chaos internally. Everyone wanted to sit on this position and become the true building master, controlling the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. There was a fight for power internally. Outside there was a forced marriage by Tianxia. That's right. It was indeed a forced marriage. The eldest son of Tianxia, Chanting, was preparing to marry Miss Jin Feng. In fact, he was aiming for Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, which was equivalent to finding a reason to interfere. Chapter 294. Mountain River City. In the huge headquarters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. At this time, with an atmosphere of decline, people wondered if it would collapse at any time and become a memory in the long river of history. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, which could compete with Tianxiao in the past, had long lost its original dominance and was in extreme chaos. The guards at the door were also lazy and had lost their usual vigor. All this was because the building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Jin Yang, was dead. The strength of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was all in Jin Yang's hands. Although it was partly with the help of other forces, it was undeniable that any organization needed a person with vision, insight, and courage. There was no doubt that Jin Yang was one of them. Unfortunately, after Jin Yang was killed, the internal situation immediately loosened and people began to fight for power. Jin Yang did not have a son. He had many adopted sons, but his real biological daughter was Jin Feng. As a girl, Jin Feng was not strong and could not control the elders and other warriors. As a result, under the deliberate instigation, the internal problems became more and more serious. Coupled with the constant pressure from Tianxia, the strength of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was constantly being suppressed. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, in a quiet little yard, it was full of greenery. A young girl stood in front of the window. The soft moonlight shone on the girl, but the girl's eyebrows were full of worry. Behind the girl stood a middle-aged man. This man was Yang Kai, whom Lin Fei was familiar with. He was one of the deputy building masters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, and could be said to be one of Jin Yang's right-hand men. Niece Jin, I will definitely seek justice for you tomorrow. Yang Kai said angrily. The building master's body is not cold yet, and they have already begun to fight for power. I will not accept whoever takes this position. In this fight for power, the only one who did not make a move was Yang Kai. The girl turned her head and revealed a touch of firmness in her eyes. Uncle Yang, this position is my father's. No one can take it away from me. I will not let my father down. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with joy. The only thing he was worried about was that Jin Feng had lost the courage to keep moving forward. Now that he heard this, it was enough to confirm that Miss Jin had not lost her fighting spirit. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Jin Feng was the most qualified to sit on the position of the building master. Unfortunately, she was a woman, which made people feel dissatisfied. If she was a man, it would be perfectly justifiable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any internal strife. Yang Kai said, as long as young lady says this, Uncle Yang will risk his life to help you win this position. I will go out and contact them now, and strive to give them a counterattack tomorrow. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was in chaos. Its power was divided into several factions. The Golden Phoenix faction was not the strongest, but it was also not the weakest. However, it was the most qualified faction that sat on the throne. The other factions lacked the qualifications the most. Miss, it's best if you don't go out tonight. I'll arrange 2 experts outside the courtyard, Yang Kai said before leaving. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Yang. When Jin Feng was left alone in the room, a sense of helplessness flashed across her strong face. She would only show it when no one was around. Father, what should I do? Jin Feng sat on the bed. After a moment, the sense of helplessness of a young girl disappeared. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building belongs to our Jean family. No one can take it away. Jean Feng's eyebrows straightened and her face turned cold. Miss Jean, it turns out that you are so beautiful when you are angry. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in the room. Who? Jean Feng turned around and moved. The black whip lashed in one direction, making a pa-pa-pa sound. However, when she felt her whip fell on the hand of the man, she could not help but be shocked. In the darkness, the voice sounded again. You still like this trick? Last time you whipped me, I didn't expect you to whip me again this time. The black shadow walked out of the darkness and lifted his hood. It's you. Jean Feng was shocked. You, when did you come in? The one who sneaked into Jean Feng's room was Lin Fei, who came from Guiyuan City. Under the cover of the night, he came to Jean Feng's room. Lin Fei loosened his hand and said with grievance, I just arrived and then Miss Jean whipped me. Don't you think I am wronged? Jean Feng put away the whip and her mood suddenly became better. She rolled her eyes and said, Who let you sneak in? Don't you know that? Is this a girl's boudoir? Lin Fei laughed dryly. Well, you opened the window. How would I know? You are twisting words and forcing logic. This was the first time for Lin Fei to hear the details of the situation since he asked about the situation on the street, including what happened after he left. It seems that Tianxia and Black Tortoise sect arranged disciples to kill me. Someone must have snitched on me. Lin Fei could not help but think of the things that happened a few days ago. Because everything happened without warning. Jean Feng was startled. Your Lin family was also attacked? Lin Fei smiled bitterly. If I hadn't rushed back, the Lin family might really have been annihilated. Listening to what you said just now, it seems like there's someone behind all of this. Your father is a mystic spirit practitioner after all. The Under Heaven gang has always been unable to touch your father. How did they succeed this time? I suspect that there's an expert involved. Could it be Black Tortoise sect? Lin Fei said. That is unknown. But we will soon know who is behind this. With that, his eyes revealed a murderous intention. Jean Feng hurriedly said, You can't do anything stupid. Whether it is Black Tortoise sect or Tianxia, they are not something you can contend with at present. Although the two of them did not know each other for a long time, there was no restriction when they were together. They were very free. Therefore, Jean Feng was worried that Lin Fei would do something impulsive. Lin Fei could finally laugh. I can easily enter your Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Do you think I am that kind of reckless person? Jean Feng's strength was at the profound perfection realm. In 5 months, her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had just entered the profound perfection realm recently. Hearing this, she could not help but be surprised. You have already entered the profound master realm. This is not my true strength. It is more than enough to enter your Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Lin Fei said, You and I are friends. We now have a common enemy, Tianxia and Black Tortoise sect. Your matter is also my matter. I will definitely help you vent your anger. Jean Feng was very touched. She did not take Lin Fei's words to heart. Instead, she was worried. I understand your intention. I will deal with Tianxia. I will not let my father die in vain. I don't want you to take the risk. Lin Fei immediately heard Jean Feng's concerned tone. For this kind of smart girl, he vaguely guessed something. He changed the topic. I heard that you are going to re-elect the building master tomorrow. Do you mind taking me with you? Jean Feng still regarded Lin Fei as an impulsive person. She did not want him to do anything impulsive. She nodded. You must promise me that you will not do anything stupid. Lin Fei smiled. Last time I was your guard. I did not expect to be a guard again. That night, the two of them chatted until late. The two people guarding outside the courtyard did not dare to know what was going on inside. The next morning, Lin Fei was the first to wake up. When he saw Jean Feng beside him, he could not help but be confused. Did he not drink last night? He only remembered that they chatted until late. Then he did not remember. When he woke up, he was like this. This movement made Jean Feng's long eyelashes flutter. She opened her eyes. Ah! Jean Feng could not help but scream. Her pretty face could not help but blush. She was very embarrassed. Apparently, she did not expect that she would fall asleep next to a man last night. Both of them did not care about this matter. It was as if nothing had happened. When Jean Feng came out, There was a mask on Lin Fei's face. He looked like a sickly middle-aged man. He looked very sick. You are? If it was not for the familiar clothes, Jin Feng would have thought that it was a stranger. How is it? You can't recognize me? Jin Feng nodded. What an exquisite disguise. I almost could not recognize you. From now on I am your guard. A guard sent by a mysterious person. Lin Fei immediately found an excuse for himself. If it was not for the incident in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Lin Fei would definitely change into a mask. He wanted to see who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. When Jin Feng brought Lin Fei out, the two Xian adept experts at the entrance of the courtyard were obviously shocked. How did this person get in? How come they didn't know anything? After hearing Miss Jin Feng's explanation, they were relieved. They were afraid that they had been kidnapped. Once again, he walked in the familiar Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Lin Fei clearly felt that the atmosphere in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was very depressing. It seemed lifeless. It was not as vigorous and energetic as before. The death of Jin Yang had a considerable impact on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Otherwise, it would not be like this. Lin Fei thought to himself. He saw the changes in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Today, the meeting hall was quite lively. The position of the building master made everyone excited. People were greedy. Once the stone on their heads was removed, they would have ideas. Once these ideas were out of control, they would go to another path. At the entrance of the meeting hall, as soon as Jin Feng and Lin Fei arrived, they met a group of people coming from the opposite side. Lin Fei was a little surprised to see the leader of the group. It was Jin Fei, Jin Yang's favorite adopted son, who had lost to him in a duel. Little Feng, is this person also one of them? Jin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. A dog that cannot be tamed. Lin Fei obviously understood the meaning behind her words. Jin Fei was also here to compete for this position. In addition, he was an adopted son. Even if he became a puppet, he would be drawn in by others. It was no wonder that he was said to be a dog that cannot be tamed. Lin Fei was most displeased with the idea of adopting a son. In the movies, this kind of person was most likely a traitor. Chapter 295. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Jing Fei was in a good mood recently. As Jin Yang's adopted son, especially the one that he valued the most, Jing Fei always had a great ambition. He was not satisfied with being an adopted son, but he wanted to stand out and make a name for himself. In the past, this idea had been suppressed infinitely, and he did not even dare to show a trace of it, fearing that it would be seen by others. He had always been honest and diligent. After Jin Yang's adopted father died, Jing Fei could no longer control his ambition. In addition, recently people frequently came to find him, offering unimaginable temptations. Jing Fei was completely moved. Being an adopted son was not as glorious as being the owner of the building. Even if he became a puppet, so what? As for revenge, Jing Fei had never thought about it, nor did he want to do it. He was already dead, how could he take revenge? Unless that person was an idiot, he wouldn't be able to do so. After today, Jing Fei will be the new owner of the building. At that time, I will be a celebrity in the Mountain River City. Jing Fei smiled proudly. When he saw Jin Feng, Jing Fei's eyes revealed a lustful look. This sister, on the surface, did not know how many nights she had wanted to press him under her body, completely conquer him, and seek pleasure under his crotch. Now Jing Fei had no scruples anymore. Jin Feng is mine, no one can take her away. Sister Jin, why are you here? I am here for men's affairs. Jing Fei strode forward. His tone sounded very polite, but in fact, he was expressing his own opinion. He did not mind others hearing it, and he did not mind others seeing his ambition. Jin Feng said lightly, "Such a big thing, how can I not come? Anyhow, I am your sister." This was also a reply to Jing Fei. Jing Fei smiled. I am afraid that Sister Jin will be disappointed today. As the adopted son of my adopted father, I will inherit his will, and carry forward the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, and let everyone know the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Lin Fei, who was next to him, could not help but want to laugh. Don't you know how to brag? You haven't even taken this position yet, and you're already acting so smug here? You should at least hide your desires. Don't be so blatant. Don't you know that this is very unsightly? Young Master Jin Fei, I don't agree with your words. You are also an adopted son and so am I. Are you the only one who can be the tower master? At that moment someone else interrupted. It turned out that there was another young man who was about the same age as Jing Fei. Judging from his tone, he was also one of the adopted sons. This is Jin Jiangsheng, my father's adopted son. Lin Fei was amused. It seems that all of you foster sons are full of wild ambitions. You should all be killed. Indeed. No matter how tolerant Jin Feng was, she would not have a good impression of her father's adopted sons. On the contrary, she hated them deeply. She had already suppressed them by not attacking them on the spot. Very quickly, four foster sons walked in. Each of them had a group of supporters behind them, such as elders. They were the strongest supporters. These people are useless. Lin Fei shook his head. But that Jing Fei's people are all experts. They don't seem to be from your Golden Breeze drizzle building. Traitor. Jin Feng gritted her teeth and said hatefully. In the meeting hall. The meeting hall of the Golden Breeze drizzle building was very big. At this time it was full of people. Those who had a certain status in the Golden Breeze drizzle building were all gathered in the meeting hall. Because there was an important matter today. According to what they said, a country couldn't be without a leader. And the Golden Breeze drizzle building couldn't be without a leader. They had to choose a new leader to resist the invasion of Tianxia and get out of the current depression. They couldn't delay it any longer. Everyone wanted to choose this person as soon as possible. As the saying goes, every king has his own courtiers. It would have a great impact on the position and the distribution of benefits. They had to pay attention to it. When Jin Feng came in with Lin Fei, everyone respectfully called her Miss Jin. On this point they didn't dare to go overboard. If word got out that landlord Jin's corpse hadn't even turned cold yet, a member of the gang had already bullied his daughter. If word got out it would have a huge impact. This was a matter of face, and they didn't dare to let others talk about it. A bunch of hypocrites. Jin Feng lowered her voice and said, Isn't it just to choose a new leader earlier? Look at them. They are just short of a full-scale war to fight for this position. Lin Fei looked at them and said, Just let them be happy. There are accidents in everything. In the end they will be the losers. Jin Feng glanced at Lin Fei and said, I hope so. When the four adopted sons walked in, everyone stood up. The vast majority of them chose to support one of the adopted sons, because only the adopted sons had the right to compete. Otherwise it would be unjustifiable, and no one would be convinced. Who knew when the quarrel would end? This was an unspoken rule in the gang. No one could avoid it. Because they couldn't, there was such a scene. Vice Leader Yang Kai is here. Vice Leader Shen Sanbao is here. When the two giants of the Golden Breeze drizzle building appeared, the meeting hall quieted down. Yang Kai and Shen Sanbao came in one after another. The two of them sat at the head of the table. The middle seat was empty, which was the leader's seat. At this moment it was empty and their target was this seat. As the saying goes, a country can't be without a leader for a day. Our Golden Breeze drizzle building can't be without a leader. I suggest that we elect a new leader. Shen Sanbao stood up and said, Since we are all together today, let's discuss and elect a new leader so that everyone can be at ease. We will definitely support Landlord Shen's words. Elect a new leader to continue leading the Golden Breeze drizzle building. Elect a new leader. Elect a leader. Everyone present was excited, especially the elders. They were especially excited. Those adopted children who were seated were similarly beaming with joy. They were exceptionally excited because at this crucial moment, there was someone among them who could sit in the sacred position of floor master. Elect a leader. I recommend young Master Jin Changsheng. He has the ability to lead us forward. An elder immediately stood up and said, Jin Changsheng is just a playboy. What ability can he have? I agree with recommending young Master Jin Fei to be the leader. Another elder said, I also support young Master Jin Fei. Young Master Jin Fei is strong. He is already at the mystic adept realm. Among all the adopted sons, he is the strongest. If he doesn't become the leader, who else can? Young Master Jin Fei is the adopted son that the leader values. Since he is valued, he must have something important. With the help of Landlord Yang and Landlord Shen, there won't be a problem. The scene was noisy just like a market. Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that everywhere was a pugilistic world. Big pugilistic world. Small pugilistic world. For this position, they were no different from shrews quarreling on the street. Are you disappointed? Jin Feng's face was expressionless, but a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. None of the elders mentioned her name, as if she had been forgotten. Being a woman is indeed not as useful as being a man. Lin Fei understood the helplessness in Jin Feng's heart. Whether it was on Earth or in the Xintian continent, everyone's opinion was the same. This was vividly displayed from the quarrel in the meeting hall. Being a woman was indeed not very useful sometimes. Just like the ancient emperors, only Wu Zetian could be a female emperor. Who said that being a woman is not as useful as being a man? Lin Fei said. I feel that you will be very awe-inspiring and powerful as the first female leader. This time Yang Kai spoke. The deputy leader spoke, and the meeting hall quieted down. Everyone has been discussing for so long, competing with each other. I wonder if everyone has forgotten one thing? They are adopted sons. Although adopted sons are not real sons, the bloodline of the leader has been passed down. Have you forgotten about Miss Jin Feng? She is the next leader. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but once he did, he got to the point. He brought up Jin Feng and wanted to see what the others had to say. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai had always been the right-hand man of Jin Yang, they didn't expect that he would stand out to support Jin Feng. In the eyes of the elders, they were disgusted by a woman being the leader. They didn't like a woman standing above them, so they chose to ignore it. Now that Yang Kai, the deputy leader, proposed it, the situation was completely different. They were forced to give an answer. Everyone looked at each other, seeming to know that this topic was not easy to answer. Elders, I think it's more appropriate for me to take the position of Tower Master. Jin Fei suddenly stood up. In terms of strength, I am the strongest among all the adopted sons. As for my sister Jean, she is not as good as me. At the same time, I am also the most valued adopted son of my adoptive father. This position must belong to me. Everyone was in an uproar. Jin Fei was the most powerful among the adopted sons. He stood out in this situation, which showed how confident he was and how he didn't care about others. Jin Fei, you are an adopted son, and I am also an adopted son. Why should you be the leader? One of the adopted sons stood up and glared at Jin Fei. Jin Fei sneered. Because of my strength. Boom! Behind Jin Fei, a figure quickly flew out. It was Jin Fei's adoptive son. He didn't even make a sound and died, leaving behind a bloody smell. This is my strength. Jin Fei looked around and felt a sense of achievement. You dared to kill. The elders behind the adopted son finally glared at him. In the internal conflict of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, the adopted son was the card that the elders had the most confidence in. Now that he was killed, it meant that they had lost the chance. Because the adopted sons that were chosen from the adopted sons were all strong and had a certain influence. As for the weaker ones, they were all abandoned. It was conceivable that the death of such an adopted son meant that the elders had lost a qualification. If they were to find another adopted son, they would have already lost. How could they be willing to accept this? Elder Mo, there's no need to be angry. I think Jing Fei is right. The position of Tower Master needs a person with courage. Jing Fei is very courageous. He's just an adopted son, why should he be like this? Shen Sanbao opened his mouth. His voice was calm, but he was helping Jin Fei. Uproar. In fact, after the death of the Golden Sun Building Master, Shen Sanbao had never said anything or expressed anything. No one could guess who he would support. In the end, no one had expected that he would support Jin Fei. Unexpected, very unexpected. The group of elders and deacons finally understood why Jin Fei dared to kill in public. It turned out that Shen Sanbao, the vice building master, was supporting him. As for killing, it was just a small matter. Resist? How to resist? Even Yang Kai was surprised. Sanbao, didn't you say that you would support Miss Jean yesterday? Shen Sanbao said faintly, as if he didn't feel angry at all. About last night's matter, I have thought about it for a long time. According to tradition, I should support Miss Jean because she is the daughter of the Tower Master. However, as the Vice Tower Master, I hope that the successor of the Tower Master should be the adopted son that Jin Yang thinks highly of. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building needs a charismatic adopted son. And I think that Jing Fei is very suitable, much more suitable than Miss Jean. Yang Kai stood up with a swoosh and pointed at Shen Sanbao. Good Shen Sanbao. You repay kindness with enmity. That year, when you were in danger, it was the building master who saved your life. That year, it was the building master who brought you up from the bottom. That year, it was the building master who gave you a chance. How dare you do this today? Shen Sanbao didn't have any expression on his face. He laughed loudly and said, I really want to thank the building master. If it wasn't for the building master, I wouldn't be here today. However, I still have the same opinion when it comes to choosing the building master. I won't change my mind because of anyone. Yang Kai didn't expect that Shen Sanbao would be so shameless. He promised yesterday, but today he changed his mind and chose to elect Jing Fei as the building master. He was indeed cheated. You support Jing Fei, but I don't agree at all. I still have the same opinion. The building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building must be Miss Jean. She is the most suitable person. Yang Kai refused. When one of the two deputy building masters was chosen, all the elders knew that they had lost the opportunity. They had lost the real opportunity. The position of the building master would be chosen between Jing Fei and Jin Feng. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Jing Fei could inherit this position, because only Jing Fei had the qualification. Lin Fei saw everything with his own eyes. He was not surprised at all about this change. There were many tricks in the small Jianghu, and this might be one of them. Sister Jean, this position should be mine. Since you are my sister, you can leave by yourself. Otherwise, everyone will feel bad. Jing Fei jumped out. He was beaming with joy as if he could see the position under him. Dream on. Jin Feng gritted her teeth and said, How can an ungrateful wolf be the building master? Jing Fei's face flashed with anger, but he restrained himself and said, Everyone has a judgment on who should be the building master. It is better to let them decide who should be the building master. Don't you think this is the most fair? Chapter 296. P.S. Thank you to Wandering Dragon Merchant and Bob for your monthly votes. From Shen Sanbao's words, fairness no longer existed. Especially after Yang Kai's words, no one understood what was going on. It would be strange if they didn't. In just one night, the situation had changed dramatically. It was conceivable what was going on. I agree with the election. I also agree with the election. I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Everyone should choose the one who will be the next floor master. Let's vote together. Whoever has the most votes will be the next president. Among the people present, some elders stood up and called for the election by voting. Lin Fei saw something fishy in it. If even a person like the deputy pavilion master could change his mind in a single night, then it was not impossible for these elders to change their minds. As such, one did not need to think to know what the result would be. Jin Feng was bound to lose. Lin Fei glanced at Jin Feng secretly and found that there was no anger on her face. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that she had another trump card? There is no need for the election. Jin Feng stood up and said, The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is supported by my father. Of course, it is inseparable from all of you. As for my father's adopted sons, none of them has the right to be elected. She rejected all the adopted sons in one sentence. Jin Fei was unhappy. You rejected us in one sentence. Who gave you such a big right? Jin Feng said indifferently, It is the right that my father gave me. Do you want me to decide? Fortunately, my father left something for me. Otherwise, all of you would have flown up to the sky. Then Golden Phoenix took out a golden token from her body. As soon as the token was taken out, everyone's heart sank. This is the token of the previous building masters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Do you have anything else to say now? Jin Feng said lightly. All the elders and deacons looked gloomy. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, no matter which generation the building master was, he must have a token to become the building master. Building Master Yang, this is the will that my father gave me. Now you can announce it in public. I believe that all the elders will understand what I just said. Uproar. No one had expected that even though the Golden Sun Tower Master was dead, he had left behind a backup plan. At this moment it seemed that Jing Fei's advantage was completely gone. The previous floor master had left behind his will, and at the same time, he left behind the token that was necessary to become a floor master. Jin Feng became the next tower master. At the side, Lin Fei was also slightly startled. He did not expect Xiao Chun to be hiding such a move. No wonder he was not worried. However, Lin Fei still didn't think it was optimistic. With the gold medallion and a will, she seemed to be in an invulnerable position. Unfortunately, Jin Feng had forgotten one thing, and that was that the Golden Sun Tower Master was no longer around. How many people would be willing to abide by the rules? This was a sore spot. As expected, after a moment of silence, Jing Fei raised his voice again and laughed. Miss Jean, you want to become the Tower Master with just a gold medal and a will? Don't you think too highly of yourself? In that case, I'll also go make a gold medal and a will. Won't I be the owner then? As for Jing Fei, who was going to become the Tower Master, he absolutely could not agree to it. The moment he opened his mouth, he slandered the gold medal and the will. Jing Fei, who allowed you to talk nonsense? Yang Kai said angrily. The aura of a mystic spirit realm expert pressed against him. Hong! Another aura also rushed up and blocked Yang Kai's pressure. The one who made the move was Shan Sanbao. Yang Kai, why are you doing this? Shen Sanbao shook his head. Yang Kai took a step forward. Are you going to defy the Tower Master's will? Then you don't take the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's rules seriously. Since you are such a person, why should I be merciful? Shen Sanbao sneered. Yang Kai, everyone here knows that Jing Fei is the best candidate to inherit the Tower Master's position. If you continue to be stubborn, then you are going against the next Tower Master. Then I don't mind making a move against you. The two giants finally shed all pretense of cordiality. Yang Kai looked around. You are all the elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. You all know who is going to be the Tower Master. Now with the Tower Master's will, those who are willing to let Miss Jean become the Tower Master, please stand up. Shan Sanbao said. If you want to know the result, then see with your own eyes how many people support Miss Jean. Only a few elders stood up, but they sat down again midway. A crushing defeat. A real crushing defeat. Even Yang Kai did not expect that the result would be like this. Elder Wang Tao, can you tell me why this is the case? Yang Kai looked at an elder in front of him, who was the punishment elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. I think Jing Fei is more suitable to lead the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building to continue to develop. Elder Wang Tao was obviously guilty, and did not dare to look at Yang Kai's eyes. Jin Feng's body shook slightly, and it seemed that she had suffered a big blow. Lin Fei gently helped Jin Feng, and he could feel a sense of disappointment. It could be said that her heart was hurt. Her father's body was not cold, and such a big thing happened. It was not easy to accept. Don't be sad, I am here. Lin Fei gently comforted her. Jin Feng had indeed suffered a great blow. Under her resolute appearance there was also a fragile heart, especially at this time. I said that I, Jing Fei, am the one who is most valued by my adoptive father. It is reasonable that I should be the next Tower Master. Jing Fei said arrogantly at this time. Shan Sanbao glanced at him, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He thought, this kind of person can only be a puppet. Fortunately, almost all the elders in the gang have been bribed. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous today. Yang Kai, do you understand now? Shen Sanbao said to Yang Kai. It seems that I should announce the result. Miss Jean, whom you support, has lost. No, who said she has lost? Yang Kai said angrily, if I don't agree, do you think the result will be effective? Don't forget, the Tower Master has the right to veto. Shen Sanbao seemed to have expected this. He shook his head. They are prepared to fight to the end. Then we can only let the Great Elder judge. The Great Elder. No one expected that the Great Elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would come out, because everyone knew that the Great Elder always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. In the eyes of outsiders, the Golden Sun Building Master was the #1 expert. They did not know that the Great Elder was the real #1 expert. After 2 generations of building masters, he had the highest seniority in the gang. It could be said that the Great Elder's decision was equivalent to the final decision. Outside the gate, A gray-robed old man stepped in and appeared in the meeting hall. "Greetings, Great Elder." Everyone lowered their heads. In front of the Great Elder, no one dared to show any disrespect, because the Great Elder's previous position was the punishment elder of the gang. It could be said that he was hot-tempered. I'm old, get up." His loud voice was like a big bell, ringing in everyone's heart for a long time. The gray-robed old man's eyes turned and fell on Jin Feng. "I remember the last time I saw you, you were still a little girl. I did not expect you to grow up so fast." Jin Feng's eyes turned red. "Greetings, Great Elder." Jin Feng still had an impression of the Great Elder because her father was able to become the Tower Master because of the Great Elder's push from behind. Only then was he able to stand out and become the Tower Master. "Your father died. This old man is also very sad. Now that your father's body is not cold, it is really not right for the gang to do such a thing." His voice was calm, but there was a hint of anger in it. "However, every family has their own difficulties. Xiaofeng, you have to be considerate. You should give up the position of Tower Master." Jin Feng showed bitterness, as if the ending was already decided. The Great Elder had already announced the result. No one could change it unless they wanted to offend the Great Elder. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, the Great Elder was the real stabilizing force. The gray-robed old man looked around again. "Xiao Feng will not compete for this position, but if anyone dares to do something sneaky, don't blame this Great Elder for being merciless and killing you." The latter sentence was a warning to everyone present, which was tantamount to adding a life-saving talisman to Jin Feng. No one dared to touch Jin Feng. This was the only thing the Great Elder could do. Jin Feng shed tears. For some reason, Lin Fei felt a surge of anger when he saw this. "Xiao Feng, do you want to take this position?" Jin Feng was anxious, but what would Lin Fei do? "Don't mess around. The Great Elder has spoken, I can't change anything." Lin Fei shook his head. "This is not what you want to say. If you want to take this position, as long as you say it, I will help you. You don't have to worry about me. Do you remember what I said that night?" Lin Fei's voice was not concealed at all, because there was no need to conceal it. Naturally, this voice fell into everyone's ears. When she saw the sickly-looking middle-aged man, she actually couldn't recognize him. Who was this person? How could he appear next to Jin Feng? From his tone, it seemed that this position was as easy as lifting a finger to him. With the Great Elder here, no one dared to say anything. "Your Excellency, who are you? Are you trying to bewitch Miss Jean? Are you trying to confuse people here?" Shen Sanbao sneered. "Go away, you have no right to speak here." Lin Fei turned around and slapped Shen Sanbao without saying a word. The violent True Yuan aura was like a tidal wave. Even though Shen Sanbao was at the cryptic spirit level, he was still sent flying by this furious slap. The meeting hall was turned into a pile of rubble. Hiss! Everyone present stood up with their mouths agape. They were all scared out of their wits. What the hell was going on? When did Jin Feng find such a helper? Even Lord Shen Sanbao was not a match for him. He was slapped out in one slap and he could not even block it. His strength was simply too tyrannical. Chapter 297. Shocking. Everyone was shocked. Especially the arrogant Jing Fei. He was dumbfounded. Shen Sanbao, a mystic spirit expert, was sent flying by a single slap. How powerful was that? How could Jin Feng have such a helper? Was God not on her side? Jing Fei felt that all his ambitions had collapsed in an instant. In front of such powerful strength, he became so fragile. Everyone was shocked. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. If that slap had landed on them, they wouldn't have dared to think about it. After hearing that it was a close friend, everyone's heart turned cold again. They couldn't digest this news no matter what. With the appearance of such a powerful expert, the situation was going to be different today. Lin Fei sent Shen Sanbao flying with a slap, as if he had done something insignificant. "Xiao Feng, I'm waiting for your word. Uncle will help you," Lin Fei said lightly. But no one dared to doubt his words. Jin Feng was a smart girl. After hearing Lin Fei's words, she finally understood why she said that last night. Lin Fei was already so powerful, but she still treated him like a child. "Uncle, this position was passed down by my father. It shouldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. I hope Uncle can help me." Jin Feng didn't give up. She agreed. because Lin Fei's slap had given Jin Feng enough support and confidence. Shun Sanbao's strength was at the Mystic Spirit middle stage. In the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, he was only slightly weaker than the Golden Sun building master. In order to send someone flying, one must have the strength of the Mystic Spirit Great Circle. As for the strength of a King Realm expert, it was unimaginable. In the Mountain River City, it was unknown whether there were any King Realm experts. Only a few people knew. Lin Fei smiled and said, "This position was yours in the first place. They are just a few unimportant foster sons. They are just ingrates that cannot be raised properly. If you are angry when you see them, then go and accompany your foster father." "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Jing Fei and the other foster sons' faces changed. This man wanted to kill them. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei pointed out with a finger, and a strong wind swept out. No matter how the adopted sons tried to defend themselves, their heads exploded like watermelons. The smell of blood filled the air, leaving behind several lifeless corpses. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of his godson, so what if he killed them? He could vent his anger. In any case, it was better to kill them than to keep the ingrates alive. "Sir, this is the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Do you have any respect for me?" The gray-clothed first elder revealed an ugly expression. The fact that Shen Sanbao was sent flying was already embarrassing enough. Now that his adopted sons had been killed, it could be said that no one could sit in this position. Only Jin Feng was qualified to sit in this position. Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Great elder, I see that you've been in seclusion for too long that your brain is starting to rust. Isn't it because women can't be tower masters? Why do you have to find such a reason? Back then you could let Jin Feng's father take the position, and now you can do it again. Isn't it because Jin Feng is a woman?" The gray-clothed first elder was at the peak cryptic spirit realm, but facing this sickly middle-aged man, he was still afraid. Especially when he killed his adopted sons with a finger. That dangerous aura even made him feel threatened. If it was an ordinary person with the first elder's temper, he would have mercilessly killed him. At this moment he could only blush. How could Lin Fei not know that this was a patriarchal mindset? It was the most common one on earth. No matter how powerful a woman was, she had no status. Moreover, stepping on their heads made the first elder uncomfortable, so he decisively chose Jin Fei. Of course, there would inevitably be some benefits to be distributed. "Sir, are you going to intervene in the gang's matters?" Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and pointed at the first elder. "I respect you as the first elder, so I'm polite. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you don't want Jin Feng to be the tower master. I think you're asking for a beating. I rarely hit old people. If you insist on doing things the wrong way, then don't blame me for beating you until even your mother can't recognize you." Everyone was scared by these words. How could this person be so rude? He had the aura of a bandit. No one dared to speak because there was a matter ahead. "Bastard, die for me." Shun Sanbao, who had been slapped away, rushed in from outside. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. He rushed in like a madman, his true yuan exploding out, heading straight for Lin Feng. Raising heaven finger. Ever since Shun Sanbao became the tower master, he had never lost face like this. Being slapped away in front of everyone. This kind of embarrassing thing had never happened before. Therefore, he rushed in from outside and attacked without caring about anything else. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. Courting death. In the Death Desert, Lin Fei no longer cared about cryptic spirit experts, not to mention a mid-cryptic spirit realm one. Wang! A broken sword flew out. It was the Netherworld sword. It cut the raising heaven finger apart, turning it into nothingness. The Netherworld sword's momentum did not stop. With a flash of cold light, Shun Sanbao was cut into several pieces. Only then did it fly back, leaving behind a pile of broken pieces on the ground. Tower Master Shun Sanbao was dead. Everyone couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The Tower Master was still alive and kicking, but in an instant he had died. It was like a dream. The eyes that looked at Lin Fei were filled with fear. Even Tower Master Shen Sanbao had died so quickly, let alone them. Even the head elder's face sank. He could kill a mid-cryptic spirit realm expert, but to kill one so easily he could not do it. This person was stronger than him. The head elder had already made a judgment in his heart. This person was very strong enough to make him feel a deep sense of dread. Lin Fei killing Shen Sanbao also had a reason. It was to let everyone understand that if he could kill a vice tower master, then there was no need to mention you elders. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering chickens and sheep. There are always people looking for death, wanting to follow in the tower master's footsteps. It just so happens that I'll send him down. You are all here, who else wants to follow the tower master? Just say it and I'll send you down for free. Lin Fei's cold eyes looked around. No one dared to look him in the eye because they were all frightened. Was Cryptic Spirit Realm so strong that anyone could kill him? Resist? Forget it. Even the head elder did not make a move. If they made a move, they would only be asking for trouble. Only fools would do it. Xiao Feng, I lost control of my anger just now and killed him. You won't mind, right? Lin Fei turned his head and said. Jin Feng did not know why, but it was as if she had found someone to rely on. Uncle, don't blame yourself. Uncle Shun did it to follow in my father's footsteps. I think my father will be happy. Don't you think so, uncles? None of the elders present dared to say anything. If they were killed, they would be dumbfounded. At this time they had already lost their temper, because they were all frightened. Going against such a strong person, wasn't it the same as asking for death? They had not lived long enough, and their thoughts were constantly changing. Miss Jean was also very suitable to be the Tower Master. Why couldn't she be? Tower Master Shen died for a reason. Miss Jean is righteous. All kinds of flattering words came one after another. At this moment they were like grass on the wall. After experiencing that scene, they were already frightened birds. Among them, Yang Kai was the most shocked. The Tower Master had left such a trump card, which turned the situation around in one fell swoop. Moreover, he had killed several adopted sons, Shun Sanbao, and suppressed the head elder. It was simply incredible. Great Elder, can I be the Tower Master now? Jin Feng walked up and said to the Great Elder. The Great Elder regretted coming out today. He even encountered a difficult opponent, whose strength might be at the Cryptic Spirit Great Circle, or even stronger than him. Just now, when he asked Jin Feng to give up being the Tower Master, he said it in a reasonable manner. Now he was going to agree. Wasn't that a slap in the face? Moreover, it was a slap in the face. It was like swallowing a fly. At this time, the Great Elder could not wait to slap Shun Sanbao to death. Unfortunately, he was already dead, leaving behind a pile of corpses on the ground. It seems that this Great Elder is not very willing. Destroy. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge golden millstone appeared above the crowd. The will of destruction came crushing down. Everyone was suppressed, unable to breathe. Cold sweat flowed down, as if they would die at any moment. Many of the weaker people were crushed on the ground, unable to get up. Boom! The huge millstone crushed down, heading straight for the Great Elder. Lin Fei did not care whether you were the Great Elder or not. If you were not the Great Elder, he would kill you on the spot. Crack! Everything around the Great Elder was mercilessly crushed into pieces. As a Great Perfection Realm Profound Spirit Grand Elder, when faced with this gigantic millstone, the intent of destruction locked onto his body. His astral chi protection was actually unable to withstand it and was continuously shattering. If the other party wanted to kill him, the Great Elder's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. This old man agrees, this old man agrees. This gigantic millstone was used by Lin Fei to scare people. Any words would be meaningless. However, in the face of strength, words were the real deal. As the Great Elder, he had to lower his head when facing someone stronger than him. Crash! The golden millstone disappeared, and so did the will of destruction. It was as if it had never been there. It was as if the sky had cleared up. If not for the ruins left on the scene, it would have been the best proof. Against the will of destruction, the floor and tables of the meeting hall were all turned into pieces. This was a result that no one had expected. The trump card left by the Golden Phoenix Tower Lord had shattered all their thoughts. They were just a little bit away from death. This fear left an indelible mark in their hearts. It had to be said that from then on, no one dared to look down on the Golden Phoenix Tower. They became respectful, and nothing similar happened again. After Lin Fei dispersed the millstone, he went out with the Great Elder. As for what the two talked about, no one knew. However, everyone noticed that the Great Elder's attitude had changed a lot. Chapter 298. P.S. Thank Luo Yuxuan for the reward of 588 Qidian coins. It was a foregone conclusion that Jin Feng would become the new tower master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. No one dared to say anything. Since the Great Elder had agreed, how could they not agree? Wasn't it an obvious thing to do? If the mysterious middle-aged man got angry, they would not have a good ending. Moreover, Shun Sanbao was dead, and the Great Elder was almost suppressed. What were they? They were nothing. They had to accept the reality. It was not a bad thing to have such a strong person. Jin Feng felt like she was dreaming. The unreachable position had become a thing under her. She could not help but shed tears of excitement. It turned out that it was such a simple thing to turn the situation around. In the face of powerful strength, any conspiracy was like the moon in the mirror. It would break and become a thing of the past. I declare that the next Tower Master is Miss Jin Feng. As the Great Elder's voice faded, the position of Tower Master, which had been fought over, was thus settled amidst the bloodshed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building also had its first female Tower Master. Under such circumstances, Jin Feng became the first female Tower Master, which was beyond everyone's imagination. As the saying goes, a new emperor, a new minister. With Jin Feng becoming the Tower Master, plus such a strong person and the support of the Great Elder, they did not dare to play any tricks. As for the elders who disapproved of it before, they regretted it now. If there was no medicine for regret in the world, they would not offend Jin Feng. If she bore a grudge against them, they would have a hard time in the future. When Jin Feng sat down, she became the first female Tower Master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. The internal strife in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building finally ended. When Jin Feng sat down, she looked at Lin Fei with gratitude. Jin Feng knew that without Lin Fei's help, she would not have the current position. She was grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps the elders would not be so polite to her. I will not let you down, Jin Feng said to herself in her heart firmly. Although Jin Feng was a woman, she was as bold as a man when it came to doing things. First of all, she replaced several important positions with her own people. As for those who were replaced, they did not dare to say anything. The first elder was present, unless they wanted to find trouble. Moreover, they could not find an excuse to refute the reason put forward by Jin Feng. He placed his own men in important positions and at the same time, he guarded all the foster children. Everything was done in an orderly manner. It seemed that he had already calculated everything. Great Elder Little Feng's performance was pretty good, right? Lin Fei stood together with the first elder and asked with a smile. After the two of them went out for a while, when they returned, the Great Elder was no longer as angry as before. On the contrary, he became polite. Little Feng is indeed very courageous. I believe that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building will continue to develop in her hands. The Great Elder's tone was respectful, because he was not a match for this middle-aged man at all. He was worthy of putting down his status and identity. That was because in the eyes of experts his status was nothing at all. The position of Great Elder was just that. Little Feng is not sensible. I will need Great Elder to take care of her in this aspect. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. His meaning was very simple. He wanted to assist Jin Feng. With such a Great Elder in charge, no one would dare to act rashly. The Great Elder had been in seclusion all year round and rarely came out to assist anyone. If it was in the past, he would definitely not agree. But now it was different. He nodded and actually agreed. These 200,000 pure essence pills are worth it. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Even if you are the Great Elder, you can't resist the temptation of pure essence pills. Right after Jin Feng became the building master, a disciple rushed in from outside the meeting hall in a hurry. Elders, it's not good. A large group of people from Tianxia came outside, saying that they want to marry Miss Jin. This disciple obviously did not notice Jin Feng, who was sitting in the seat of honor. Outrageous. Tianxia is too much. Building master, we can't let this matter go. It's obvious that Tianxia wants to swallow our Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Shameless, too shameless. The group of elders was seething with anger. The previous conflict had been swept away. With the Great Elder and a master overseeing, they were naturally full of confidence. They couldn't wait to go up and fight, to show off the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's strength. Everyone looked at Jin Feng. "Don't worry. I'll support you from behind." Lin Fei's voice suddenly sounded in Jin Feng's ears. She looked up and saw Lin Fei nodding at her, injecting a stream of energy into her. "Humph, everyone follow me outside to take a look." Jin Feng stood up and walked out of the meeting hall. This action made the elders' hearts jump with joy. Who said that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head was less courageous than a man? Facing Tianxia, she did not show any fear. Outside the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's main entrance, the situation was tense, especially since many people from Tianxia had come, carrying boxes of things wrapped in red cloth. These were obviously betrothal gifts. Just as expected, the eldest young master of Tianxia had brought his people to deliver betrothal gifts. Tianxia, which boasted 100,000 members, was not stingy at all when it came to betrothal gifts. Everyone was dazzled by the number of betrothal gifts. Tianxia's eldest young master really came. I wonder what will happen to the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building this time. If the Golden Sun Building's head was here, Tianxia wouldn't dare to be so aggressive. Recently, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building has been suppressed badly. I'm afraid they would agree to Tianxia's marriage. I heard that the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building is going to elect a new master today. Tianxia must be here to elect a new master. The Golden Sun Building's head died at a bad time. Now, Tianxia is going to dominate the Mountain River City. Their forces are expanding rapidly. If the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building doesn't take any action, I'm afraid. It's hard to say. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's internal power struggle is very fierce. I heard that their adopted sons are not simple people. Outside the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, a group of people had gathered and were discussing with each other. Now, what was the most important thing in the Mountain River City was the competition between the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and Tianxia. Would Tianxia swallow the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building? Or would the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building continue to stand strong? This became a matter that everyone was guessing and concerned about. Privately, they guessed that the chances of Tianxia swallowing the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was very high. After the Golden Sun Building's head died, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building's strength had been greatly reduced. Many experts had died. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated and been constantly suppressed by Tianxia. Now they had personally come to fetch the bride. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to do such an unreasonable thing. From the clues, it could be seen that Tianxia was the general trend. It was only a matter of time before they swallowed the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. If the marriage was successful today, then the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would definitely lose. Tianxia would have found an excuse. With an excuse, everything would be logical. On the surface, they had already obtained the excuse. All that was left was to annex the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. They could easily bring the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building into Tianxia. Everyone was concerned about how the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would deal with this matter. Agree? Refuse? From the current situation of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, the former was the most likely. Congratulations, young master, for marrying a beautiful wife. In front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Chen Ting, the young master, was in a good mood. He was sitting on his demonic beast, and his face was full of pride. After all, the daughter of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was pretty. In the Mountain River City, many people wanted to have a taste of her, but Chen Ting was the first one. How could he not be happy? I heard that this Golden Phoenix has a strong character and is very hot. It should be very fun to play with her. Chen Ting smiled obscenely. It was obvious that he didn't take the marriage seriously. If young master says it's fun, then it's definitely fun. No matter how powerful the daughter is, she can do whatever she wants with young master. Chen Ding, the bodyguard, flattered. The people we've arranged should be working, right? Chen Ting asked. Chen Ding said, if nothing goes wrong, that dog Jin Fei will become the building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Chen Ting said with satisfaction, that's good. This is an important step. There can't be any accidents. As long as that dog Jin Fei becomes the building master, we Tianxia will be able to take the opportunity to plant our people there. In less than half a year, we will control the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and make it a vassal force of Tianxia. The people of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building are coming out. How could it be her? When Jin Feng, who was walking in the front, walked out, the people outside suddenly quieted down. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be a girl walking in the front, especially when everyone knew this girl. She was Jin Yang's daughter, Jin Feng. Obviously, they didn't care so much at this time. As for guessing who would become the building master, no one could guess it at all. That was because men took care of the outside world and women took care of the inside world. There were several forces in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, and they were constantly fighting. It was extremely difficult for Jin Feng to become the building master, unless the sun rose from the west. Everyone thought it was arranged by the Golden Breeze Drizzle building to welcome them. They chose to agree, so they let Jin Feng walk in the front. This result was within their expectations. It was not surprising. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building's strength had been greatly damaged, and it would be difficult for them to resist Tianxia. Miss Jean, are you coming out to welcome your future husband in person? Chen Ting laughed, not realizing that something was wrong. But Chen Ding, who was next to him, noticed something was wrong, because a familiar figure had disappeared. How dare you? This is the new building master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. An elder stood out and said angrily. There was an uproar. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Building master? She was chosen so quickly, and it was a girl. This, in fact, what they wanted to say was that it was too fast. It wasn't even noon yet, and the OP had already been chosen. Now everyone finally understood why Jin Feng walked in the front. She was the building master, and she had this right not because she was forced to do so. Dumbfounded and tongue-tied were the main expressions of the crowd. How can you be the building master? What about Jing Fei? Isn't he the building master? Chen Ting was shocked. To be exact, he was shocked. He subconsciously blurted out. In order to make Jing Fei the new building master, Chen Ting had used a lot of resources to bribe some elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, and prepared to support Jing Fei at the critical moment. Among them, there was also the giant Shen Sanbao, the deputy building master. It was certain that Jing Fei would become the building master. Jin Feng's face turned cold. The Jing Fei you mentioned has been killed. How can an ingrate like him be qualified to be the building master? I'm afraid young Master Chen's idea will be in vain. Chen Ting's face darkened. He knew that he had revealed something that he shouldn't have said, but he didn't care much about it. After all, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building couldn't do anything to him. He was decisive and didn't want to continue this matter. Then, I have to congratulate Building Master Jean. Chen Ting smiled and said, Today we can have double happiness. This is my betrothal gift. Let's do it now. Today I will marry you. Let's have a double happiness. Chen Ting chose to ignore Jing Fei's matter. Jing Fei was already dead. In addition, he couldn't see Shen Sanbao. Naturally, he knew that there was an internal problem. He was a step late. His heart was filled with hatred. The ingrate was really not a good thing. The tables were turned so quickly. And that Shen Sanbao, he had received so many benefits from me, but he didn't know how to do things. Young Master Chen, what do you mean? When did this building master agree to marry you? Jin Feng said coldly. If there is nothing else, young Master Chen can leave now. Chen Ting was shocked again. Was she trying to send him away? This girl dared to refuse him. Didn't she know the current situation of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? Building Master Jean, my young master admires you and wants to marry you. Are you willing? This was promised by Building Master Shen. Do you want to go back on your words? Chen Ding's guard said fiercely. Building Master Shen is no longer the building master. What happened before doesn't count. Jin Feng didn't say that Shen Sanbao was dead. It wouldn't be good for the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Chen Ting's temper wasn't good. It wasn't easy for him to say these words today. In addition, Tianxia's power was expanding rapidly. As a young master of Tianxia, his status was rising. He was in a bad mood. So you're saying that this young master's trip is going to be in vain? If young Master Chen wants to think so, you can think so. Jin Feng said. Chen Ting clapped his hands and said, It seems that Building Master Jean is ready to go all the way. No one has ever dared to refuse me when I personally come to fetch a bride. Even if you are the building master, I will still bring you back today. Chen Ding, go and take her back. Yes. Chen Ding nodded. He rushed out like a ghost. He grabbed Jin Feng with one hand and said, No one can escape from my hands. You should obediently be the young master's wife. Snatching a wife. Chun Ting's move was vicious. Chapter 299. P.S. Thank you Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Congratulations on becoming the first deacon. Thank you Yin Xinrong for the monthly vote. The attacker was very fast. Chun Ding had the strength of cryptic middle stage, so he had the confidence to speak. With a single grab, the true Yuan swept across, causing the nearby warriors to feel pain on their cheeks. So fast. The crowd could not help but exclaim. Chun Ding's face was already showing a sinister smile. A mere master of Golden Breeze drizzle building, this was a piece of cake. Xiao, with a light sound, a green wind blade slashed through the air. Chun Ding snorted coldly. His claws slammed onto the green wind blade, trying to shatter it. In his eyes, a mere attack could stop him? Dream on. Boom. He grabbed onto the green wind blade. Who would have thought that the green wind blade would turn into a cold light, slicing through the attack and turning into a green cold light. Chun Ding's face darkened. He struck out two giant claws from his left and right. Each claw was powerful, hitting the green wind blade. Such a fierce attack could not be dispelled, and the green wind blade did not move an inch. How could this be? Two attacks, but the green wind blade did not even move an inch. My life is over. The green wind blade swept past, and Chun Ding's personal guard was cut in half. He fell from the air and became a corpse. Chun Ting's face was as black as charcoal. He could not help but exclaim, Who killed my personal guard? As a personal guard, Chun Ding's strength was at cryptic middle stage. He had always been Chun Ting's right-hand man. Many things that could not be seen in the light were all handled by Chun Ding. Losing a right-hand man and a cryptic middle stage at that, it would be strange if Chun Ting did not feel the pain. Humph, this piece of trash wants to snatch people. You, a young master, have the nerve to speak? A sickly middle-aged man walked out, his face full of disdain. This person was Lin Fei. From the moment Chun Ding made his move, Lin Fei blasted out a wind blade that was as hard as steel, killing the opponent mercilessly. Chun Ting, the young master, almost vomited blood. He cursed in his heart. Damn it, a cryptic spirit middle stage expert is trash? It's easy for you to say that. You're just a bully. Chun Ding's strength was ranked among the top in Tianxia. Now that he was killed in one move, Chun Ting, the young master, felt his heart ache. At the same time, his face was filled with anger. Sir, who exactly are you? Despite his anger, Chun Ting still retained his rationality. Haha, of course I'm here to beat you up. She's Jinyang's old friend's niece, and you even dared to touch her. As his good friend, I can't just watch and not do anything. Since you actually dared to come and steal the bride today, you don't have to leave. Lin Fei said calmly as he looked at Chun Ting, the young master. Chun Ting's heart sank. He hadn't expected Jinyang to have such an expert as a friend. He had even suppressed his cultivation to confuse everyone. Chun Ting was filled with regret. I am the young master of Tianxia. Could it be that you wish to make life difficult for Tianxia? Chun Ting said sternly. I'll give you a word of advice. Offending us, Tianxia, will not end well. Lin Fei laughed loudly. I'm not afraid of anything. I love to look for trouble. Isn't your Tianxia very powerful? I'll start with you. Boom. Lin Fei casually raised his hand, and an azure wind blade appeared. It was more than 300 meters long, and it was a flowing azure light. The sharp sword chi spread out on the street like a spiderweb on the hard limestone floor. Everyone felt a huge pressure from this green wind blade. It was as if they couldn't survive this attack. Block it. Block it for me. As a mystic adept, Chun Ting's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. His killing intent soared. Walala walala. The green wind blade swept across. All of Chun Ting's subordinates were killed by the green wind blade, leaving behind a ground full of broken limbs and fresh blood. As the young master of Tianxia, Chun Ting immediately took out an item. It was a piece of runes. He placed it in front of him and a white runes formation appeared. You're dead. You actually want to kill me. Chun Ting's face turned sinister. I've already informed the experts in the sect. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. When the cyan wind blade landed on the array, a stream of light appeared on the surface of the array, blocking the attack. Even so, young Master Chunting was still overwhelmed with shock. Chunting was very clear about the power of this rune's formation. It had blocked many people's attacks. When the green wind blade descended, the formation actually showed signs of being unable to block it. How powerful was that person? A pretty good tortoise shell. It's a pity that you're going to die today. No one has ever survived to snatch someone in front of me. You're the same. Rumble. 2 green wind blades on the left and right, 2 green flowing lights, one on the left and one on the right, circled around the formation array, as if they were cutting it. With a rumble, the formation array broke apart with a crash. Chunting was only at the Mystic Adept Great Perfection realm. Facing the 2 green flowing lights, he let out a miserable cry and fought against the rune's formation. Silence. The scene was as silent as a mountain. Oh my god, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building actually killed young Master Chunting. Something big happened. Something really big happened. Chen Xian's death last time already made the sect leader of Tianxia furious. Now that his successor is dead, it's definitely a big deal. Young Master Chunting's protective treasure couldn't even block it. What's the background of this person? This is too terrifying. First of all, the surrounding onlookers didn't expect this. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was too bold. This person was too awesome. He was the young master of Tianxia, yet he killed him just like that. Didn't he know that Tianxia was behind him? Tianxia with 100,000 members? The young master of Tianxia was respected by everyone, and everyone wanted to please him. No one expected that he would die in front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building without being able to fight back. Even his protective treasure couldn't block the attack. Crazy, this is too crazy. The faces of many people from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building turned pale. They were obviously terrified. It wouldn't be a big deal if the person they killed was a cat or dog. However, the person they killed was the young master of Tianxia. The young master. What was his status? He had an illustrious status and could do whatever he wanted in the Mountain River City. This was because he had the support of the sect leader of Tianxia, who was about to become a king stage expert. The elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, including the Great Elder, were in a state of shock. They probably couldn't accept this news. Killing the young master of Tianxia in front of them. Damn it, this was too crazy. If you wanted to kill him, at least find another place. Why did you kill him in front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? You didn't mean to cause trouble? It was conceivable that after Tianxia knew the situation, they would think that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was the murderer. There would be a storm soon. The Great Elder, who had received the benefits, was also regretting it. I was fooled. I really was fooled. I shouldn't have accepted the 200,000 pure yuan elixirs. I really shouldn't have agreed. When Lin Fei attacked, the Great Elder already knew that something big was going to happen. Deputy Building Leader Shen Sanbao was killed without hesitation. Moreover, he was the young master of Tianxia. He was probably just an ordinary person in the eyes of such people. The Great Elder knew that with the death of the young master of Tianxia, the relationship they maintained would definitely be broken. Then Tianxia would definitely launch a large-scale attack. Soon, the war would begin. The Golden Phoenix took a deep breath and turned to the group of elders. Elders, could it be that all of you are afraid? The World Gang has the ambition of wolves. They actually want to snatch this Tower Master back to be their wife. Could it be that everyone here can swallow this insult? It's good that Chunting died. I will kill him myself. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is not afraid of a war. Golden Phoenix's cold eyes swept to the elders and deacons behind her, forcing them to make a decision. Fight to the end. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building has never been afraid of a war. The elders complained in their hearts. Their faces were full of indignation, as if they wanted to shed their blood. This scene also fell into the eyes of Lin Fei. This girl is so smart. She knew my intention so quickly. Lin Fei had thought about killing the young master of Tianxia. He couldn't stay in Mountain River City for too long. He couldn't take advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak in and kill them all. Lin Fei liked to be straightforward. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts. What better way was there than to kill the young master of Tianxia? Lin Fei believed that if Chen Xian died in his hands, it would be an irreconcilable conflict. Even with the help of Tianxia, they might not be able to sit still. This was one aspect. The other aspect was to spread the name of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. This was for long-term consideration. If the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building could truly gain a foothold in Mountain River City, the family would also be able to develop in the future. With the help of such a gang, they could form an alliance and form double insurance. Lin Fei was thinking about the long term. Otherwise, he would have killed himself long ago. At the same time, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would leave a mysterious expert behind, which could completely deter the other forces. Whoosh, at the end of the long street, figures were moving, their sharp auras rushing over. Everyone subconsciously left this area, and the entire street was suddenly empty. They were afraid that a fire at the city gate would affect the fish in the moat, so they left as far as they could. The World Army of Tianxia is here. The Grand Elder appeared beside Lin Fei and explained. Lin Fei glanced at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, are you interested in exterminating them together? From the moment the Grand Elder took the 200,000 pure essence pills, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. Then, with the death of young Master Chan Ting, the conflict could not be resolved. The two gangs were bound to fight. The Grand Elder was destined to be unable to transcend. Chapter 300. Crazy, this is too crazy. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building is preparing to start a war. This isn't a question of whether the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building wants to start a war. A young master died in Tianxia. Another young master died last time. Gang Master Chan can't help but be angry. The World Army has been arranged here. Tianxia's most elite warriors with the best equipment are all at the Mystic Adept realm. They are going to make great contributions for Tianxia. Who is that middle-aged man? He actually dared to make a decision for the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. He said he killed the young master and he killed him. Look at the Great Elder. After the World Army arrived, the Great Elder and Lin Fei attacked at the same time. It shocked everyone again. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building started to move. They actually wanted to attack the World Army. Did they not know how powerful the World Army was? Hundreds of Black World Army emitted a murderous aura. They were covered in black armor and only their eyes were exposed. Their killing intent soared to the sky and people didn't dare to look at them. Where's the young master? In front of the Under Heaven Army, 3 armored commanders appeared. These 3 commanders were the 3 commanders who were quite famous in the World Army. Each of them controlled 500 World Army. The reputation of the World Army could be said to cause people to flee. Even if it was a mystic spirit expert, they wouldn't dare to attack the World Army, and would definitely flee. Because the World Army had another name, the Bane of the Strong. Countless mystic spirit experts died in their hands. Because of this, the World Army had a reputation. Anyone who heard that the World Army attacked would definitely be scared out of their wits. They would either choose to admit defeat or choose to flee. The young master is dead. After sending back the news, the 3 commanders' expressions changed greatly. It was no less than a bolt from the blue. No one dared to believe that this was true. The young master was dead. The 3 commanders' hair stood on end. Attack and kill them. Avenge the young master. The 3 officers exchanged glances. The eldest young master was dead, and it was difficult for them to escape responsibility. In that case, they had to perform a meritorious service. Otherwise, when they returned and faced an enraged gang leader Chan, their foreheads would be covered with cold sweat. Attack. Walala walala. Behind the 3 commanders, there was a total of 300 Under Heaven Army. All of them were mystic adepts. They were well equipped and had great lethality. Furthermore, the Under Heaven Army focused on killing. Ever since they came out, they had never suffered a defeat. Kill without mercy. Neat and clear voices rose into the sky. The killing intent that gathered together turned into a black fog above their heads. That was the manifestation of their killing intent condensing together. It was easy to imagine how many cultivators had died at their hands. That was why they had such a lineup. 300 people of the World Army transformed into a sharp arrow and charged forward, forming a black stream. Tianxia's young master had died. It immediately appeared on the tables of the major families. Because this matter was too big, the spies outside immediately sent the news back. For this patriarch, the battle between Tianxia and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was something they were happy about. The ancients had a saying that when two strong forces fought, one of them would definitely be injured. No matter if Tianxia won or if the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building maintained the situation, it wouldn't affect them. Of course, if the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building could teach Tianxia a lesson, it would definitely be a good thing. They could teach Tianxia a lesson so that they wouldn't be too arrogant. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord of Mountain River City. At this moment he also received news from the spies. Compared to other spies, his news was more accurate. This person is quite capable. I didn't expect Golden Sun to have such a trump card. City Lord's Mansion. In the study room there was more than just the City Lord. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar. He wore a white robe and exuded a scholarly aura. City Lord Lu Quan said, "This person is too hot-tempered. He doesn't know how deep the waters of Tianxia are. Who knows, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building might suffer a great loss this time. They might even be annexed by Tianxia." The middle-aged scholar said, "Isn't this just what you want? Tianxia's power has been expanding too quickly recently. It's a good time to use the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building to teach them a lesson. When necessary, give them some help. I think the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building will be able to persevere." As expected of the resourceful star, Lu Quan smiled and said, "Mountain River City has been in my hands for 50 years. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find an opportunity to uproot Tianxia and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. I think this will be an opportunity. Let's wait and see. Perhaps this will be your opportunity to truly control the Mountain River City in your hands. You won't have to worry about others anymore." The Great Elder and Lin Fei rushed towards the Under Heaven army. Demon Sealing Sword Technique. The Great Elder was a martial artist who used a sword. He used two black swords, which were inferior grade spiritual treasures. He stabbed at the Under Heaven army in front of him. Sword Chi like silk. Xiu xiu xiu. Sword Chi like silk was also a powerful technique. Only those who had high attainments in swordsmanship could truly comprehend it. Its lethality was terrifying. Dang dang dang. The Under Heaven monarch lived up to his reputation. Facing the Sword Chi like silk, the black armor on his body emitted a black radiance. He actually blocked the Sword Chi like silk and only suffered a small injury. Kill. Fist Radiance Sword Chi Saber Chi. There were more than 100 of them that flew towards the Great Elder. The neat and orderly attacks shocked everyone. The Under Heaven army is really strong. Facing this technique, everyone was speechless. Over 100 mystic masters attacked at the same time. It was normal for a mystic spirit expert to die in their hands. That was because they had armor for defense. They only needed to attack continuously. Attack was the best defense. The Great Elder was instantly surrounded. The power of the Under Heaven army was still unimaginably strong. On the other side, Lin Fei also encountered a torrential attack. Tianxia is indeed famous, gathering everyone's strength to deal with one person. It is indeed a terrifying martial artist army. Even the Great Elder is in a difficult situation. Lin Fei thought. Windstorm. The green wind blades whistled and the green wind blades that filled the sky went up to meet the attack. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The green wind blades were like steel sabers, shattering all the attacks of the Under Heaven army. The power did not stop and directly hit the Under Heaven army. Whoosh. The green wind blades were like scythes that harvested the enemy's life. The tough armor was unable to block the azure wind blade at all. It immediately lost its effect and was cut in two. This was because the azure wind blade contained a state. The power of the concept was unimaginable. Whirlwind. After the windstorm, Lin Fei's sword technique changed and turned into the swift and fierce whirlwind again. With this big move, the Under Heaven army suffered heavy losses. Under the wind blades, 50 to 60 of the Under Heaven army died tragically on the ground. In such a short time, so many of the Under Heaven army died. This person is so strong. The strength of the Under Heaven army was obvious to everyone. But today, everyone realized that the powerful Under Heaven army was like an ant in front of that mysterious person. In an instant there were heavy casualties. How long could the 300 of the Under Heaven army last? The people from the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building were all shocked. Killing Building Master Shan Sanbao and suppressing the Great Elder was already terrifying. But now, killing the Under Heaven army was like crushing an ant. They sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they looked at the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master with deep fear and dread. Unknowingly, they had already regarded the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master as the Pavilion Master. They no longer had any thoughts of resisting and wholeheartedly supported the Pavilion Master. With such an expert helping them, they didn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei didn't know that killing the Under Heaven army would bring about such an effect. It would leave such a deep impression in their hearts that they wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. This person is an expert. Let's attack together. The three commanders of the Under Heaven army saw the Under Heaven army falling one by one and their hearts were bleeding. The Under Heaven army that Tianxia had nurtured was only around 5,000. In the blink of an eye, over 100 of them had died. They didn't know how to explain when they returned. This person had to die. They had to kill him first. If they allowed the Under Heaven army to continue dying, the entire army would be annihilated. 10,000 miles of ice. Rampage. Broken Cloud Sword Art. The three commanders immediately attacked. Surging true essence auras swept across the area. All of them possessed the strength of late mystic spirit realm as they attacked Lin Fei, preparing to kill him in one fell swoop. Such a ferocious attack caused the crowd's expression to change. This person is in danger. With the three commanders joining hands, even a perfect mystic spirit expert will die in the underworld. Lin Fei didn't put them in his eyes. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you are Tianxia's lackeys. You deserve to die." Boom! A giant green millstone spun in midair, tearing cracks in the void as it ruthlessly crushed towards them. This was the giant millstone created by Lin Fei using his wind concept. It was a powerful attack that specialized in crushing all enemies. Rumble. Before the giant millstone, the three commanders' attacks were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were crushed by the millstone and dissipated in the void. Moreover, their attacks couldn't block the giant millstone. Damn it, this is a concept. Concept attack. The three commanders were experienced people. When they saw this scene, they cried out involuntarily. They were very powerful when they joined hands. Even a perfect mystic spirit expert wouldn't fear them. However, in front of a concept attack, everything seemed so weak. Especially when this concept attack was driven by a huge amount of true essence, its power was imaginable. The green millstone ruthlessly smashed towards them with a destructive aura. The place where the three commanders were was instantly crushed into pieces. Under the will millstone, their armors were crushed into pieces, and their bodies were also crushed into pieces. The Under Heaven army below was also in the range of the crushing. Whoosh crack crack. The giant millstone crushed over like a spring breeze. Everywhere it passed, no one was spared. The street was turned into ruins. It was unimaginable that these ruins were created by a single attack. Chapter 301. Defeated, completely defeated. I didn't expect the powerful world army to be defeated so quickly. Even the great elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building might not have the ability to annihilate the world army, but that sickly-looking middle-aged man actually managed to completely wipe out the 300 world army. This person's ability is too tyrannical. Could it be that he has the ability of a king level? King level expert? Is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They were at a loss and couldn't digest this news. The world army, that could easily kill mystic spirit experts, was actually defeated by a middle-aged man. Almost no one from the 300 world army survived. Other than a few who left, the rest were all dead. It was fine if the world army died, but 3 commander-level experts died. That was horrifying. The sky was turned upside down. After personally witnessing the middle-aged man kill 3 mystic spirit experts, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building became infinitely larger in their eyes, and became an existence that couldn't be provoked. Your Excellency has great skills. I admit defeat. The great elder flew over. If he was still unconvinced before, then after the other party killed the world army, he was truly convinced. The great elder had experienced the power of the world army. Powerful defense and powerful attack. Even with Xianling's strength, he would have to use all his means to be able to contend against them. Otherwise, the Under Heaven army would not have become the strongest trump card of the World Gang. Just the mention of it would cause one's face to change. Great Elder is also powerful. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building has been able to contend against Tianxia. Great Elder has contributed a lot. Lin Fei said to the Great Elder. A hint of joy flashed in the Great Elder's eyes, but he said modestly, "That's nothing compared to you. It's not worth mentioning." Most of the 300 World Army were dead. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was shocked. They usually had to be careful when they saw the World Army. They never thought that one day the powerful World Army would die in front of them. The elders were shocked. The deacons were shocked. The disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were also shocked. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is mighty. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is mighty. It was unknown who started shouting, but soon after, it became a chorus of heartfelt excitement. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building that had always been at a disadvantage finally had their morale greatly boosted after killing the World Army, sweeping away their previous dispiritedness. At this time, as long as they made use of it, the combat power of all the disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would once again be united. They could even kill the powerful World Army, so why should they worry about Tianxia's counterattack? That was because that mysterious middle-aged man had become the role model in their eyes. With such an expert overseeing things, would the Golden Breeze Drizzle building need to be afraid? The answer was, of course, there was no need to be afraid. Although Jean Feng was a woman, her mastery of momentum was not inferior to that of a man. She quickly seized the opportunity to pull up the previously depressed taxi. If Tianxia attacked now, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would have the morale to fight. Morale was such a simple thing. When the army was defeated, they were at a disadvantage and their morale was low. Once they saw the hope of victory, their morale would easily rise again. Why was the army defeated like a landslide? It was because they had lost the morale to fight, because they could not see any hope of victory. When the powerful World Army died in front of them, everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building felt delighted. It was refreshing to kill. It was refreshing to kill, and it was good to kill. The World Army was nothing more than this. They would still be killed. The World Army was defeated. 3 commanders had died in battle. The news was like a spring breeze that swept through the entire Mountain River City. The big and small forces were all shocked, and the same sentence hung on their mouths. How could this be possible? It was only when the spies sent back the news did they confirm that the news was not wrong. The World Army was defeated, and 3 cryptic late-stage commanders had died. Something big has happened this time. All the clan leaders said the same thing. The World Army was almost completely annihilated, and there were only a few survivors. This was already terrifying. With the death of 3 commanders, Tianxia had lost 3 experts. If Tianxia did not show an attitude, how could they make everyone look at them differently again? The big and small forces that received the news all noticed that the sickly middle-aged man had almost single-handedly annihilated the World Army and killed 3 cryptic late-stage commanders. What was the background of this middle-aged man? Everyone had this question in their hearts, and it was followed by speculations about his strength. Cryptic Great Circle? Or a king-level expert? If it was the former, Tianxia was completely capable of killing the other party. If it was the latter, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It would definitely be a battle of life and death. The spies in Mountain River City were fully activated, paying attention to the latest developments of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and Tianxia, for fear of falling behind. It could be said that Lin Fei's attack had turned the compound of Mountain River City upside down. For a moment, Mountain River City was like a pool of muddy water. In a quiet room in Tianxia, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered. It seems that Brother Xianqi is going to lose this game. Chun Tianba put down a black chess piece and killed a small white dragon. He seemed to be in a good mood. Sitting opposite him was Lin Fei's old acquaintance Xianqi. He reached out and put down the chess piece. Lost. Brother Tianba. This game is getting more and more powerful. It has a courageous momentum, just like the momentum that Tianxia is in now. Chun Tianba laughed. Brother Xianqi, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the care of the Black Tortoise sect that Tianxia can have today's achievements. Otherwise, Tianxia would just be a first-rate sect. You have the strength so you can become the spokesperson of the Black Tortoise sect. You and I will benefit from each other and take care of each other. Brother Tianba, you don't have to be so polite. Xianqi shook his head and said seriously. Dong dong dong. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard, and the door was pushed open. Father, something bad has happened. Chen Tianba raised his eyebrows and seemed unhappy, even if this person was his son. He scolded. Little Guang, who let you in? Don't you know that I am entertaining a distinguished guest? Chen Yaoguang was the second son of Chen Tianba. He looked fair and clean. When he heard the scolding, he could only bite the bullet and said, Father, big brother is dead. What? A horrifying aura broke out. Chen Tianba stood up with a whoosh, and his anger soared. The objects around him were turned into powder under the strong wind of the true yuan. Xianqi, who was sitting opposite, also showed a surprised expression. What had happened? Chen Yaoguang knelt down with a puff, unable to bear this wave of horrifying aura. Big brother is dead, the 300 Heaven Army is also annihilated, and the 3 commanders are also dead. Chen Yaoguang's forehead was full of cold sweat, and it took him a lot of effort to say what had happened. The people who killed them were from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Kacha, kacha. The quiet room was instantly razed to the ground. How hateful. My son. Chen Tianba's eyes were red. The death of his beloved youngest son was enough to make him distressed. He did not expect that after a few months, his favorite eldest son was also dead. His future successor was dead. Chen Tianba felt like the sky had collapsed. Golden Breeze Drizzle building. I want you to die a horrible death. At this moment, Chen Tianba was extremely angry. Within the surrounding area, the strong wind of the true yuan mercilessly strangled some objects. Nothing good could be found in the surroundings. Brother Tianba, calm down, Xianqi said. Among the people present, only Xianqi was qualified to speak. Chen Tianba calmed down and did not dare to continue to release his powerful aura. I have let Brother Xianqi see a joke. If you need any help, just tell me. Such a big thing has happened, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building must answer for it, Xianqi said. Chen Tianba's eyes were filled with anger. I really need Elder Xianqi's help in this matter. The death of my son must be avenged. This time, I will uproot the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and not give them a chance to breathe. Xianqi nodded. This time, the Black Tortoise sect will definitely help you. Brother Badian, go ahead and do it. The other forces will not interfere. I can guarantee this. In front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Lin Fei brought over a chair and swaggered to sit in front of him. He looked like he could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. In fact, this was Lin Fei's mentality. He was waiting for them to come up. After killing so many people in Tianxia, I don't believe that you, a coward, can hide for long. After killing you, I will also kill the elders and then Tianxia will fall. Lin Fei guessed. Lin Fei did not want to stay in Mountain River City for too long. Calculating the time, half a year was almost up, and he still had to return to the Divine Force sect. Today's killing was to force that bastard out. Uncle Lin, is it too dangerous to do this? Jin Feng walked lightly and appeared beside Lin Fei. Naturally, the people behind her did not dare to call out her full name. There's danger in everything, but to me, there's not much danger today. Lin Fei smiled. I believe that without the higher-ups of the World Gang, your position as the floor master will be stable. Are you going to leave? Jin Feng suddenly asked. Lin Fei looked back and saw a flash of reluctance on Jin Feng's face. I have no choice. I was born to work hard. You know. Will you come back? Lin Fei blinked. Of course I will come back. I believe that when I come back, you will be the building head. At that time, don't whip me again. The Golden Phoenix burst into laughter. Suddenly Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Here comes the show. Jin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. She looked at the end of the street and saw a large number of people moving toward them. An earth-shattering aura rushed toward them like a dark cloud, giving people a strong shock. Disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building gather. Jin Feng ordered, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved. Who killed my son? Come out. A loud rumbling sound reverberated in the air and spread throughout the entire street. Almost half of the Mountain River City could hear it. Chapter 302. Chen Tianba's attack caused quite a stir. The loud rumbling announced that the leader of Tianxia had come in anger. He was not only here for revenge, but also to destroy the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Just the black mass of Under Heaven army behind him was enough to make people fearful. No matter where they were, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. And the one who would not be able to eat or sleep in peace was the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Not to mention the Under Heaven army. The experts that Chan Batian had brought were enough to make everyone fearful. They did not dare to fight against Tianxia. It was a one-sided situation. Tianxia was really going all out this time. They were prepared to teach the Golden Breeze Drizzle building a lesson. Old thing, are you blind? Can't you see that I am the one who killed your son? Lin Fei did not try to control it. His loud and clear voice rang out like thunder on a sunny day, landing in everyone's ears. Whoosh, everyone's hearts were in their throats. This middle-aged man was really arrogant. Did he not know that it was Chan Batian in front of him? He was the leader of Tianxia. He was a big shot that could shake the entire mountain river city. Now there was someone who did not give Chan Batian any face, calling him old thing directly. He really did not know how to spell the word death. If not for the previous scene, they would have suspected that there was something wrong with this person's head. How dare he provoke such a big shot? Once Chan Batian attacked, this person would not have a good ending. Between the middle-aged man and Chan Batian, everyone was more optimistic about Chan Batian. This was because Chan Batian had once escaped from a king-level expert. A king-level expert was a terrifying existence. Everyone could imagine the result. This was because king-level experts were the ones in charge of small empires. The strength of a king-level expert could disregard warriors below the king level. It could be said that no matter how many came, they would be killed. In any empires, if anyone dared to rebel, even if they were strong and had many helpers, they would not be able to stop a king-level expert. They would all be killed. In the past, there was a large family in a dynasty that was preparing to rebel. They raised a large number of experts, most of whom were profound spirit realm experts. They used their strength to sweep through the world and almost took over the dynasty. In the end, the dynasty arranged for a king-level expert to mercilessly kill them. Even if they worked together, they couldn't block a single blow. The strength of a king-stage expert was still fresh in everyone's mind. The fact that the leader of Tianxia was able to escape from a king-class elite was a testament to Chan Batian's abilities. Later on, no one at the same level dared to fight Chan Batian, as they didn't have much confidence. Although the two of them had similar strength, the difference between them was huge. One was like the sky and the other was like the ground. Therefore, they believed in Chan Batian's strength. This kind of provocative action would undoubtedly cause Chan Batian to die even faster, because no one had ever dared to call Chan Batian an old thing, especially in front of so many people. This already put Chan Batian on the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few figures landed on the long street. The one in the lead was Chan Batian. His eyes were like lightning, and a murderous aura locked onto Lin Fei. You killed my eldest son? Lin Fei didn't stand up and said lazily, Old thing, you've already guessed it, why bother asking? I really don't know how you became the leader. You don't even have the ability to analyze things, what a failure of a person. You're courting death. Chan Batian was furious. He took a step forward and punched out. Roar. The roar of a tiger soared into the sky. A white tiger, several meters long, leaped several meters with each leap. It pounced at Lin Fei, turning everything in its path into ruins. Xiaofeng, stay back. Lin Fei stood up with a swoosh, and slapped his hands in front of him. Boundless true essence gushed out, and the space around him crackled like beans being fried. Boom! The green gale blade slashed down and landed on the white tiger's body. The white tiger's huge body was smashed into pieces, and a ravine was left on the street. Old thing, it seems like your attack is useless against me. Chan Batian had just used the white tiger killing fist. The white tiger was mainly used for killing, and this fist technique also carried a murderous aura. He had always used this move against ordinary people. You do have some ability, no wonder you dared to kill my son, Chan Batian said coldly. He was shocked, and had already classified his opponent as an expert. Luckily, his opponent wasn't a king-level expert, so he was relieved. If he wasn't a king-level expert, then everything would be fine. The two exchanged a quick move, and it was a peaceful exchange. The result was beyond imagination. This guy is really strong to be able to block Chun Baishan's fist. Chun Baishan's strength belonged to the top in the mountain river city, and he was famous for being able to escape from a king-level expert. His fist technique had always been ferocious and filled with murderous aura, and he had always killed people in less than 10 moves. Lin Fei took a step forward and laughed. If I wasn't strong, how could I have killed your son and annihilated the world army? Today, not only will I kill your son, I will also kill you, old thing, and let you accompany your son in hell. Arrogant, Lin Fei already had the capital to be so arrogant. Lin Fei hated war of words the most, and the feeling of killing someone in front of him felt really good. In the past, he might not have had the confidence to do so, but Lin Fei now had enough strength, and he didn't need to worry about this powerful Tianxia. He could just pack up and leave. Voila! The crowd was shocked once again. How could there be such an arrogant person? Calling him an old thing was already arrogant enough, and now he said, I will kill you, old thing. If it was them, they wouldn't have dared to say such words. The elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building heard this, and they felt especially carefree, a carefree feeling that they had never felt before. These words could only be said in their hearts in the past, but now that they heard it, it was as if they were the ones saying it, and it felt really good. This Uncle Lin is so mighty. Ever since Chen Badian became the leader, he had always been scolded as an old thing, and now he actually said that he wanted to kill him. His tone was really not ordinary. Did he really think that he was a king-level expert? Your tone is really big. If you want to kill this leader, you have to show your strength. You don't know how many people wanted to kill this leader, but in the end they all died in my hands. Chen Badian did not get angry, but instead laughed, as if he was looking at a stupid person. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The person beside you is Elder Xianqi, right? Xianqi was also startled. You know me? Xianqi did not have any impression of the person in front of him. From the moment he appeared, he had been sizing him up, but he couldn't remember such an expert, especially that this person knew him. He was quite surprised. Of course I know you, because today you will also die. Voila! The crowd was shocked again. This tone. After a wave of injustice, another wave was born. What kind of person was Xianqi? He was one of the elders of Black Tortoise sect, and was quite powerful. The power behind him was Black Tortoise sect, which had more influence than Tianxia. If Tianxia was already strong enough, but in front of Black Tortoise sect, they did not dare to make a sound, as the power of life and death depended on one sentence. If killing Chen Badian could be said to be arrogant, then killing an elder of Black Tortoise sect would mean going against Black Tortoise sect, and that was really arrogant, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Xianqi's face darkened. Your Excellency, do you know who I am? Do you know who is standing behind me? You are going against Black Tortoise sect. Don't you know what will happen to you? Lin Fei originally wanted to kill Chen Badian, then go to Black Tortoise sect to kill Xianqi, but now that he had met him here, he would not be polite and kill him at the same time, saving him a wasted trip. As for Black Tortoise sect, Lin Fei was not worried at all, nor was he afraid. Black Tortoise sect would not want to go against a king-level expert, right? The Black Tortoise Gate wouldn't fight to the death just for an elder who had the strength of a king-ranked expert. Although Lin Fei was not a king-level expert yet, his battle power had already reached king-level. Unless the king-level expert from Black Tortoise sect wanted to die, Lin Fei did not mind killing him. At least it was experience points. Black Tortoise sect? Just a lowly sect. If I kill you too today, you will not live to see tomorrow's sun. Lin Fei took another step forward, his eyes cold. Xianqi had never been called out by name like this before, and even wanted to kill him on the spot. Although he was not strong, he was at the late stage of cryptic spirit, and he had a huge Black Tortoise sect behind him. A sect's influence was the biggest deterrent. Crazy, he's really crazy. The great elder was in a good mood, but after hearing these words, he was in pain. Who was this person? Why did he look like a mad dog? Black Tortoise sect. That was the most famous and powerful sect in Shanha province. If the Black Tortoise sect wanted to kill someone, unless that person left the Shanha county, he would die without a doubt. Who asked the Black Tortoise sect to have such a powerful master? To be able to compete with the Divine Martial sect for so long, they should have at least one king-level master, right? No matter how good Xianqi's temperament was, when faced with this kind of words, he would fly into a rage. Moreover, He came from the Black Tortoise sect, so he had always been arrogant. Seeing someone humiliate the Black Tortoise sect, his heart was filled with anger. True Yang Sword Art. Qianqi moved. This person dared to provoke him, so he must be taught a lesson. The scorching sun was burning, and the blazing True Yuan was like a burning sun, floating behind him. The temperature of the whole street suddenly rose, and the hot air made it feel like he was in a desert. Scorching sun, burning sky. The fiery sun turned into a long sword, emitting the true yang qi, and slashed at Lin Fei from the sky. Hua la la. The ruins were incinerated into nothingness under this long sword. Lin Fei was suddenly in a hot environment, facing the scorching sun. Lousy True Yang Sword Art, let me show you what a real scorching sun is. Boom! Destructive qi burst out from Lin Fei's body. Golden suns appeared behind him, and the destructive qi was earth-shattering. Immediately, the golden suns turned into long swords and slashed at Qianqi. Scorching sun versus golden Sunday. With the destructive qi, how could the scorching sun be a match for Qianqi? The suns were destroyed one by one, and the scorching sun pierced through the blockade and slashed at Qianqi. True Yang Shield. Qianqi's heart skipped a beat, and the scorching sun surrounded him as he retreated. Boom boom boom. Chapter 303. P.S. Thanks to Dubious Little Girl and Uncle Bill for their monthly votes. Such a powerful attack was not something that Elder Qianqi could withstand. Lin Fei's annihilation sword art crushed over mercilessly, crushing this Elder Qianqi to death. His physical body was crushed to a pulp. Even if he had a miraculous elixir, there was no way he could survive. Old thing, it's your turn now. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the golden millstone once again pressed down towards Chan Badian, causing the void to collapse layer by layer. Rumble. The horrified millstone pressed down from the sky. The giant millstone, which contained the intent of destruction, immediately caused the experts of Tianxia to feel a sense of danger. A sense of danger that could kill them. Elder Qianqi died, and they could not react in time. The killing move arrived with a loud bang. Madman, this guy must be a madman. He even dared to kill Elder Qianqi. Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the Black Tortoise sect? Damn it, I don't want to die. As the giant millstone approached, Chan Badian grabbed the air from his left and right, and two figures were caught in front of the giant millstone, trying to block the attack. Walala! The two figures directly turned into a mist of blood, and a rain of blood immediately fell on the street. Damn it! Chan Badian raised his eyebrows, and the destructive aura locked onto him, as if it wanted to crush him to death. I don't believe that you can last long with this big move of yours. Once again they grabbed left and right, forming a human wall trying to block the attack. The most tragic thing was that the experts were caught and thrown by Chan Badian, becoming a scapegoat. No one would have thought that they would become a scapegoat. Haha, old thing, are you afraid? Today you will die. Lin Fei stepped forward, and the great millstone continued to crush over. Everywhere he passed, everyone was crushed to death by the great millstone, not leaving a single survivor. His methods were extremely cruel. Killed XXX. Obtained 150 sin points. Killed XXX. Obtained 250 sin points. Killed XXX. Obtained 180 sin points. Every time the giant millstone crushed a person to death, the system would immediately send out a cold voice. Awesome, this is too awesome. Feels so good to kill people. Along with the system's voice, Lin Fei was in a good mood. This kind of opportunity to gain experience by killing people was really rare. Moreover, these people from the World Army had sin value. Based on this conversion, I'm afraid it will be at least millions or even tens of millions of experience points, right? Lin Fei thought. Chan Badian, the leader of the Tianxia sect, was in a complete mess right now. To think that the leader of the Tianxia sect would be forced into such a state by a single person. He didn't know how many of the Under Heaven army had died because of him, but he still couldn't block the other party's attack. That damned killing intent was undoubtedly going to kill him. White Tiger killing fist. Chan Badian was infuriated. Seeing him being chased like this, he couldn't help but think back to the time when he was chased by a king. In fact, Chan Badian himself knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. If he took a gamble, he might have a chance. Roar! This time Chun Batian's berserk true origin surged out, and a boundless killing intent gathered together. The 100 Zhonglong White Tiger emitted a terrifying aura. In the White Tiger Killing Fist, the most powerful move, White Tiger Biting Kill, was activated by killing intent. It consumed half of the true origin to activate this powerful attack, killing without mercy. Just in time. Rumble. The Great Millstone's aura spread out and directly collided with the White Tiger's body, crushing it from left to right. The White Tiger let out a roar, obviously extremely angry. Crash. The huge White Tiger was mercilessly killed by the Great Millstone again and again. Old thing, you can die now. The Great Millstone streaked across a stream of light and crashed into Chun Baishan's body. Instantly, a violent gust of wind was set off in the surrounding area. Those with low strength nearby were suppressed to the point that they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Not dead. Lin Fei frowned and looked at the ruins. Because there was no notification from the system, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Boom! A figure soared up into the sky and stopped in midair. That person's entire body was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled, like a beggar on the street. At this moment he was dancing with joy. Haha, I have finally advanced to the profound king realm, becoming a king-level expert. Thanks to you, I managed to advance to the profound king realm. Now let's see how you will kill me. The person who came out from below was none other than Chun Batian, who was blasted down. At this moment, his powerful aura made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Oh no, Chun Batian actually became a profound king realm expert. Everyone was shocked, especially the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Once a martial artist advanced to the profound king realm, the gap was like heaven and earth. Even if it was the early stage of the king level, his strength would soar rapidly and was far from what a profound spirit expert could contend with. No one would have thought that Chun Batian would advance to the profound king realm in the face of a life and death crisis. Lin Fei was very surprised. Old thing, your luck is really not bad. To be able to become a king-level expert before your death, it seems that you will be able to leave in style. Chun Batian laughed. Soon I will let you know what the true strength of a king-level expert is. Xiao! Chun Batian leaped hundreds of zhong and appeared in front of Lin Fei. He punched towards Lin Fei's face and grinned. Die for me! Rumble. After advancing to the king level, his speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Many people below were shocked by this speed. How many people could block such a blow? No wonder it was said that no matter how strong one was below the king level, it was impossible to contend against a king-level expert. They would die without a doubt. Uncle Lin. Lin Fei was about to be blasted into pieces. Jin Feng couldn't help but shed tears. She couldn't bear to watch any longer because the speed was too fast. What she saw was the scene of Lin Fei being blasted into pieces. Old thing, your speed is too slow. A lazy voice suddenly came from behind Chun Batian. Not dead. Chun Batian was shocked. What he destroyed was just an illusion. Immediately a figure attacked and kicked Chun Batian. You want to kill me with this speed? Dream on. Bang! Chun Batian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into a house and immediately turned it into ruins. Dust flew everywhere. There was complete silence. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This man was a king-level expert. Other than king-class experts, no one would be able to react fast enough to block this sudden attack. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was stunned. King-level expert? Jin Feng also stopped crying. Her heart was in turmoil. Previously, she had estimated Lin Fei's strength to be between the cryptic spirit late stage to the complete cryptic spirit. She had never thought that he would reach such a terrifying level. How on earth did he cultivate? Jin Feng couldn't think of a reason. Even geniuses couldn't cultivate at such a speed, right? I am a king-level expert. How could I not block it? Chun Batian stood up from the ruins. His eyes were filled with fear. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He was a king-level expert, but he couldn't even block a single kick and was sent flying. This was too much. Seeing that you are a king-level expert, I will use the most powerful method to send you to hell. Lin Fei rushed over. The sword array formed behind him. Total annihilation. Killing must be done in a spectacular manner so that no one would dare to look down on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. This scene would be remembered by everyone. Lin Fei believed that all the spies present would bring the news back. They wouldn't dare to hide anything. Rumble. 2 white sword rivers rushed down. The sword chi slammed into Chen Baishan's body. 720 flying swords. Even the strongest experts of the 18 clans were injured and had to flee. Moreover, he was only at the initial stage king level. He hadn't even consolidated his strength. After the total annihilation, the ground collapsed. The houses became ruins. At the same time, a huge crater appeared. The surrounding cracks were like spider webs. It was horrifying. Lin Fei's eyes turned and fell on the World Army and the other experts. His eyes were cold. Run! Chen Batian had died when he became a king-level expert. Not to mention the opponent was a king-level expert. Swoosh! 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 The experts of Tianxia panicked. They ran in all directions. They were scared out of their wits. Die! 720 flying swords turned into a sword light and flew in all directions. Bang 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 bang. Those who ran away were all killed by the flying swords. Their corpses fell down. The whole street was full of corpses and blood flowed like a river. After this battle, all the experts of Tianxia were killed. As for the World Army, they died in Lin Fei's hands. They were exchanged for a lot of experience points. Surrender was unnecessary. It was better to exchange them for experience points. Boom! Lin Fei blasted out a sword light. The people of the Black Tortoise Gate are so uncultured. You want to sneak attack? In the sky, a figure was blasted away. His face was aghast and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Senior, you misunderstood. With my strength, how could I sneak attack you? The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate secretly wiped their cold sweat. They regretted coming to check the situation. They met in existence like a fiend. A king-level expert could easily kill him. He was a king stage expert and he had almost been killed. Lin Fei frowned. Really? The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. His face was pale as if he was seriously ill. Senior, even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare to do it. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Go back and tell your Black Tortoise Gate master that I have a grudge against Xian Qi. If he has any thoughts, he can come and find me. Also, Tianxia was also destroyed by me. If you are not satisfied, you can come and find me. The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate hurriedly shook their head. Xian Qi is no longer a member of the Black Tortoise Gate. He deserved to die in the hands of Senior. Tianxia has nothing to do with us. They offended Senior, that's their own business. At this time, this expert of the Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to say anything. Chen Batian had become a king-level expert, but he was still killed so quickly. Their Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to offend such a king-level expert. Elder Xian Qi, the Underheaven Gang, they didn't dare to say anything. Offending such a powerful king-level expert would greatly damage the Black Tortoise sect's strength. Chapter 304. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Recently, Xiaoku has returned from Qingming. My body isn't feeling well, so 10,000 has become 6,000. I will explode in a few days. What is shocking? What is awesome? The corpses and wreckage on the streets were the best proof. No one at the scene could have imagined that this person could be so powerful and cruel. Chen Batian advanced to the king-class expert before his death, but he was still killed. The casualties of the Tianxia experts he brought was almost the same. It was a shocking bloody battle, and the one who made the move was a king-class expert. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had a king-class expert standing behind it, which made everyone fearful. What did it mean to have a king-class expert overseeing the place? Everyone was clear that at least in the Mountain River City, no one dared to not give him face. This was the deterrent force. Even if you were gnashing your teeth in hatred, you still had to maintain a smile on your face as you couldn't afford to offend him. From now on, no one would look down on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Its influence suddenly rose to the level of a household name. Even the Mountain River City Lord would have to be polite to them. The Black Tortoise sect's elder expert didn't even dare to make a sound in front of a king-class expert, and was as respectful as a turtle. This was strength. Elder Xian Qi was still an elder previously, and the Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to question him. Instead, they expelled him from the Black Tortoise sect. As for the entire Tianxia, they were abandoned because they didn't want to offend a king-class expert. Chan Badian became a king-class expert and was killed so easily. Unless the Black Tortoise sect wanted to be entangled to the end, they wouldn't be angry over this matter. Once they offended a king-class expert, their Black Tortoise sect strength would definitely be greatly damaged. The Black Tortoise sect swallowed the insult and humiliation, and that was the best choice. Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. If the Black Tortoise sect made a move, he wouldn't mind going to their doorstep and might be able to extort a huge sum of money. Unfortunately, the Black Tortoise sect didn't fall into the trap. Elder Xianqi was expelled, and Tianxia was abandoned. Most of the Tianxia experts were dead, and countless of the Under Heaven army were slaughtered by Lin Fei. Tianxia's strongest force was lost by at least 2/3. What would the result be like? Everyone would kick a collapsing wall. You can scram now. If I find out that your Black Tortoise sect is playing any dirty tricks, I'll make your sect leader pay attention to his own head. A cold voice resounded throughout the street. The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate did not dare to breathe loudly, nor did they dare to show any dissatisfaction. I will definitely pass on Senior's words. The Black Tortoise sect's expert let out a long sigh of relief as he was able to escape from the hands of a king-level expert. He was so close to dying at the hands of the king-level expert. The reason why Lin Fei let the Black Martial School's elder go was because he didn't want the Black Martial School to hold a grudge against the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. He landed again and appeared next to the Golden Phoenix. Xiaofeng, you can now arrange for people to clean up the battlefield and launch an attack on Tianxia. Lin Fei knew that with him here, no one would dare to make a move. Once he left, Tianxia would definitely become a fat piece of meat for everyone, and everyone would want to take a bite out of it. Tianxia was such a big piece of meat. If Lin Fei wasn't in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, he wouldn't be able to eat it, and he might even be pushed out. Lin Fei was a super strong existence and he was the best deterrent. If they wanted a share of the pie, they would have to think about whether they had the ability or not. Uncle Lin, I will listen to you. The Great Elder also said respectfully, I will personally take action and kill the remnants of Tianxia. Very soon, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved. Although it was constantly being suppressed, and had lost a part of its strength, its current fighting strength was like a ferocious tiger that could devour people at any time. Following the order, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved at the fastest time, heading straight for the headquarters of Tianxia. After losing Chan Badian and the other experts, coupled with the matters outside, everyone was already panicking. When the Golden Breeze Drizzle building attacked Tianxia and met with a brief resistance, they took the opportunity to blast open the main gate and kill their way into Tianxia. The Black Tortoise sect's elder Xianqi was killed. Tianxia's Chan Badian, who had advanced to the king level, was killed. The world army was defeated. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had produced a king-level expert. The entire Mountain River City was in an uproar. When they heard this news, their first thought was disbelief. A king-level expert was a high-level fighting strength, how could he be killed? But when the news came, they were shocked. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had a king-level expert, and his strength was especially tyrannical. Chan Badian, who had just advanced, was like a child in front of him. A gang, with a king-level expert overseeing it, would have a completely different influence. The Black Tortoise sect was powerful, right? Facing this king-level expert, the Black Tortoise sect elder lowered his head, not daring to have any thoughts of going against him. He also understood that this king-level expert was not to be trifled with. After this news was confirmed, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The powerful Tianxia had disappeared just like that. With such a king-level expert overseeing it, all the forces in Mountain River City didn't dare to interfere. A big piece of meat. But such a big piece of meat also required strength to eat. Everyone understood that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would become a bigger force than Tianxia in the future. Even if this king-level expert was Jin Yang's good friend, as long as he existed, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would be free of worries. As long as they didn't offend the public, who would dare to attack the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? No one dared, and no one dared to do it. Tianxia was a big force in Mountain River City, and its leader Chan Badian had many experts under him. But all of this was like an illusion broken with a light touch. From today onwards, Tianxia would become a thing of the past, a memory in history that might occasionally be remembered by someone. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the mission to annihilate Tianxia. Obtain 10 million experience points, 100,000 points, 10,000 points of special elemental energy, and a lottery ticket. The system's voice sounded in Lin Fei's mind as he sat in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. A warm feeling flowed through his body. That was the benefit of leveling up. After leveling up this time, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. What is this special elemental energy? When the mission was issued, there was no mention of special elemental energy. Only after receiving the reward did Lin Fei know that he had obtained this elemental energy. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to be surprised. Special elemental energy. A super explosive power that doesn't belong to this world. Once it explodes, it will produce a huge force. Congratulations on killing the enemy. There's such a power? Lin Fei thought. Damn, could this elemental energy be from the upper realm? Isn't this too awesome? The appearance of this kind of power really surprised Lin Fei. He didn't know that the system had such a heaven-defying function. Lin Fei didn't care about the experience points. With 100,000 points he felt really good. In addition to his previous points he had about 200,000 points. I wonder what kind of power this elemental energy explodes with. Lin Fei opened the system and found that the experience points had increased from 100 million to 500 million. It was a 5-fold increase which was within the normal range. On the system attributes, Lin Fei found the elemental energy interface. When he saw the label, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was too heaven-defying. This elemental energy can actually be extracted from the body of a powerhouse. The system rewarded him with special elemental energy, and he immediately unlocked the super elemental energy branch. Elemental energy. 10,000 points. The branch introduction was very simple. 10,000 elemental energy exploded, and the combat power actually reached a level that Lin Fei didn't even dare to imagine. It actually reached the profound Emperor Great Circle. Awesome, a group attack skill. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. This branch system was too awesome. In online games, there had always been super group attack skills. For example, back in the day Lin Fei once played Fantasy World, there was a super large group attack. That kind of super large group attack had a time constraint. Now this required elemental energy, and it could only be obtained by killing powerhouses. It was equivalent to magic mana potions in games. This attack started with 10,000 elemental energy as the driving force, and when it was unleashed, it displayed a powerful lethality. The strength of the profound Emperor Great Circle was such a terrifying attack. This feels great. Out of all the breakthroughs, this was the one Lin Fei was most satisfied with. He did not care about experience points, but he cared about elemental energy. He believed that after activating this branch, he would have a chance to obtain elemental energy by killing experts in the future. After calming himself down, Lin Fei started the lottery. At this time, no one would come to the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Lin Fei happily started the lottery. This time Lin Fei was much calmer. He opened the lottery page and opened the system. This time he was going to rely on his luck and draw whatever he got. Previously, he had used the 72 mortal flying swords and the strengthening skill stone to strengthen his wings of the wind and increase his speed. He wondered what he would get this time. Lin Fei thought. Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fei. You have obtained the strengthened version Waterfire Lotus. The system will immediately upgrade it for you. Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fei. Strengthening skill completed. Obtain strengthened version, Waterflame Lotus. Why did I get this? Lin Fei was very surprised that he actually got the strengthened version, Waterflame Lotus. His luck seemed to be too good. The Waterflame Lotus could be said to have helped Lin Fei solve a lot of problems. After his strength kept increasing, the power of the Waterflame Lotus couldn't be increased. This time, Lin Fei was also very surprised to get this ability and suspected that he had seen wrongly. Waterflame Lotus. With a thought, a lifelike lotus appeared on Lin Fei's hand. When this Waterflame Lotus appeared, it emitted a powerful and dangerous aura which was far stronger than before. Now every leaf of the Waterflame Lotus was vivid and lifelike. One could feel the aura of fire on it. This was something that didn't exist before because previously it was just a form. But now the Waterflame Lotus not only had a form, but it also had an intent. When placed in front of him, it seemed real and couldn't be seen as fake. Chapter 305. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the second leader. Mountain River City. What was the most noteworthy event in recent days? It should be said that the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building had become the biggest gang in Mountain River Prefecture. Especially after taking over the remaining forces of Tianxia, no one dared to underestimate it anymore. 3 days passed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building had finished adjusting its forces. Under the jealousy of the public, it had completely digested the territories that it had swallowed before. Someone should have asked if it was possible. One could not become fat with just one mouthful of rice, let alone the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. What if there was a king-level expert in charge? The situation would be completely different. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building would not have any trouble when digesting the territories, nor would it give the public a chance. They could only watch helplessly as they were digested. During these 3 days, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building had become the target that all the forces in Mountain River City wanted to rope in. Even if they could not rope in the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, they could not become enemies, especially since they had a king-level expert. In the end, it all depended on the king-level expert. When the head of the Black Tortoise sect came in person, no one knew what had happened. However, everyone could see that when the head of the Black Tortoise sect came out, his face had changed a little. A fight between king-level experts? Or that was unknown. At least on one point, the Black Tortoise sect admitted defeat. After the head of the Black Tortoise sect left, everyone knew that the situation in Mountain River City had changed again. In the afternoon, the city lord of Mountain River City also took the initiative to visit. He was very polite and obviously wanted to rope in Mountain River City. The meaning was obvious. It was worth the city lord's initiative. Lin Fei stayed in the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, it was nothing more than a deterrent to other forces, especially the secret fight with the Black Tortoise sect and so on. Now it was all gone. Lin Fei's task was completed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building only had time to develop. One night, the building master, Golden Phoenix, came to Lin Fei's room in person without any servants. Even so, Golden Phoenix already had the aura of a superior. In these few days, "Brother Lin, are you there? The door is not locked. Come in." Lin Fei's voice sounded from inside the room. The Golden Phoenix pushed the door open and entered. Lin Fei, who was in the room, had already returned to his original appearance. His bronze skin was filled with the scent of a man. The black robe he was wearing was very fitting. "How is it? Have you gotten used to it?" "Fortunately, I finally understand Father's painstaking efforts and hardships to be the building master." Jin Feng sighed softly and sat down beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei also heard the sigh and didn't know what to say. To be a tower master, to be a member of a sect, the price one had to pay was freedom. "Xiaofeng, this is for you. I believe you will be able to use it at critical moments." Lin Fei took out a small bag. It was the runes bag, a disposable item. "Are you leaving?" Jin Feng said faintly. She didn't take the bag of runes. Lin Fei was indeed ready to leave. He nodded. "It's time to return to the sect. I've been out for more than half a year. It's time to go back." It was a very casual sentence. Jin Feng actually burst into tears. Before Lin Fei came back to his senses, she directly hugged him and pressed her hot body against Lin Fei. "Don't say it. Let me remember this feeling again." Lin Fei was not a stone-hearted person. He held back the words he wanted to say. Smelling the faint body fragrance, he already understood what it meant. Jin Feng liked him? Lin Fei never thought that he would be liked by a girl. It seemed that he had always been the one chasing girls. No girl had ever chased him. At this moment, Lin Fei was very proud. It should be no problem to push her down now, right? Somehow, Lin Fei came up with this idea. Lin Fei didn't move. Jin Feng didn't move either. At this time, the atmosphere between the two was very ambiguous. Half an hour later, Jin Feng hugged Lin Fei and slowly released him. "I will remember this day." Lin Fei, who turned his head, saw Jin Feng's red eyes. Lin Fei sighed softly. "Why are you doing this?" Suddenly, Jin Feng kissed him. "I do. I like you. You are the first man who made me fall in love with you." This time, Jin Feng actually confessed her love. Last time he was counterattacked and kissed. Unexpectedly, this time he was counterattacked again. Last time he didn't pay attention. This time it was the same. Damn, counterattacked me? Lin Fei didn't hesitate. His brain was full of blood. He directly counterattacked and kissed her fiercely. For more than half a year, Lin Fei stayed away from girls. In addition to the counterattack and the matter of practicing martial arts, he had been suppressing his desire. In terms of kissing skills, how could Jin Feng be the opponent of Lin Fei? What wet kiss, what tongue kiss, Jin Feng moaned and gasped. Her face was all red. Her whole body collapsed in Lin Fei's arms. She was weak. Apart from moaning, there was nothing else. Brother Lin, take me. You don't regret it. I don't regret it. I know you will have many women in the future. As long as you can occupy a part of your heart, I will be very happy. Jin Feng was firm. Lin Fei reached out and kissed her. From now on, you are my woman. That night, Jin Feng became Lin Fei's woman. The first woman in Xintian continent. Lin Fei stayed for another 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Fei accompanied Jin Feng. On the day of departure, Lin Fei left a large number of pure elemental pills and treasures to Jin Feng. It was enough for her to cultivate for the next 10 years. It would not be a problem for her to become a Xianling expert. Just like that, Lin Fei left Mountain River City with Jin Feng's heart. She didn't know that it was 10 years later when Lin Fei came back again. Out of Mountain River City, Lin Fei had a feeling of parting. No one can resist the charm of Wen Wenxiang. It almost makes me want to stay and be the king of the mountain. Lin Fei sighed. He finally understood why those heroes and ancient emperors were willing to abandon their country and country for a woman. All for the woman in their hearts. Withdrawing his thoughts, the wings of the wind appeared behind him and he flew towards the Divine Force sect. The last time he went down the mountain was 7 months ago. Lin Fei was travel-worn. This time, it only took him 1 day to reach the territory of the Divine Force sect. After arriving at the territory of the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei simply stopped and leisurely went to the Divine Force sect. Anyway, there was more than enough time for the promise of half a year. When standing at the foot of the mountain again, Lin Fei sighed. 7 months ago, I was just a low-level martial artist. Now, even a king stage expert is no longer a match for me. I'm afraid none of the geniuses in the Divine Martial Arts sect are as strong as me. Lin Fei lifted his head and looked at the mountain path. The Divine Force sect was as usual. The path at the foot of the mountain was filled with disciples of the Divine Force sect. Many of them were new disciples because the Divine Force sect had recruited a new batch of disciples. The first thing Lin Fei did when he returned to the Divine Force sect was to meet Gao Chang. They were his only friends in the Divine Force sect. When he was in the Divine Force sect for 5 years, he only had a few friends and Gao Chang was one of them. After finding the direction, Lin Fei went straight to where Gao Chang was, which was where the low-level disciples were. Junior brother Li Wudi, you have to think this through. If you're going to protect this person, then you're going against senior brother Eternal Wind. You've just been promoted to an inner disciple, while senior brother Eternal Wind is a veteran inner disciple. I advise you not to offend him. On the training field of the Divine Force sect, the atmosphere was tense. Li Wudi stood in front of Gao Chang, who was supported by someone behind him. His face was pale and it was obvious that he was injured. In front of Li Wudi were a few inner disciples, who were staring at him impolitely. Li Wudi said coldly, "Forgive me for not being able to accept senior brother's request. Gao Chang is a friend of mine." Furthermore, during the sparring earlier, it was clearly that person who launched a sneak attack on him, which resulted in his dantian being destroyed. All the disciples saw it clearly. Even if this matter were to be reported to the elders, you would still be the ones to suffer. I believe senior brother Eternal Wind wouldn't blame the elders for this, right? Gao Chang was very excited. Although he knew that it was because of Lin Fei, he was still very excited. Senior brother Wudi, this matter was caused by me. I, Gao Chang, will take responsibility for what I did, Gao Chang said in a low voice. He knew that senior brother Changfeng was powerful, and he did not want Li Wudi to be involved. Most of the veteran inner disciples had reached the mystic adept realm, and they were qualified to become elders in the Divine Force sect. It was not a good thing to make things difficult for these inner disciples. Li Wuti glared at him. I'm good friends with Lin Fei. Your matter is my matter. Junior brother Gao Chong, you don't have to say anything. Li Wuti, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it was something else, we could let it go on account of your talent. It's hard to avoid mistakes in sparring, but this friend of yours injured senior brother Chongfeng's only nephew and destroyed his dantian. If you want to be a good person, let's see how strong you are. The man snorted coldly. Attack. The surrounding disciples did not dare to say anything. Senior brother Eternal Wind had a resounding reputation among the inner disciples. Adding on the fact that such a huge matter had happened, even some of the elders would give him face. Moreover, Gao Chong was only in the 8th level of the martial path, so he had no value at all. Whoosh! 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 2 of the 3 rushed at Li Wuti, and 1 went for Gao Chong. Li Wuti's face darkened, and he immediately felt a great pressure. In half a year, he had risen from Mystic Adept Realm to Mid-Stage Mystic Adept Realm, and the 2 rushing at him were both in the late stage. Icebound World! Whoosh! Frost origin energy swept out, and the surrounding area suddenly turned into a white world, trapping the 2 disciples. A moment later, they broke out of the ice, accompanied by disdain. Icebound World, so this is the basic battle technique. One of them sneered and threw a punch at Li Wuti. Tiger Cannon 3 punches. A tiger's roar resounded through the air. Li Wuti's face darkened again, and he was immediately surrounded. Humph, who dares hurt my friend? Chapter 306. As the 2 late-stage abstruse disciples were sent flying, everyone was shocked. A young man had appeared in front of Li Wuti at some point in time. He looked angry, and everyone present could feel his anger. It was an undisguised anger. What's going on? Just who is this person? He's so angry. Did he attack just now? What terrifying strength. He sent 2 senior brothers flying with 1 move. Why does he look so familiar? Right, isn't he senior brother Lin Fei, the dark horse of the Outer Sect Assembly half a year ago? What? He's senior brother Lin Fei? How can he be so powerful? I remember he was only at the 7th or 8th stage of the martial path. How long has it been? How did his strength soar so quickly? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The person who had appeared was none other than Lin Fei, who had rushed all the way from the foot of the mountain. With his powerful perception, he could easily see the situation on the field. That was why he attacked in a rage and sent the 2 disciples flying. Even so, the 2 disciples would have to be bedridden for at least half a year. If they were somewhere else, it wouldn't be as simple as being heavily injured. They would have been killed on the spot. Junior brother Lin Fei. Li Wuti was also shocked and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Gao Chong, who was behind him, was also shocked. The inner disciple who had pounced on him was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it weren't for his aura, he would have suspected that he was already dead. More importantly, he didn't even see how Li Wuti attacked. Lin Fei turned his head. Yeah, I'm back. If I didn't come back, how would I know that my friends were being bullied? Li Wuti knew that Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in Mountain River City. Now that he saw Lin Fei again, he felt that his strength was unfathomable. Lin Fei, you're finally back. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Gao Chong was happy, but when he heard Lin Fei's words, his heart warmed and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei appeared in front of Gao Chong and took out a healing pill. Don't talk. Eat the pill first. Someone wasn't too happy. You're Lin Fei? Qi Zhen glared at him with a stern face. Lin Fei turned his head and with a whoosh appeared in front of him. He closed the distance of several dozen meters in an instant and grabbed him by the throat. With a wave of his hand, he slapped him. Pa 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 pa. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. The crowd was in an uproar. Humph, you dare to offend a friend of mine, Lin Fei? How dare you? Lin Fei coldly snorted and immediately pointed his finger. The Divine Force sect has more trash like you, causing the Divine Force sect to be in a foul atmosphere. My dantian. Lin Fei waved his hand and slapped him again. So what if I cripple your dantian? You attacked my friend for a martial arts disciple. Now that I've crippled your dantian, do you have the ability to fight me? Qi Zhen was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. He looked like he had aged more than 10 years. He had not expected that in such a short period of time, he who had been strutting around earlier would turn into a cripple in the blink of an eye. Ah, bastard, you destroyed my Dantian. The elder will not let you off. Lin Fei waved his hand and Qizhan was thrown out like a piece of trash. He fell to the ground and rolled away. Then he clapped his hands and looked around. Those who know him, feel free to go and report. Lin Fei will wait here. A mere inner sect disciple, Lin Fei did not take him seriously at all. Qizhan was a profound perfection realm expert, and was only one step away from the mystic adept realm. The disciples did not expect that Lin Fei half a year ago would be so brutal and cripple Qizhan's Dantian as soon as he attacked. This was a profound perfection realm expert disciple, and an inner sect disciple at that. Yet, he destroyed his Dantian with one finger. Crazy, he must be crazy. Could it be that he was not afraid of the law enforcement hall's punishment? No one could figure out what was going on. Lin Fei, you were too impulsive. How could you destroy Qizhan's Dantian? What should we do now? Li Wudi's face was full of worry as he frowned. The Divine Martial Gate did not forbid martial arts competitions. Even if someone was injured, it was pardonable. But once it involved the destruction of someone's Dantian, it was a serious matter. Lin Fei chuckled. Brother Wudi, since I dared to make a move, it means that I had full confidence. Don't you think that they went overboard just now? Li Wudi nodded in anger. They did go overboard. Gao Chong accidentally destroyed his Dantian during a spar. That was a sneak attack and hidden weapons. He only has himself to blame. Instead, they wanted to take Gao Chong away. The Divine Martial Gates rules were broken by these disciples. I still have to thank you for today's matter. Otherwise, Gao Chong would not have been able to keep his strength, Lin Fei said gratefully. Li Wudi glared at him. If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such words. Lin Fei could feel that Li Wudi's words came from the bottom of his heart. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Li Wudi had stood up for Gao Chong when he was in trouble. Aha, of course you are my friend. You destroyed Qizhan's Dantian. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall will be here soon. Why don't you go to Uncle Zhang Wen and explain things clearly? They won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore. Li Wudi suggested. Lin Fei shook his head. No need. I just want to see if they will protect Qizhan and his group, or... Lin Fei, I think Brother Wudi's suggestion is good. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are all inner disciples. Maybe one of them is familiar with Chongfeng's group. Gao Chong's complexion had improved. Li Wudi and Gao Chong were worried that Lin Fei would not bow down. Especially since he had crippled Qizhan and injured 3 inner disciples, the Law Enforcement Hall would not be polite. Moreover, there were also veteran inner disciples behind them. They might put pressure on them. Inner disciples could be mighty in the Divine Martial Gate, but they had no confidence in front of the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Any inner disciple who was taken away by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall ended up in a miserable state, especially when something so serious happened. Whoosh! 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 The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall had arrived. They were in groups of 15. They were dressed in black and held black locks in their hands. Killing intent surged from them. One look and anyone could tell that they were not easy to negotiate with. Suddenly, a vacuum appeared on the training field. The disciples of the Divine Martial Gate were so scared that they left. Not good. I know the disciple leading the group. Li Wudi's complexion turned ugly. He recognized the origin of the disciple leading the group. He's in the same circle as Chongfeng. Gao Chong's expression changed as well. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Senior brother Chongfeng's influence was really great. He even made the Law Enforcement Hall take action. Disciple Lin Fei is in trouble. Who doesn't know that Qizhan is senior brother Chongfeng's man? Now that he crippled Qizhan, senior brother Chongfeng will definitely not let this go. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are all here. Anyone brought in will definitely suffer a great deal of damage. I wonder if senior brother Lin Fei is going to obediently leave, or is he going to resist? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear when they mentioned the Law Enforcement Hall. Then they looked at Lin Fei with schadenfreude. A newly promoted inner disciple had offended a veteran inner disciple. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? If it were them, they wouldn't do such a thing even if they were beaten to death. We're from the law enforcement hall. Who's Lin Fei? Come out. Wang Chong was expressionless. At the same time, he noticed that Qi Zhen, who was being helped up, had a strange expression. Senior brother Wang Chong, he's Lin Fei. Qi Zhen's eyes were filled with resentment. He was the first to point out, but he was extremely weak. With his dantian destroyed, Qi Zhen's only wish was to kill Lin Fei to vent his anger. With his dantian destroyed, it couldn't be repaired unless it was a miraculous pill. You're Lin Fei? Wang Cheng's eyes were cold. You really have guts to destroy someone's dantian in front of everyone. And the two of you, come with us to the law enforcement hall. Behind Wang Chong, four disciples of the law enforcement hall walked up. They were all mystic adepts. Mystic adepts were the most basic requirement to become a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Don't worry. With me here today, I want to see who dares to touch us. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He couldn't help but shake his head. He was very dissatisfied with the way the law enforcement hall handled things. Take him down. For law enforcement hall disciples, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, charged at Lin Fei. They were already used to dealing with this kind of person. The black iron chain coiled over like a long snake. This was the auxiliary spirit treasure refined by the divine martial sect. It could suppress Zhan Yuan and prevent martial artists from using it. The strength of a martial artist lay in their true essence. Once their true essence was suppressed, it was the same as losing their strength. When the divine martial sect's law enforcement hall made a move on a disciple, no one could stop them. They could only obediently be taken away by the law enforcement hall disciples. This was mainly because of the auxiliary spirit treasure. No matter how strong one was, they were nothing if they couldn't use true essence. Get lost. For streaks of light shot out, and the 4 law enforcement hall disciples were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Li Wudi and Gao Chong felt their scalps go numb, their mouths agape. When did Lin Fei become so strong? He actually defeated 4 mystic adept law enforcers in one move. It was like a dream. The surrounding disciples of the divine martial sect were all stunned. Lin Fei really made a move and even injured the law enforcement hall disciples. Didn't he know how strong the law enforcement hall was? Something big had happened, something really big had happened. Go back and tell senior brother Chongfeng that if he wants to make a move, let him do it himself. Don't sneak around. Lin Fei said indifferently. You law enforcement hall disciples can only scare ordinary disciples. It's useless against me. Wang Cheng's face was cold. He was shocked. Didn't Lin Fei just become an inner disciple? How can he be so strong? I can't see through his strength. Did he have some fortuitous encounter outside? Being able to become a disciple of the law enforcement hall, and a squad leader, Wang Cheng's mind was deep. His own strength was only at the late mystic adept realm, and his 4 disciples were sent flying. Naturally, he wouldn't go up and look for trouble. If he didn't bring them back today, he would lose face. How would the people in the law enforcement hall look at him? How would the disciples of the divine martial sect look at the law enforcement hall disciples? What should I do? What should I do? Wang Chong was at a loss. Suddenly, Wang Chong frowned with a hint of joy in his eyes. Chapter 307. It was a hot potato. Wang Chong, a disciple of the enforcement hall, finally understood what it meant to be a hot potato. If a disciple of the enforcement hall couldn't suppress a newly promoted inner disciple, he would be a laughingstock. In fact, he really couldn't suppress Qi. Just as he was worrying about what to do, Eternal Wind's appearance resolved his embarrassment. At least he had a reason to step down. Qi Zhen is Eternal Wind's man. It's good that he's here. If Eternal Wind can suppress Lin Fei, then everything will be fine. If Eternal Wind can't suppress Lin Fei with his strength of a mystic adept, then I can only ask the elders to take action. Wang Chong had become a disciple of the enforcement hall and a captain, so he was naturally scheming. He planned to observe for a while before making a decision. Senior Eternal Wind is here. A sword light flew over from the horizon, and a person could be vaguely seen standing on it. As the sword light flew over, many streaks of light appeared in the surroundings, all of which were inner disciples. News of what happened in the arena spread quickly. Coupled with the fact that Eternal Wind was very famous among the inner disciples, it naturally attracted the attention of the inner disciples. Moreover, it was very rare for a newly promoted inner court disciple to dare criticize a veteran inner court disciple. Lin Fei, we've caused a lot of inner disciples to be unhappy, Li Wudi said in a low voice. Even though Li Wudi was famous among the outer disciples, he was only slightly famous among the inner disciples. So it was only natural for him to be nervous when he saw so many famous inner disciples. Did they teach you a lesson? Lin Fei was very direct. Li Wudi laughed dryly. This is already the inner sect's rule. Newly promoted inner disciples are always challenged by others. Just take it as a lesson to prevent new disciples from challenging veteran disciples in the future. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. I was just wondering why so many inner court disciples showed up. It turns out I'm the one who broke the rules of this trade. Li Wudi smiled bitterly. That's why we're in big trouble. It's said that among the inner disciples, there are very few geniuses who haven't been taught a lesson. You're an exception. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only made a move to teach someone a lesson, but he had unknowingly broken the unspoken rules of the inner court and actually incurred the displeasure of the inner court disciples. However, this is also good. Uncle Zhang recommended me to participate in the dynasty war. I am a newly promoted disciple, and have no reputation among the inner disciples. Everyone will not agree to it, and the elders will not agree to it either. Today I can use them to intimidate them and save myself some trouble later. Lin Fei thought about it and clicked the pass button. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, silhouettes flickered and landed around the ring. Walala, his gaze instantly landed on Lin Fei, curiously sizing up this inner sect disciple, arrogantly and despotically destroying Qi Zhan's Dantian. This method was really cruel. He is Lin Fei? It's just ordinary. I really don't know what gave him the courage to offend senior brother Eternal Wind and teach a law enforcement hall's disciple a lesson. Could this Lin Fei be cultivating some kind of special cultivation technique? Why can't I see his strength? The inner sect disciples gathered in twos and threes, quietly discussing. Then they found Lin Fei was different. They couldn't see through his strength. The cryptic spirit realm? Someone started to guess. Then, all the inner sect disciples couldn't help but shake their heads. The cryptic spirit realm was a core disciple in the divine force sect, which was higher than the inner sect disciples. Usually, when they saw him, they had to call him senior brother. It was rare for more than 10 inner sect disciples to appear at the same time. Usually, the inner sect disciples were either cultivating or going out to complete tasks. It was rare for them to be so free. Today was the only exception. You are the Lin Fei who destroyed Qizhan's Dantian? After landing, Eternal Wind in cyan clothes glanced over with his eyes like lightning, and his momentum was oppressive. Don't try to test me. This pressure is useless to me, Lin Fei said indifferently. The pressure in front of him instantly disappeared. Qizhan's Dantian was destroyed by me. If you want to help your people, just do it. As for the law enforcement hall, don't count on them. Eternal Wind was surprised. Seeing Wang Cheng's apologetic look, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. You took my benefits and didn't do anything. What a bastard. Originally, Eternal Wind was accompanying his junior sister. When he heard that his nephew's Dantian was destroyed, he asked Qizhan to bring the people over and let his nephew deal with them. In the end, Qizhan's Dantian was destroyed and he became a cripple. Therefore, he asked someone to inform Wang Chong of the law enforcement hall to take the people away and then he would deal with them. After sending his junior sister away, Eternal Wind came in person. He didn't expect that things would change so much. Seeing Wang Cheng's look, Eternal Wind knew that he had to do it himself. If he hadn't tested him with the pressure before, it might have been nothing. But the other party easily broke through his pressure. Eternal Wind had a bad feeling. Moreover, there were other inner sect disciples here. They obviously wanted to see him make a fool of himself. His nephew's Dantian was destroyed. His subordinate's Dantian was destroyed. He had to take revenge. Otherwise, how could he continue to stay in this circle? Junior brother Lin Fei, it's good that you admit it, Changfeng said. Since you dared to lay a heavy hand on an inner court disciple, senior brother will come and experience exactly how strong you are. Whoosh! Eternal Wind's long sword flew in the air, making a loud sound. Sword chi rain. Drip 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 drip. Rainwater fell from the sky between Lin Fei and Changfeng, hitting the ground. Everywhere the rainwater passed, the limestone was filled with holes. This was the rainwater sword principle that Eternal Wind cultivated. His swordsmanship had been cultivated to the great success level. As expected of senior brother Eternal Wind, the power of the rainwater sword principle is even stronger than before. With this move alone, I think that Lin Fei won't be able to break it. His defeat is inevitable. Senior brother Eternal Wind's moves are extraordinary, just like before. The sword rain fell from the sky, surrounding Lin Fei. If an ordinary disciple were to face this move, they would definitely be terrified. Its power was too strong. The strength of the Divine Martial Gates disciples can't be underestimated. This rainwater sword principle is clearly a Tao that is close to the state. Could it be the rainwater Tao after cultivating it to the great success level? Lin Fei was slightly surprised. If this is senior brother Eternal Wind's strongest move, I'm afraid that senior brother is going to lose. Lin Fei walked forward leisurely, wandering through the rain. All the rain was blown away by the cool breeze. The sharp rain collapsed, not harming Lin Fei in the slightest. Uproar. The inner sect disciples were the most shocked. They had all experienced senior brother Eternal Wind's rainwater sword principle. Once trapped, it would definitely be a difficult thing to deal with and break. But now, Lin Fei was actually unharmed? They almost suspected that they had seen it wrong. If they were not wrong, how could he block the rainwater sword principle? His Eternal Wind took a deep cold breath. The rainwater sword principle inherited the rainwater. It was continuous and airtight. After cultivating it to the great success level, its power was boundless and few could break it. It's just a bluff. Eternal Wind snorted and changed the rainwater sword principle again. Continuous sword rain. First clear after the rain. Violent wind and rainstorm. In an instant, Eternal Wind changed his moves and used his strongest moves. He rarely used them during sparring and treated them as his trump cards. Senior brother Eternal Wind is using his ultimate move. The inner sect disciples naturally hoped that Eternal Wind could defeat his opponent and teach Lin Fei a lesson. If Eternal Wind lost, they wouldn't be able to raise their faces. Even the senior inner sect disciples couldn't suppress a newly promoted inner sect disciple. They would all hold their anger in their hearts. Let's see how you block it this time. Eternal Wind sneered in his heart. At the same time, he secretly used the rainwater sword principle to cripple Lin Fei. Even if the law enforcement hall wanted to punish him, he could say that it was because he didn't fully grasp the moves. His nephew was crippled. This already made Eternal Wind angry. In addition, Qi Zhen's Dantian was crippled. With all these factors added together, he had to vent his anger. The wind came and the rain dispersed. Eternal Wind only felt a cool breeze blowing over. The sword rain that he executed actually drifted away with the wind and disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Eternal Wind was astonished. This was out of his expectation and imagination. Lin Fei's cold voice sounded in his ears. Originally, I wanted to teach you a lesson and didn't want to make things difficult for you. However, you used a sword move to cripple my Dantian. If it was someone else, they might fall for it. To deal with a narrow-minded person like you, becoming an ordinary person is the most suitable. No. Eternal Wind was terrified. His secret move was discovered by his opponent. His face instantly turned pale and he let out a scream. Lin Fei casually pointed his finger at Eternal Wind's Dantian. To deal with such a person, Lin Fei wouldn't show any mercy, especially when he was a narrow-minded person. Eternal Wind was sent flying and crashed into the edge of the stage. His powerful aura dissipated along with it. He was on the verge of death, no longer as mighty as before. Senior brother Eternal Wind? Senior brother Eternal Wind. His Dantian has been destroyed. It's over. The spectating inner court disciples didn't expect the situation to take such a drastic turn. Senior brother Eternal Wind, who executed a powerful move, didn't even last for a round before his Dantian was destroyed by Lin Fei. In a single day, the Dantian of 2 inner court disciples was destroyed. Furthermore, the one who did it was a newly promoted inner court disciple. This was no different from a slap to their faces. Lin Fei looked around and said, Senior brother Eternal Wind wanted to cripple my Dantian. This is called the cycle of karma. If there is a senior brother here who is dissatisfied, feel free to spar with me. Otherwise, scram as far as you can. Arrogant. Arrogant. The inner court disciples felt as if they were slapped in the face. Lin Fei Yu. An inner court disciple said angrily before he was sent flying. In an instant the crowd fell silent. Lin Fei looked at Wang Chong and said, "Senior brother Wang, are you going to bring me back?" Wang Chong was dumbfounded. When he regained his senses he smiled and said, "Junior brother, you're joking. This is just a spar. The enforcement hall usually doesn't deal with such matters." Chapter 308. Facing the ferocious Lin Fei, Wang Chong, the disciple of the law enforcement hall, had no choice but to lower his head. This was a result he had never imagined. When Chongfeng's dantian was destroyed and he became a cripple, Wang Chong knew that he had to lower his head. If he didn't lower his head, what if he became ferocious and crippled himself? Wang Chong didn't want to become a cripple because it wasn't worth it. So what if he lowered his head? Survival was the most important thing. Chongfeng's rainwater sword Dao was extraordinary. Even Wang Chong himself couldn't break it, and his chances of winning weren't high either. But it was easily broken by Chongfeng. This was called strength. What could he do if he didn't accept it? Chongfeng had already become a cripple. He was no different from a dead man and had lost his value. It was like a living person and a dead person. No matter how mighty and domineering one was when he was alive, once he died, he would vanish into thin air. On the Xiantian continent, strength was everything. If you lost strength, you would lose the right to speak. Thus, Wang Chong smiled apologetically and left with the disciple of the law enforcement hall. As the disciple of the law enforcement hall left, the scene was silent. Then the inner sect disciples also left, or rather, they left with grievances. The inner sect disciples were swatted away like flies. Lin Fei's strength had already made them feel fear. How could they dare to stay? This Lin Fei was too ferocious, terrifyingly ferocious. He would never reach the king realm in his life. Right now, the only thing they wanted to do was to bring the news back. As for the inner sect disciple who was swatted away, he had already left. He didn't have the face to stay. Whether he went to find help or something else, no one knew. At least he was bitterly disappointed. Finally, it's quiet. Lin Fei didn't take the previous incident to heart. He wasn't afraid of the elder coming to find him. 5 years ago, he was in a sorry state. So what if he was high profile now? He turned around and found that Li Wudi and Gao Chong were looking at him as if he was a monster. What? Is there something on my face? Li Wudi and Gao Chong were both in shock. Chongfeng and the disciple of the law enforcement hall had admitted defeat just like that. It was like a dream. No. The two shook their heads. Lin Fei suddenly understood what was going on. No matter how much my strength increases, the two of you are still my friends. It won't change because of the difference in strength. In the past 5 years, the Divine Force sect didn't leave many memories for Lin Fei, and he didn't have many friends. Li Wudi sighed. I thought I'd be able to catch up to him in half a year, but I didn't expect the gap to be so wide. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to him for the rest of my life. Senior brother Everwind is done for. Gao Chong did not have much admiration for the inner sect disciples. I realize that I can finally show off for a bit. Everyone has to be polite to me. Lin Fei and Li Wudi laughed. I'm happy today. Let's go drink. In the Divine Force Gate there were many mountains. This moment on a mountain peak. An inner disciple landed on the peak of the mountain and immediately ran toward a residence. Junior brother Zhangxing, is someone trying to kill you? In the courtyard there were 2 people playing chess. One of them put down a chess piece and joked. Senior brother Li, you guessed it right. If it wasn't for my good luck, I might have been crippled. Zhangxing sighed. You guys don't know, but something big happened today. Then, Zhangxing told him what had happened earlier. The two of them unknowingly stopped playing chess. You're saying that Everwine's rainwater sword Dao was easily broken by that person? Can't you tell what move he used? Asked the person called Senior Brother Li in surprise. Zhangxing nodded. It was a very strange attack. I only felt like a wind blew by, and then Everwine's attack was broken. He broke Everwine's dantian with one move. It was unbelievably fast. Looks like something big happened. Senior Brother Li said in a deep voice. There's an amazing person in our Divine Force sect. Maybe he has already reached the cryptic spirit realm and can become a core disciple. The other person said with a grave expression. Zhang Xing was shocked. Is that possible? Nothing is impossible. To be able to break the rainwater sword Dao so easily, he must be at the cryptic spirit realm. I'm afraid those core disciples will have a headache. This Lin Fei is really amazing. Oh, interesting. I thought there were only a few people competing among the core disciples, but now there's this Lin Fei. He seems to be quite strong. He'll be a good opponent. Lei Meng stood up, his body making cracking sounds. Lei Meng was one of the core disciples. His position was a level higher than the inner disciples, and he was at the cryptic spirit realm. In such a large divine force sect, they would be the first to know if anything happened. Senior Brother Lei, should we go and rope him in? An inner disciple asked. Lei Meng shook his head. There's no need to rope him in for now because he doesn't have the qualifications to do so. He crippled 2 inner disciples in a row. Wait until he has to deal with the law enforcement hall and the elders' questions, then he will have the qualifications. Right now the one with a headache is the blood shadow behind Changfeng. Changfeng was his right-hand man. Now that he's dead, it's the same as losing an expert. Let's see how his strength has improved. Don't look at how peaceful the inner sect disciples were. What they didn't know was that there were many factions within. Core disciples recruited inner sect disciples, and inner sect disciples recruited outer sect disciples. They formed many circles and the struggles were complicated. The divine martial gate's upper echelons turned a blind eye to this, allowing the inner sect disciples to compete more easily. On the Blood Shadow Mountain Peak. In the Divine Force sect, anyone who became a core disciple would have a mountain peak, and they could choose a name for it. The Blood Shadow Mountain Peak was Blood Shadow's residence. Senior Brother Blood Shadow, you have to help me vent my anger. Junior Brother is finished. Changfeng, whose face was pale, was carried to the Blood Shadow Mountain Peak. He knelt on the ground and wailed. After his dantian was broken, he became very weak, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Opposite Changfeng was Blood Shadow in a red robe. He was a core disciple of the Divine Force sect, and it was said that he had the chance to become a King Realm expert. Many inner disciples came to join him. Blood Shadow looked at his trusted man. After Changfeng broke through to the cryptic spirit realm, he became his right-hand man. He didn't expect that he would be crippled just like that. It was inevitable that he would be angry. If a core disciple wanted to have the right to speak in the Divine Force sect, he had to have many experts around him. Only then would he be able to call for help. Now that one of his right-hand men had been crippled, Blood Shadow felt pain and endless anger. There were very few things that could make a core disciple angry. Even the elders would give them face. Among the core disciples, Xue Ying was one of the stronger ones. Everyone gave him some face. Don't hit people in the face. This was the jargon. Now not only did Lin Fei defeat Changfeng, but he also slapped Blood Shadow in the face. This was obviously not giving him face, and he didn't take him a core disciple seriously. Ever since Blood Shadow became a core disciple, he rarely got angry. Changfeng, you are one of my people. I will definitely avenge you. Blood Shadow said. Everyone knew that Changfeng was one of his people. He had to avenge him. Otherwise it would be bad for the people below him. How do you want to deal with him? Tell me. Thank you, Senior Blood Shadow, for avenging me. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to cripple Lin Fei. Changfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. This was the only thing he could ask for. Okay. Even if you don't say it, I will do it myself and cripple that person. Blood Shadow's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Now tell me in detail how you fought with Lin Fei. Blood Shadow wasn't a reckless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a core disciple. What happened in the arena spread like wildfire in less than half a day. Lin Fei's name shocked everyone once again. Half a year ago, he became a dark horse and made all the disciples remember this name. Half a year later, Lin Fei disappeared for half a year as usual. Everyone thought that he would be unknown. Who would have thought that he would soar to the sky again? First, he defeated Qi Zhan and a few other inner court disciples. Then he threatened the law enforcement hall disciples and crippled senior brother Changfeng. No matter which one it was unimaginable. Lin Fei, the inner court disciple, did all of them. In the divine martial gate, Lin Fei became famous. His fame was not small. He was already catching up to those core disciples. His cruel methods were also left in their hearts. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. As for the disciples who had offended him in the past, they were all uneasy. They were afraid that Lin Fei would hold a grudge against them. Inner court disciples could be crippled just like that, let alone them. Martial artists weren't afraid of fighting and killing. The only thing they were afraid of was having their dantian crippled. No matter how strong you were, after losing your dantian, you would become an ordinary person, just a little stronger than an ordinary person. That night, in Lin Fei's courtyard, many inner court disciples came in person. Other than the polite words, there were more polite words. Other than the familiar face, they didn't want to offend this inner court disciple. There were even rumors that Lin Fei's strength was already qualified to become a core disciple. As such, it would be strange if the inner sect disciples didn't rush over. Inside the Divine Force sect, the inner sect disciples without any organization were like floating duckweed, without any foundation. It wasn't easy for them to mingle in the Divine Force sect, and their status was obviously one level lower than the others. If Lin Fei could become a core disciple, they could also straighten their chests and wouldn't have to lower their heads to others. Lin Fei thanked them one by one. He didn't reject them. Awesome. By the time he finished sending off the inner disciples, it was already close to midnight. Chapter 309. P.S. Home renovation. No electricity for half the afternoon. Update late. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip and update tickets. Thanks to Dragon and Chu Tian and Fiery Flood for their comments. Thank you for your support. In the early morning of the Divine Force sect, the breeze was gentle, quiet, and peaceful. As the sun rose, the Divine Martial sect, which was a huge sect, was like a machine that had been fitted with gears. It slowly started to operate again, welcoming a brand new day. Drinking without using true yuan. I will have a headache the next day. Lin Fei lazily opened the window and took a deep breath. The faint headache was a real feeling. Since coming to the Xintian continent, Lin Fei rarely went to drink. Yesterday was an exception. He was too happy, too excited, and he didn't even know how much he had drunk, and he didn't even know when it was over. The true yuan in his body operated, and the faint headache disappeared. He let out a long breath, feeling refreshed and comfortable. First, he went to the yard and practiced a set of fist techniques, until he was sweating profusely. If only Blue Luan was here. Picking up the towel, Lin Fei thought of Blue Luan. He wondered how Blue Luan was now. Subconsciously, Lin Fei clenched his fists, hating the person who took Blue Luan. Soon I will find you. After taking a shower, Lin Fei changed his clothes. There was a special canteen for the inner disciples. After coming out, all the inner disciples on the way came up to talk to him, or nodded with a smile. After hearing about yesterday's shocking action, which inner disciple didn't show off? It was necessary to be familiar. After going out for more than half a year, Lin Fei finally had time to sit down and enjoy breakfast. He didn't have to be in a hurry, as if he was fighting a war. Lin Fei ate while paying attention to the surroundings. He found that the surrounding inner disciples all sat far away. Lin Fei was amused by this. After breakfast, Lin Fei walked out of the canteen. Walking out of the cafeteria, Lin Fei frowned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Is it finally here? Ever since he crippled Chang Feng, an inner disciple, yesterday, Lin Fei knew that such a day would come. The only thing he didn't expect was that they couldn't sit still. That's fine too. Core disciples? This was even more of a deterrent. It's more satisfying to fight. Lin Fei thought. After teaching a lesson to a core disciple, I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble, right? Walala walala, the road to the cafeteria was suddenly filled with tension. Senior brother Bloodshadow is here. This is going to be a good show. I wonder how it will turn out. Senior brother Bloodshadow, it is said that our divine martial sect's core disciple has the potential to become a king-class expert. Lin Fei was just lucky. Now that he met senior brother Bloodshadow, how could he just obediently admit defeat and kowtow to admit his mistake? That's not necessarily true. Maybe senior brother Lin Fei will amaze the world again. Among the inner disciples, there were people who supported senior brother Bloodshadow. Of course, there were also people who thought highly of senior brother Lin Fei. Senior brother Blood Shadow had a large group of inner disciples under him. It might not be beneficial for them to flatter him. However, if they were to flatter senior brother Lin Fei, if they really succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Junior brother Lin Fei? Blood Shadow was wearing a red robe. His eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. From yesterday's news, Blood Shadow had already recognized Lin Fei with a single glance. Senior brother Blood Shadow. From the two's words, everyone could hear the killing intent in them. This made everyone sigh. This Lin Fei was really bold. He dared to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Blood Shadow, a core disciple. Blood Shadow was not surprised by Lin Fei's performance at all. This was why he was worthy of his attention. Otherwise, it would not be worth it for him to personally make a move. Because the other party must be qualified. Junior brother Lin Fei, you are qualified for me to personally make a move. Blood Shadow said coldly. 3 days later, you and I will fight on the arena. No one would have thought that senior brother Blood Shadow would personally issue a challenge. This was different from a private duel. The influence was different. In a duel on the arena, no matter which side lost, it would definitely have a great impact. Especially for someone like senior brother Blood Shadow, once he lost, it would affect his position among the core disciples. Everyone was guessing whether Lin Fei dared to accept the challenge or not. Senior brother Blood Shadow, aren't you just helping senior brother Changfeng to vent his anger? Why do you have to issue a challenge? Just so happens that there is no one here. Let's settle it to our heart's content. Junior brother still has things to do. Crash. Even though there were not many people eating in the canteen, there were still many people gathered outside. When they suddenly heard this, everyone was shocked. From his tone, could it be that senior brother Lin Fei wanted to settle it quickly? He didn't give any face at all. Indeed, Lin Fei did not give him any face. Core disciples had a high status in the divine martial sect. Even the elders had to be polite to them, not to mention those elders who did not have any power. In the divine martial sect, it was rare for a core disciple to reject a challenge. Because the other party was a core disciple. Every word and action of a core disciple represented meaning. Now an inner sect disciple rejected the challenge and chose to settle it on the spot? If they did not hear it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that these words came from Lin Fei's mouth. It was a naked slap in the face. Lin Fei, do you know who you are talking to? The inner sect disciple beside Blood Shadow said angrily. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. With strength. Without any movement, that inner sect disciple was slapped in the face and flew out. He fell and rolled 365 degrees, causing his face to be bruised. Hiss, arrogant. Too arrogant. Lin Fei looked at Blood Shadow. I like to do whatever I want. If senior brother Blood Shadow doesn't like it, feel free to reject it. Blood Shadow said in a deep voice. So junior brother Lin Fei is not giving me face? This meant that Blood Shadow was furious. A dignified core disciple was arrogant in the divine martial sect. When he personally asked, he was rejected. This had never happened before. The other core disciples did not dare to reject like this. Now someone did it. This person was an inner sect disciple. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said sternly, Face? Senior brother Blood Shadow is such an old man. Do you still care about face? Nephew Changfeng wanted to deal with my friend in a duel. He only has himself to blame for having his Dantian destroyed. As for your Changfeng, he is just using his name to cause trouble. In my opinion, you don't need to care about senior brother's face at all. Everyone's heart was beating non-stop. Crazy. Crazy. He didn't even dare to say such arrogant words. This was really a slap to senior brother Blood Shadow's face, and it was a slap to his face. The applause was resounding. If it was before, Blood Shadow would be polite before using force. However, after hearing this, he was filled with anger. Not only did he not give him face, he even dared to disregard him in public and even hit the people around him. Arrogant. He was indeed too arrogant. Could it be that he didn't know that the consequences of being too arrogant would be tragic? Junior brother Lin Fei, you're good. Blood Shadow said angrily. You're the first to speak to me like this. No wonder you were so cruel. Today I will seek justice for Changfeng. Boundless Blood Sea. Boom! Behind Blood Shadow, a sea of blood appeared. In the sea of blood, there were figures moving. They were all shadows, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. A chilling aura swept across. This was the Blood Sea scripture that Blood Shadow cultivated, an upper yellow class martial art. If one's mind was not firm, their face would turn pale. It was terrifying. The sea of blood was like a vast ocean. It left a red trail of light as it charged toward Lin Fei's location. Within the sea of blood, an illusory figure with a blurry appearance slowly stood up. Then it raised its hand and smashed down with a palm strike. Scarlet light filled the sky. When the inner disciples saw Senior Brother Blood Shadow's attack, they immediately knew how big the gap between them was. With just one move, the inner disciples looked at each other. The strength of a core disciple was indeed not something they could compare with. Senior Brother Blood Shadow is really strong. Lin Fei was indeed strong yesterday. I don't think he's a match for Senior Brother Blood Shadow today. Indeed, based on Lin Fei's strength yesterday, everyone had a guess. Would it be a one-sided fight against Senior Brother Blood Shadow today? Most people thought it was the latter. Scram. Following Lin Fei's roar, a dense quintessence surged out and turned into an azure beam. It was like a rainbow as it smashed into Shui Ying's palm. Shui Ying's palm shattered and turned into nothingness. Then, as if it was piercing through space, it lashed at Shui Ying's body again. It was so fast that no one could sense it. The only thing that shocked everyone was that thick and dense True Yuan. Walala Blood Shadow was sent flying by the whip. Or rather, he was sent flying by quintessence. There was no way he could withstand a whip of quintessence. Senior Brother Blood Shadow was sent flying. How is this possible? Is Senior Brother Lin Fei even stronger than Senior Brother Blood Shadow? Seeing Blood Shadow being sent flying, the inner disciples felt as if they were dreaming. If yesterday they thought that Lin Fei had gotten lucky, then today they were completely convinced. Using pure quintessence and an ordinary strike, Lin Fan sent Senior Brother Blood Shadow flying. This was true strength, leaving everyone speechless. Blood Shadow's upper body was bare, and there were wounds all over his body. I actually lost. How can he be so strong? Even my boundless blood sea was destroyed. Blood Shadow had found out yesterday that Lin Fei's advantage was speed. Blood Shadow had thought of a foolproof plan to make Lin Fei suffer a crushing defeat. In the end, he was utterly defeated. Senior Brother Blood Shadow, if you're not convinced, feel free to look for me. Lin Fei walked up. But there might not be such a good opportunity next time. Crimson Shadow was shocked, and the anger that he had gathered dissipated in an instant. Killing intent. True killing intent. That sentence just now made Blood Shadow's dantian cold, and he immediately panicked. Lin Fei wants to destroy my dantian. This was a blatant warning, a blatant threat. Blood Shadow's body shook slightly, and he squeezed out an ugly smile. I'm convinced. We admit defeat. Hiss, Senior Brother Blood Shadow admitted defeat. The result was unexpected. This was the result. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. Inner Sanctum Disciple Lin Fei, please come with us. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, shadows moved, and a group of men in black appeared on the road again. Chapter 310. Senior Brother Blood Shadow actually lost. Senior Brother Lin Fei is so powerful. I really want to be his cultivation partner. He's so manly. Senior Brother Lin Fei is so mighty. Our Divine Force Gate will soon have another core disciple. While it's still early, let's go and curry favor with him. If he values us, we'll have a good life in the future. Senior Brother Blood Shadow took the initiative to admit defeat. This already left everyone shocked. It was no different from the sun rising from the west, completely destroying their understanding of the world. The ordinary and mediocre Senior Brother Lin Fei's status suddenly became noble, magnified endlessly, and they had to look up to him. Core disciple. Senior Brother Lin Fei definitely had the strength to stabilize the strength of a core disciple. Everyone was enlightened by their previous conjecture. It turned out that Senior Brother Lin Fei himself had the strength of the cryptic spirit realm, which was why he dared to ignore Senior Brother Blood Shadow. It had only been half a year. How did Lin Fei cultivate? Then this question appeared in their minds. Even geniuses might not have this ability, right? Monstrous, simply too monstrous. He had used his quintessence to send Blood Shadow Senior Brother flying. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Just when they couldn't digest this news, the law enforcement hall disciples came again, dazzling everyone. Lin Fei looked over indifferently and found that it was his old acquaintance Wang Chong. With just one glance, Wang Chong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that even senior brother Bloodshadow was defeated, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he had been lucky yesterday. If he had fought yesterday, he would also have been in such a difficult situation, Wang Chong thought to himself. His mind shook, and he made up his mind that Lin Fei must not be offended in the future, even if he was his friend. If he could curry favor with him and flatter him, that would be great. Bastard, how can you say that? You're not polite at all. Wang Chong turned around and glared at them, then immediately scolded. Didn't I ask you to invite senior brother Lin Fei back? What are you talking about? Senior brother Lin Fei is not a criminal. You're a bunch of brainless things. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were all dumbfounded. They were all confused. Didn't you tell us to say that? Moreover, why should we, the disciples of the law enforcement hall, be afraid of an inner court disciple? Who knows how many inner court disciples have been captured and come out with an unbelievably honest attitude. It was obvious that the disciples of the disciplinary hall were used to their current positions and had no idea what Captain Wang Chong was worried about. Inner disciples were like dogs in front of them, and they were already used to it. They hadn't expected that Wang Chong would scold them because of a disciple. After scolding him, Wang Chong strode forward and smiled apologetically. Senior brother Lin Fei, please be magnanimous and don't bother with them. These guys don't know how to talk. At this moment, Wang Chong was indeed worried that Lin Fei would bear a grudge against him. After seeing senior brother Bloodshadow's miserable appearance, Wang Chong couldn't be arrogant anymore. He was just a small captain of the law enforcement hall. His identity could scare ordinary people, but how could he scare a genius like Lin Fei? Do you really think you've lived too long? How dare you go against a genius? You're definitely looking for trouble for yourself. Wang Chong, the small captain of the law enforcement hall, had a good reputation among the inner court disciples. It should be said that he had a bad reputation. When they saw such a scene, the inner court disciples couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out that the usually majestic law enforcement hall wasn't always strong, and there would be a day when they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Elder invited me? What elder? Wang Chong looked around and asked in a pleading tone. Law enforcement elder, the details. How about we talk about it on the way? Lin Fei knew that he had to go to the law enforcement hall, otherwise, it would be endless trouble and a headache. He might as well solve it all at once. Then let's talk on the way. Lin Fei turned his head and said to Shuaying, Senior brother Shuaying, help me tell those core disciples that whoever wants to spar with me should first consider their own strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for embarrassing myself. Senior brother Bloodshadow nodded like a chick pecking rice. He didn't have the previous arrogance and carefully said, I will tell them. Seeing that Lin Fei and the law enforcement hall left, Bloodshadow let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Bloodshadow let out a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but he felt an immense pressure when facing Lin Fei. He even regretted helping Eternal Wind and ended up failing miserably. What are you looking at? Get out of here! Bloodshadow roared, scaring away a group of people. The law enforcement elder is looking for me just to punish me? Lin Fei looked at Wang Chong indifferently. Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. After a day's experience, Lin Fei was like a demon in his heart. Wang Chong knew how powerful senior brother Bloodshadow was, especially the Blood Sea scripture, which was a high-grade yellow-class martial art that could confuse the mind. Since his debut, he had killed many experts and gained some fame in the Bufalling dynasty. In the end, he still lost to Lin Fei and had to admit defeat. Not many core disciples could think of such a situation, and among the core disciples, how many could do it so easily? At least Wang Chong couldn't think of anyone who could do it. We have a total of 10 law enforcement elders, and they are all old fogies. They usually like to maintain the prestige of the law enforcement hall. Yesterday's matter. I don't know how, but it fell into their ears, so. Wang Chong trembled, peeking at Yi Shiwen's expression from time to time. So they want to punish me? Wang Chong hurriedly nodded. I also think that it's wrong to do so. It's normal to make mistakes in a fight. But the law enforcement elder thinks that senior brother. Say no more. Lin Fei interrupted Wang Chong. A group of stubborn old fogies. Wang Chong didn't dare to make a sound. Stubborn old fogies, only senior brother dares to say that. If it were any other disciple, they would have been suppressed, Wang Chong thought. How do those old fogies plan to punish me? Lin Fei asked casually. Wang Chong swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, they said that they want senior brother to face the wall for 10 years as a warning to others. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed with anger. A group of old fogies, they want to use me as a warning to others. This also depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Using me as a warning to others? Bah! Hearing this punishment, Lin Fei was very angry. Facing the wall for 10 years for no reason, Lin Fei didn't want to face the wall. In this way, another fight was inevitable. At this time, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. The law enforcement hall disciples behind Wang Chong looked at each other, wondering if they had heard wrong. This is too arrogant. They were all law enforcement elders, although they had not reached the profound king realm. They were all at the profound spirit late stage and profound spirit great circle, which was also a first-class strength in the divine martial sect. Now there was someone who was not convinced. It seemed like a fight was going to happen. The law enforcement hall was located in the belly of a gloomy mountain. The gloomy atmosphere became the biggest feature of the location of the law enforcement hall. The natural terrain, coupled with the law enforcement hall's reputation for not provoking over time, this place became a forbidden area, and few people were willing to appear in this place, because they hated the atmosphere of the law enforcement hall. This is the law enforcement hall? Wang Chong nodded. Through the passage is the main hall of the law enforcement hall. Lin Fei muttered in his heart. This law enforcement hall is a prison. No wonder they are all afraid of the law enforcement hall. They have been here once. I'm afraid they won't dare to come a second time. Looking at the plaque hanging high, the black words Law Enforcement Hall, a smile hung on the corner of his mouth and he strode in. As Lin Fei was taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall, the news of senior brother Bloodshadow's defeat spread immediately. The inner sect disciples were shocked. This news was too great a shock to them. Among the inner sect disciples, of course, there were some powerful inner sect disciples who were eager to fight with Lin Fei in order to raise their reputation. After hearing this news, the inner sect disciples opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Senior brother Bloodshadow was a core disciple, and his strength was many times stronger than the inner sect disciples. Even if a group of them went up, it would be useless. The tyrannical senior brother Bloodshadow personally went up to Lin Fei, and he was utterly defeated. How would they dare to go up? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Then the words that Lin Fei conveyed were undoubtedly like a stone thrown into a turbulent lake, breaking the original peace. For a moment, a storm arose in the Divine Force sect. Haha, even Bloodshadow was defeated. This Lin Fei is really surprising. Hearing this news, Raymond couldn't help but applaud. Lin Fei is a friend worth befriending. Bloodsea wanted to use the challenge ring to defeat Lin Fei, but I didn't expect Lin Fei to not give him face, and humiliated him in front of everyone. Good fight, I old lay like this kind of person. Hearing this news, Raymond was the most excited. But when he heard that Bloodshadow was taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall, he couldn't help but frown. That brat Lin Fei didn't give Bloodshadow any face. I hope he won't cause any big trouble again. Those old antiques aren't that easy to provoke. But I'm really looking forward to it. Some people were happy and some were angry. A mere Lin Fei only defeated Bloodshadow, and Bloodshadow's strength is only in the middle stage of cryptic spirit, and he dares to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, he was taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall. If he comes out, I'll definitely have a big fight with him, and let him understand the rules. On a mountain peak, two core disciples had furious expressions on their faces. He is indeed arrogant. There aren't many people in our Divine Force sect who are so arrogant. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after defeating Bloodshadow? Seems like he thinks too highly of himself. We, the core disciples, haven't said anything yet. The white-haired young man said indifferently. Although his tone was indifferent, it carried a hint of disdain. It's really a pity that this brat was taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall. I heard that those old antiques are quite angry. Maybe he'll be facing the wall for a few decades. A few decades? That's not a small punishment. His whole life is over. In the gloomy main hall of the Law Enforcement Hall. When Lin Fei walked in, there were 2 Law Enforcement Hall disciples standing on both sides, all of them expressionless.